Hello, my name is Paula Kiley. I'm the current president of the Woodland Pattern Board. And welcome to day 2 of the 30th Annual Poetry Marathon, where we bring you poets and their works from Milwaukee and throughout Wisconsin. This year, we also have participants from 36 other states and from 7 countries outside the U.S. The marathon is presented thanks to the generosity of Wisconsin's own library, a unique collection of Wisconsin authors and illustrators owned by the General Federation of Women's Clubs, Wisconsin, with funding provided by the Gwendolyn M. Schultz Charitable Trust. The event is also made possible by the generosity of our Canto level sponsors, DeWitt LLP, Dana Alexander Kaleta, and an anonymous donor. Thank you to our Sonnet level sponsors, Juneau Park Friends, Karl Gartung and Anne Kingsbury, and Greg Flegel and Rich Greene. And thank you to those generous businesses and individuals who have sponsored individual hours throughout the marathon. You will find them listed online in our program. Additionally, special thanks goes to the Woodland Pattern Executive Directors, Jenny Grepp and Laura Solomon, the staff, board members, and volunteers who have together dedicated hundreds of hours toward producing this year's event. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the Poetry Marathon and is dedicated to the memory of Janine Arseneau, gifted poet, much beloved friend to many, and a committed board member and supporter of Woodland Pattern for many, many years. Over the last 3 decades, poets and poetry lovers have come together to bask in the words and images of a multitude of writers. Since the pandemic, an online format has been born, and film and music were added. It's no sure thing that this event goes on each year. It does so only because of your support and your participation. From all of us at Woodland Pattern, I thank you. We are already planning next year's event, and thanks to the generosity of St. Kate, downtown Milwaukee's premier arts hotel, we will be returning to an in-person format, but with a hybrid twist that allows us to continue including poets from everywhere. I can't think of a better venue for us to gather once again. If you're not subscribed to our mailing list or e-newsletter, please be sure to sign up so as to stay informed about our 2025 marathon plans. It's now my distinct honor to open day 2 by reading a poem. As a member of the Poetry Lovers Camp, I've selected a poem by Angela Jackson that was published in Poetry Magazine last April. It's called Poet. On my way to chemistry, I was ambushed by a gang of poems. They roughed me up, blackened my eyes, made my lips bleed. One, in the distance, always out of reach to help or save, seduced me with promises. I was on my way to a life of ease when I was waylaid by myself in the fray. I beat them all. They did not lift me up. I lifted up these poems. I lifted up these poems. Thank you, and have a wonderful day filled with poetry.
In memory of Bill Lotch. Send Dad some love, wrote Anne. I think this part of his journey is drawing to a close. Bill Lotch died this morning, Wednesday, September 14, 2022. A professor of geography, he took Anne and me to the Yukon and Northwest Territories, where he had written his doctoral thesis, Tutuktoyaktuk, where Anne stood in the Arctic Ocean. Bangkok, Kathmandu, the Langtang province, where he washed his underwear in a mountain stream. He was a tall man, 6'5", and fell, hitting his head. He fell again, hitting his head. On a good day, he might remember me. We talked about reading, how the heft of a book transfers from the right hand to the left hand. I loved him. He was not afraid to cry. He came to the courthouse the day Anne and I were divorced to support both of us. Bill was always happy to share his curiosity. He pulled over on the Dempster Highway to show Anne and I the permafrost 6 inches below the tundra. Son of the Valley of Paradise. I'm a son of the Valley of Paradise, class of 71. I came in a student athlete and left a vagabond. I heard Jimi Hendrix and quit using Clearasil. I was given an F for copying an essay verbatim that had been given an A. I wrote a poem on a piece of paper and put it in my shoe. I received a C for a drug-induced response to a test question when I already had a pre-written A up my sleeve. I earned a varsity letter in football sophomore year and had it taken away for stealing books. I threw a brick through a plate glass window at Alumni Hall. I lived in Dodge Hall in every sense of the word. I threw a door open for a window, fleeing a fraternity house, and made love in the back seat of the car among the dead. I worked the breakfast line at Brant Hall and the closing shift at Lou's Tap. These and other things I did in the Valley of Paradise. I met the people in the Valley of Paradise who changed my life. A chiseled linebacker, fellow vagabond, now deceased. A student who had nothing to lose, now a brain surgeon. A co-ed who survived suicide to become an authority on Japanese art. The president of the Fun Club, now a member of the Cosmos Club, married to the FBI agent assigned to her tour of the White House. An heir of Motown money, most likely an AIDS casualty. An AOW cadet cracked on acid. A man who was named after a mountain. Engineers who built scale models of the future out of toothpicks. A tall, mysterious blonde who shared her closet and has now disappeared. A woman who picked me up in biolab and will be my guest on Valentine's Day. The many women who removed the scales from my eyes, the professors who lit filter ends of cigarettes, who flew hot air balloons and designed beer labels, who taught in cold basements and buildings that shook when the train passed, the dirge of students who worshiped in the glass house and set the administration building on fire. These and others passed through the Valley of Paradise. Warning signs. Warning signs include long rambling poems, dishes piling up in the sink, clothes left on the floor, piles instead of files, distraction, staring into space, inattention to detail, any deviation in routine, trending toward a dead end, a downward spiral, shortness of breath, insomnia, sleeping too much, loss of appetite, not giving a damn, not voting, dehydration, frustration, impatience, apathy, cursing, lying, complaining, slouching, smirking, talking to yourself, not listening to what others are saying, not shoveling the sidewalk, disrespect for others, lack of playfulness, insistence, self-righteousness, insolence, indifference, self-loathing, lingering, littering, road rage, a constant sense of urgency, constipation, automatic weapons, pornography, hating, superiority, misogyny, rape, failing in general, failing to yield the right of way, failing to yield or compromise, incivility, insulting the handicapped, belligerence, bullying, malicious gossip, slander, intolerance, grabbing genitals, raving, ignoring, subpoenas, emoluments, and other impeachable offenses. Such men as you are, such men are your supporters. Macrianus, Greek general, 1823.
Questioning love. What is love? How does it fit? Is it expansive? Is it for free? Is it a verb or a noun? Animal, vegetable, mineral, chemical, euphoria, hysteria. All you need is love. Is that true? I need trust. I need respect. I need to say something because I need more than love. Love alone didn't make him want to stay. Love alone wasn't enough. Maybe love and I haven't been properly introduced. I want to know what love is. I want you to show me. Will you show me, or will I show you? What do I really know about love? Gooey, sticky, oozing, and wet. Love is messy. Love gets on everything. Who am I to say what love is and is not? I'm still experimenting with love. I'm still investigating. I'm still learning, trying my hand at love. I'm a child. I'm a novice. But I'm willing to learn if love will have me. I'm willing to learn if love will have me. I'm willing to try if love will be patient with me. I'm willing to lean into love. I'm willing to lean into love because love seems like the answer to every question. And I have a lot of questions.
Hello, I'm Jean Tobin. Dancing together across time. Jim dances out of the kitchen into the living room in celebration of the season. Sackbuts are playing from the stereo, sopranos take up the melody. Jim's arms beat the rhythm, fists clenched. His knees lift as he prances flat-footedly. He is all alive with joy. So I saw my father dance in the morning to music of his own making. What a fine day, he'd hum to himself in the dawn. What a fine day, he'd sing. When he finished shaving, he'd come from the bathroom into the kitchen, and when he caught sight of me, small, shy, he'd break into a happy shuffle, lifting his feet awkwardly, a man who couldn't dance, couldn't sing, dancing joyously to his own music. What a fine day. For 6 years of our marriage, Jim and I commuted cross-country, and then he came home, and I wrote this poem. Quotidian. We were happy last year in our own way, you in Boston, me in Black River, happy in phone calls each night for an hour, happy in knowing our love. But when that company says, reach out and touch someone, it's not the same, let me tell you. Touching their damn slimline telephone available in 16 colors isn't the same as touching your warm, soft side. Isn't like fingering jut and hollow of hip bone, isn't like snuggling my face in the warm place under your chin. I could hold the receiver between my shoulder and my ear and hear your low voice, but it wasn't the same. Even though I could look out our window at tall white pine and watch juncos and blue jays feast at the feeder, and our bedroom has no view, the view in our bedroom is better when you're there, and I can reach out and touch not someone, but you. All last year I longed for the mundane, longed to take you for granted, longed to know that when you telephoned, you were just down the road, concerned about lunch and the hour and the news in the morning paper. I longed to look up, not expecting, and to see your bright hair and corduroy jacket disappearing up a hill slowly enough so if I drove fast, I could give you a ride. I longed to meet you after work and unload my irritations after you'd unloaded yours. I wanted us to feel married and forget until we counted how many years. I wanted our traveling to the airport be to pick up friends and our leaving there be together. All last year, I longed for this extraordinary, ordinary year. Objects. Once I held in my hands a 2,500-year-old round-bellied pitcher for wine. What does it feel like, I'd asked, to hold an ancient urn and know it was made by someone so very long ago? Here, they said, try it, see for yourself. And they thrust it into my hands. I felt the connection. The ancient artisan, myself. Time spirals back, says Frances Mays. Someone who made the picture held it 2,500 years ago. I, holding it in present time, felt that connection, that closeness. So it is with all the precious objects we bought or made together. The pottery, the Christmas ornaments. You touched them once, or many times. I touched them, hold them, now. Thank you.
Stippled passing. You could see the gilding beneath those stippling waters, the speckles of a trout's back, sleek and slipping along golden gravel, shadowed stream banks, among grassy striations of summer's heat passing. You may have wanted eternal summer, that moment so perfect with mint-lined streams, trees unwilling to give up their green. But if time stood still, sun in brassy sky steadily beaming, you would turn, seek the shift to bronze, to that time of deciduous rain. You would see crimsons run, fill baskets with round, sweet apples, and let the pigments of the roseate world drain. Let be. Release your hold on the season. You may no longer see the gold pearled beneath the rippled stream. Gold in water is fleeting flash, memory's after image. Creek waters and sun roll on, hidden along the stream's ledge. Trout sleep, dream. The shots came quick. From the creek brush at the bottom of a hillside field, the shots came quick. One dropped, then the other, doe, then buck, both yearling deer from the many sets of twin fawns last summer, both from the herd that plagued our orchard and crops. The hunter caught them swift, mid-leap, shots true and clear in intention. One full-grown doe I have seen before descended on the far end of the field, alert, on edge, and catching the scent of wrong, she vanished. So many years I have watched the fawns, the yearlings, the heavy-shouldered bucks parade field and yard. I have watched their increase following the death of farms here, seen their young born in the woodlot edge graze where dairy cows once stood. I cannot begrudge them their due from this land, so altered and confused, neither wild nor tame. Mostly, I cannot blame my neighbor, the hunter, once a farmer, who, with his child, needs the food. I pull forelegs, the hunter hind. We slide the bodies along November grasses satisfied. The deer lived a good life. Like us, they ate of wild and tame, and as I would wish, dropped with the beauty in their eyes of trees and sky and sky. Cider apples. Diseased, my mama said with disgust toward the tree in our yard someone planted during Prohibition. Bitter, blushed skin, a bite into those apples meant tart. Bright flesh pocked with brown spots where worms tunneled in, unseen until that moment revealed. We spat and teased, dropped the fruit to rot in the cold September green. And later, when the year turned to decay and masks, the apples we left on the tree turned brown, hung like mash that never made it to a vat. We didn't know that someone planted the tree to make apple wine, to fill barrels like the casks of grape and dandelion stored so securely in our basements. We didn't know what those apples were but ugly as we spat them out. We pitched them with Little League prowess, hit them hard off the plastic wiffle bat to the old stone walls to watch them splat. Thank you, Woodland Pattern, for all you do for poets, poetry, and community.
The muddle. Have you ever found yourself in the muddle of some soft, soul-searing soliloquy, standing alone in the hazy, gauzy, Gaussian fog of a strange interlude, in full Eugene O'Neill revelation regalia, introspective, retrospective recitation upon your self-ray, flights and flights and fights and fights of hands and muscle-memoried mites, self-immolating burning thoughts revealed aloud to oughts and nots. Have you ever found yourself right there in indiscreet discretions aired that share with all what shan't be shared? To friend or lover, foe or fiend, the shades of shadows shrouding pain beneath life's masks that hide our stain, behind the curtains drawn and quartered, shuttered, locked and boarded, mysteries unfurled and hurtled unto the ether curdled. Have you ever found yourself naked there in the moment seething bare, in the unrelenting spotlight glare, the fair of fair, unfair, who cares? A tragedy with dancing bears upon a stage that's all the rage. To turn the page, tried not engage, but helpless cage this stage, this rage, step futile from that light, break free the chain that binds us, you to me, To these boards, these states of bondage, rage implored, unresponded. Have you ever found yourself saying things inside your head, but hear responses real instead? The thoughts you thought spewed forth alone were somehow shared with all you've known. And if you have, if you thus know just how that feels, then just perhaps you yet might see how exposed is my poetry.
Hi, my name is Jenny Benjamin. I'm going to read 3 poems for you today. And the first was published last year in Paprichu Review, and it's called Clapping and Whistling. It's a prose poem. Years ago, when my sister Nancy and I were coming of age and brought boyfriends home, we go down to our 1970s style finished basement, wood panel and green velour couch, which served as the best place to make out with a boyfriend. During these times, our father paced and periodically opened the door at the top of the steep stairs. The butter light from the kitchen slivered through the crack and into the semi-darkness. And on the couch in the basement, on the far side of the room, I'd freeze, perhaps with one of the Bryans who had been working down my jeans, and wait for my dad's line. "I want to hear clapping and whistling," he would say. Always, always, each Brian or other boy obeyed. They'd yank their hands free from me and they'd clap vigorously, their mouths making tense music from wet lips. Momentarily assuaged, my dad would click the door shut and a Brian or other boy would slide to the other side of the long velour couch. Sometimes we'd stretch our legs with only our toes touching for a minute. Since we're supporting Woodland Pattern, a favorite local bookstore, I would also like to mention another press, Quarencia Press, that published this anthology, and I had a few poems in it last year. This one is called Late Summer. I thought it would be nice in the cold of winter, and it is for Adam. Late summer. Love sets down the hard work of the day and puts away the lunch pail of the past as if to say, "Hello, I'm home with you. Have you seen my misgivings piled at the doorways of the house? Where are you putting the smudges and soot that coated your body like dried blood in the stress-filled hours of our separation? I keep mine with the sundry items in a junk drawer. Cheap matchsticks that crack at your touch, dead batteries I keep from landfills, Scotch tape that smells like Christmas. Fire wildflowers catch sunlight in this wild garden. We sit and breathe the air of late summer. Dusk teases the cardinal back to the treetops. We vow to watch the bees each day with their fuzzy wobbles over thistles and the monarchs with their flashy wings over the swollen milkweed pods. Love sits here with us in the folding chairs while I put my feet up on your thigh. Only the bones can predict what will happen if we cast them into an array of languages only we understand. It's sealed between us. And the last poem is fresh off the press. It is inspired by the read shop I join every other week with Woodland Pattern, where we're discussing Robin Blazer's poems in the Holy Forest, which is a marvelous time. So this is called Awake. I'm moth dust, eyelids barely open. The dark sits out my window and I feel afraid. I fell asleep in a fire last night, thinking of him. Morning by lithium flashlight, train tunnel to my bed. The fire now a ghost my mind made. The day will cog on. I feel the unease of work, the gratitude of being, the alone, a self in the folds. Crumbling house, overgrown yard, buried metals of a failed marriage. I wished for courage in an open field of long grasses with fur caps like dancers in fairy tales. They make soup from stones, cleave trees in two. If I fall back to sleep, I wonder if I'd forget not this world, but the moments that separate space, the demarcations from the veins of my hands, my mother's hands, weaving silence, the stars that hide wounds we leave in dreams. Thank you very much.
My first poem is Wind-Whipped Waves. I swear I saw it, a sea serpent, dipping beneath the wind-whipped waves, diving down into the dappled deep. I was so excited I sat for hours and hours, hopelessly hoping for one more morsel. A singular sighting was not sufficient. And as I waited, I wondered, what does he do down there in the unending ocean? Is he lonesome, listlessly loitering, pining for a playful pal? Does he sleep sufficiently, snatching naps wherever he can, dodging dangers that threaten even him? Should he sleep, does he dream? Does he dream of dancers, of dragons like him, of waterlogged waltzes and magic to set him free? Or are they vicious visions, biting at his bones and braying for his blood? I hope he has enough to eat. And when next he returns, I will procure him a picnic, see if smiles and patient promises can persuade him to pause, to sit in silence studying the sun-soaked sea. Until then I will wait, calm and contented, happy just to know what lingers in the deep. This next one is Cinnamon at Home. I never knew that Budapest smells like cinnamon, but it does. It's very popular there. It wafts through the grey streets and down the hill like the lilt of some half-remembered aria, seeping into the cathedral and cradling saints' bones, a whisper of warmth and home. It's a shame that I hate cinnamon. I said I love you in Budapest. He didn't say it back. He stole the air right out of the room, so that even the spice was gone. Nothing but the memory of red, and the breeze of what was once hot. I like cinnamon now. It makes me smile, reminds me of the river, and how beautiful he looked that night. The next one is The Pen. This is undeniably a bad idea. I have no reason to think it'll work, that gravity will suddenly reverse itself and water will flow backwards, dry and hot as flame. Thank God. What a joy it is to do the stupid, reckless, foolish thing my heart demands, with no thought at all to consequence except to look back and think, God damn, I'm glad I did that. My final poem is Strange Things. There were many normal things about their story. She was a princess who lived in an ivory tower, and he was a lovable rogue with tricks and tools and tall tales to match. But therein normalcy ended, and strangeness began. Because every week she went to the treasury, collected a large pile of riches, and left it there on his doorstep. It was the only communication they had. And then she would go back to her kind and loving family, weaving tapestries, embroidering whispers. Sometimes she had to sell her wares just to afford his gifts. She had no idea what he did. She was too focused on selecting the perfect rubies and crafting the sapphire crown she planned to give him the next week. Sometimes people asked why, even laughed at her for having false hope, for wasting her money, the same reckless mistake made over and over again. But that's why she did it. She did it precisely because she had no idea where it would lead. She found the pleasure of letting go was so sweet she had to keep going back for one more bite. And as people became more and more confused, she found it funnier and funnier. The idea that she might have some secret master plan was so ridiculous it made her laugh late into the night. She had no idea what she was doing. She liked that feeling. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gary Beaumier. I'm reading from my collection of poems, Dented Brown Fedora. My first poem I'll read is Night Forest. Once there was a woman in the night forest who could hear above the register of most. She would listen to mice sing in chorus or coyotes comfort their young over the flash and rumble of coming weather. There was a night in the garden where I stayed late into the hours and you called for me. And together we watched the gods toss stars across the sky. And later when we returned to our bed, I watched you over the vastness of our pillows as your breathing fell into a rhythm and you separated from me. And your dreams returned you to a wooded place, dusted in moonlight, where you keen your ears to other selves beyond the register of my knowing. My second poem is From Certain Distances in Space, I Still See My Brother. Somewhere, Mother holds you against her breasts in a Chicago flat, the war winding down, while she warms a bottle and tests the milk on the tender of her wrist. You are my sunshine, she sings. Somewhere you sit in a quilted coat upon a tricycle in front of a red house, and later still your fastball hisses over home plate into the strike zone. Somewhere a man says we all derive from stars, while the holy person declares we will live forever. You still succor your fractious babies as you pace a midnight floor, or soften your embrace to your wife in the utter dark. Somehow you glide out of a fifth-floor hospital room into a painted twilight, into streams of cars and trucks and exhaust, as your family holds your emancipated body and rides with you to the edge of life. And somewhere a medical student peels back what remains of you to learn the human clockwork. My last poem is The Complete History of Our First Kiss. The old trees bend protectively around us as we rest on the park bench in our winter wear, your faltering mind following the course of the river that is close and sure and deep. Even now, I can still find your younger face and remember the pillowy softness of your lips when ours first met, when we became love desperados. For now, we will make our way to the bookstore by the famous church, and I will buy for you a neglected volume of stories that will carry you into the long nights. And when we find a place to take our coffee, you will caress the weave of the cover as I serve your cup with an unsteady hand, and I see there's a little less of you this day. Should we weight our overcoat pockets with rocks and wade into the waters, it will seem like the most natural of things. We will clutch each other and let the current spin and dance us as our hats float free. And if they find us washed up on some farther bank, will our lips be blue like something that burned pure? And is death just a river that will take us somewhere else? For tonight, though, I will read to you to quell your agitations, words you may still find familiar. And in not too long a time, when I kiss you again, will you think it is our first? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ann Winchell. I found poetry when I was 17 years old. I just met my soulmate, and he wrote a poem for me and about me that was 53 years ago, and he passed away just 2 weeks ago. So this reading today is a tribute to him. I'm going to start with that first poem that he wrote for me, called She Left Town by Pete Church. She left town, a broken child, terrified of the rain, terrified of her daddy's name. She went seeking a sunny place, another name, another face. What she found she could not name, she hated to play, she hated to game. A sunny place she found for a while, in another face she found a smile. Her daddy's name she drove into the deep and learned to love the rain flowing through the streets. The scattered bits and pieces weren't hard to mend, a terrified child is easy to bend. She rose up in anger on a sunny day, went to the river, threw it all away. Flow, river, roll, if ever you find the end, give her back her love, back her soul, search on river, and bring it back again. It's the first time I've done a public reading, so I think I need to introduce myself to everybody. Bio, little old lady, only not so little, or all that old. And do ladies toss out the F word like old newspapers? All right then, artist, environmentalist, feminist, except I can't draw. New car, new clothes, new stuff. Oh, and then of course there's the alimony. Additional optional information. Religious affiliation. Nun, hangs out with nuns, meditates twice a day. Race. White. That one seems pretty reliable. Socioeconomic demographic. Solidly middle class. Well, except for the food stamps, the welfare checks, and the subsidized housing. I go with white. And solidly middle class, I like the sound of that one. Bio, solid white woman. Most of the poems I'm reading today were written 6 or 7 years ago. I've made a big change in my life and it precipitated this burst of creativity. This one's called Out of Sync. Everyone out there is battening the hatches, going to ground, winter rising. I am steady, awake, leaning into gentle freedom. Ready. Outside, a cold rain is falling. In here, it's stormy as hell. This body I've been rolling around in, this particular mind I've been driving, do you think I can take the damn training wheels off now? Because when I go flying down that hill, wheels on the ground, smooth, hard, fast. Now, I'd lost touch with my soulmate for 4 years, and I found him again during that period of creativity. So some of these poems are about him or about our relationship. He was smart but not educated. You couldn't tell him anything. He taught himself just enough physics to get himself into trouble, and he was convinced he had some mundane examples that proved that the speed of light is not always constant. Constant. The speed of light is a constant. It's one of those true facts, an immutable law of the universe. You just can't break this one. As for your kitchen counter, everyday examples that seem to contradict this, well, they're just wrong. There must be something you haven't thought of, some other story to explain why I disappeared from your life. This next poem wasn't written as a poem. This is literally word for word a text message that I sent him one day. Miracle. You treat me like I'm some kind of miracle to walk into your life. Then you just disappear. I have no way to contact you. I have no idea what happened. I'm bereft, bewildered. Oh, wait, that was the last century. Try again. You tell me that I'm a miracle. Treat me like I'm the best thing to have ever walked on water. Then you just disappear. I have no way to contact you. I have no idea what happened. But this time, Pete, I'm pissed. He's not coming back. Winter quiet here. Dark muffling the idea that I'm not alone inside my lighted rooms. Stuck inside. Winter quiet here. Rattling around inside my lighted rooms. Time to think, reflect, meditate. Too much time to think. Winter quiet here. Alone with my books and music and my thoughts skitter away. Winter quiet here. The dark cocoons me inside lighted rooms. And finally, I want to leave you with this. The earth turns, the sun rises every single morning. Love endures. Thank you.
Hi, this is Matthew Jorgensen. I'm going to share with you 3 writings today from Racine, Wisconsin. The first one is called The Appraisal. Since the cost of hatred is the blank stare of silent indifference, what is the price of a man's soul? Price 1. Acceptance. As it awakes amidst the reeds, it sees the children playing to their mind's symphony. The parents laugh as the children's mischief creates a gasp. Was it by choice that it must be a witness encumbered by the reeds? Sight impaired, lack of movement leaves it absent air, yet the aroma leaves the mind to fill the spare. The heartbeat stills as the mind catches the chill. Was it destined to be obscured by the reeds? The dishes clash as the joy of dozens leaves the warmth protruding towards the frozen one within the reeds. How was it gifted the ability to dance so freely and yet be trapped amongst the reeds? The fire crackles and the stories rattle as it shakes with pleas. Why was it inept to escape or be seen amidst the reeds? As the music begins to die, so too does its eyes, as the ball it clung falls from its hand and floats towards the children of this distant land. Matters not if it will be seen, as it falls back gracefully. The moon illuminates a joy so timidly. Solace has come, as it knows they shared that tear in the sky. For a moment we embrace the shared eye, as it okays its destiny beneath the reeds. Price 2. Penance. The volcano ruptures as the gilded monster avenges the torture it suffered from the timely little stompers. Oh, where have they gone now, thy little stompers? The tempers flare as the earth glares, wherefore out thy little stompers? The water shakes as the cloud bakes, where hast they gone, thy little stompers? The grass wilts as the trees have gained a tilt, pray for us, thy little stompers. Sight has caked as the hearing has thanked the absence of thy little stompers. No longer clinging to the distant shore as the glass sheets begin to swarm, or hast they fled, thy little stompers, from the Lord? As the fright has claimed what the time has named, we shall sleep nevermore because of the deeds now entrenched in this lustful lore. Though death must end, and in order for life to begin again, we must now rejoin those regretful stompers. No thanks required, no time desired, simply pray for those who cannot fully return, at least in silence. Pray for us, you little stompers.
Hello, my name is Greg Flegel. I am a financial analyst for Milwaukee County's Behavioral Health Services, and I'm proud to participate in this year's Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon. Last year I've had a routine of reading the poem of the day from poets.org, the word of the day from dictionary.com, and the verse of the day from the Bible app. At the end of the week, I combine the words and thoughts that I've made notes on and try to put them together into a poem. So the 4 poems this year are based on the results. The first poem is called Indulge. Clouds run off with the morning, those giants spark, turbidity rumbles and rolls and roils the dust off me. Near me, the disturbance settles then at dusk, like a new constellation, low, thin artiodactyls fly, noctilucent. They emblaze with God's dim toes stretching the twilight sky. The mashed stars, freed from daylight, flee to the opaque of gravity, crowding streetlights. I envy expanse. Cemetery of mother's ash down the road, invisible despite the slight curvature of the earth, a deep certainty of nurture dead creeps inside. A tiny violin strums. My fingers rigid, unable to write a word. A quantum quidnunc considers Genesis. The gossip listens with eyes lit for any gathering, whispers and yawps. From pion party, subatomic, yet fancy dress, in symmetrical spheres, as though nature were balanced, neutral, were not akimbo, did not accuse shrill perfection as obsolete. Entangled, Kaylee invites every beast on earth, from you to me, to voice its song. Gallinipper and humu humu naku naku apua'a alike, from ant to elephant. A logophile for hoodles, her paronomasia for parable. An oral history unveils how some evolve wings, catch sun and wind, cover space with beats, while others grovel, belly in dust, mouths swill dirt. Twisted words, a turn too far, stripping the screw and thereby making the necessary family portrait useless. Described sweet love as sweat, and her grown son instead as both groin and grown. House. That dwelling on high, mine of mud, I a pluviophile pig, boxes sumptuous, transient rain, and mixes in rock, built by lava, post-cinders, dries. Which house is more powerful than the wolf, or equipolent? My dreams grow undivine in retrograde. Plunging dwelling fades to fascinating extravasate, draining brick gray. Sharp bread oozes, darkens, dries. Straw gone, wood vamoose, brick fortified with bone. Fixed onto the smoldering ledge of weight-bearing walls, light flickers, breath against candle, then persists. And finally, study of love. Analyze the dissatisfied quixotic system. Nothing holy in St. Valentine's reliquary. Half-cocked bystanders cluck their tongues at the velvety petal of an accidental daisy, rubbed the wrong way, and its inadvertent partner's sticky, pink-dusted hibiscus stamen. Philosophers engage in the question of love, generate from the bulwark of heart and gape as aorta lifts its heft to refresh the body and seek its soulmate, or mate at least. Both poets and priests miss the moment of jouissance, when pumped love meets desire under sturdy marquee. A prophet retells of the syzygy, a triad proximity. Under heat and pressure, souls entwined as honor and devotion elevate adoration. Eke home. Thank you.
Hello, I am Marjorie Pagel from Franklin, Wisconsin. I've chosen two poems from a class on poetic forms taught this fall by Marilyn Taylor offered by the Wisconsin Writers Association. Very briefly, a sestino is composed of 6 stanzas, 6 lines each, with the same 6 words repeated at the end of the line in specific order. So if it sounds repetitious, that's why. My poem is titled A Sestina, wherein the poet seeks advice. My second poem is a villanelle, which features an ordered rhyme pattern. I titled it Romance on Zoom. First, the sestina. Looking for help writing my sestina, I looked to other poets, most now dead, asked for their advice about stanza breaks, meter, rhyme. And this is what they said, the do's and don'ts, etc. First to Walt Whitman, the father of free verse, etc. Small is my theme, he wrote, no reference to sestinas. Yet it has the sweep of the universe, he said. No sense of humility for this leaves of grass poet, who heard America singing both with and without rhyme. I sing of myself, you sing of yourself. Be original, was his advice. Ezra Pound offered this sound advice. Use no superfluous word, etc. Fear abstraction, choose the concrete. As for rhyme, he did not say, nor did he rhapsodize about sestinas. Eschew vague symbols, he chastised poets. The natural object is always preferred, our Ezra said. Poetry is emotion recollected in tranquility, William Wordsworth said. To poets, arouse the reader's emotions, was his advice. He had little patience for spouting morality, like poets of the past. He had other advice, too, the etc. of a man who has too much to say. As for the sestina, it was foreign territory for him. It had no reason for rhyme. Mary Ann Moore preferred enjambment to rhyme. About poetry, I too dislike it, she said. There's no evidence she ever tried a sestina, but she offered volumes of free advice to those who write poems. Don't be obscure, etc. Write about hands that grasp, eyes that dilate, she tells poets. Patricia Smith is a contemporary poet, not bothered much by meter or rhyme. She does not use dull Latin phrases like etc. I suggest that poets don't hide, she said, but scream, confront, bellow, resist. That's her advice. I wonder, would she resist the sestina? The advice I tried to gather from these 5 poets has little rhyme or reason, sheds little light on sestinas. It's mostly he said, she said, and too many etceteras. The second poem, a bit shorter, is called Romance on Zoom. I sit here now in my little square, peering out in this world of Zoom, while you sit somewhere over there. I know it's not polite to stare, but you've dispelled this veil of gloom that settled on my little square. You look to me so debonair, I wish you could smell my perfume, but you're somewhere over there. It's much too soon for you to care. How foolish of me to presume. So I sit here in my little square. You say you live in Delaware? I could fly there quickly, vroom, meet you somewhere over there. I think we'd make a lovely pair, perhaps someday a bride and groom. Meanwhile, I'll sit in my little square and ogle you somewhere over there.
Folding is the first thing that keeps us apart, then brings us together again. What does it mean for the sea to be a sheet, tying mainland to island? Sometimes we step in as though it is a boat, water folding and unfolding, like the sound of a prayer. We dig into each other. We make ourselves small. Cup a baby bird lightly, only with the palm. We meet at the centerfold until one of us folds the distance into a rectangle and puts it away. We know we are losing our grip. The winding sheet, the veil, the swaddling cloth, the sea. Sometimes they are between us.
My name is Bob Hansen. I'm the curator of the Veterans for Peace Warrior Poets Hour. We are very grateful to Woodland Pattern for inviting us again this year and for their constant support and help. I hope you enjoy these poets from around the Midwest and the East Coast. Some of them come to us through warriorwriters.org, a group that I facilitate twice a month. Please enjoy, and remember, only peace. We want peace.
My name is Eric Wozleski, Persian Gulf veteran of Operation Desert Fox, and in Europe, Operation Joint Endeavor. I want to thank Bob for inviting me on here to participate in Veterans for Peace. I've been a lifetime member since 2002, maybe 2000. I started working organizing for peace on September 12th, 2011. So I'm going to share a couple of pieces from my book. It's called Live Free or Die, published by Human Error Publishing. The first one is called He Said, They Said. And I'm just going to read it, let the poem do the work. He said, blessed are the peacemakers. They said, the prudence of moral legitimacy belongs to the good judgment of the leaders. He said, love your enemies. They said, if the damage from not having a war is lasting, certain, and imminent. He said, turn the other cheek. They said, it has to be a last resort. He said, lay down your sword. Those who live by the sword die by the sword. They said, there must be a chance of success. He said, do unto others as you would have others do unto you. They said, only enough force to subdue the enemy should be used. He said, love your neighbor, God, and self. They said, it must be declared by legitimate authority. As if their legitimate authority, Jesus, didn't teach something else. He said, they said. And so that's just war theory and the teachings of Jesus juxtaposed together. I'm going to also share another piece in my book here. It's called Talking About War. I want to tell you, but it's hard. You want to listen, but it's difficult. It stands between us, bringing us together and driving us apart. I start by playing it safe and telling only a small bit. You listen, but after a while, I see your eyes glaze over. It is too much. You have disconnected. You care, but can't come to where I am. It stands between us. I wish I could disconnect, I think to myself. I can't. I have to live with it. Others try to live with it as well. 22 suicides per day, nearly 1 per hour. We are homeless, addicted, incarcerated, and divorced. We are a lost generation. Why did they send us over there? It's not really fair. I tried to do what was right, but in the middle of the fight, I knew. In the fiber of my being, I knew that human beings should not kill human beings. But there we were, doing it. Society says is honorable and duteous. My conscience informs me is vile and evil, and this inner conflict breaks us veterans. You want to know, and I want to tell you, but neither one of us can. That's talking about war. And the last piece I'm going to share is from my manuscript, and this is what manuscripts look like. The manuscript is titled, working title is Consoling the Weeping Willow. This piece is called Yes, Sir. All right, you shit heels. You have to learn to sound off when they are saluted. They like to be greeted with enthusiasm. He was talking about the relationship between enlisted and commissioned. It is a dominant and subordinate one. Recruits from high school become low, while recruits from college are put up on high. The youngest commissioned officer outranks the most senior enlisted personnel. It is a classist system. Nobody likes saluting those assholes, he told us. But you just have to do it. Here's the trick. When you salute, pretend sir means asshole. We just about fell down from laughing at what he said. I'm not joking. And he made us do push-ups to prove his point. We stopped laughing. Sir means asshole. Greet the officers like the assholes they are. He then called out our drill commander, who was a new captain. All present and accounted for, sir! He emphasized sir. The captain returned a salute and went on his way. But the officers noticed how we were more enthusiastic in our greetings after that. When the captain asked me what the drill sergeant had said to get us to be so enthusiastic, we were well trained, sir, is all I could say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Roger Quindell. I served in the U.S. Army 1967-68, spent time in Vietnam. This is my story, Blood Brothers by Roger Quindell. I had just spent 3.5 months in the field, most of the time along the Cambodian border and the Ho Chi Minh Trail. It was a bloody ordeal as we saw so many deaths, both ours and theirs, and gruesome injuries. Finally, I left with just one artillery battery. We had been stationed with as many as 10, and the 3 of us radio teletype operators. We are now in our second week at Arvin, our South Vietnamese allies' military compound at Hoc Mon, 7 miles from Saigon. It was like heaven. No guard duty, no listening post duty, and no humping 100-pound artillery shells. And Arvin soldiers lived with their families. When we weren't doing our 8-hour communication shifts, we could play soccer or other games with the Arvin kids. We got invited to their homes for a meal. It was like heaven to us after what we had just been through. But our bunker wasn't secure. Too small for the 3 of us and extremely hot because it was dug only 18 inches deep. Our normal bunkers had been about 5 feet deep and provided both safety and were much cooler in the near 100-degree temperatures of the Vietnam dry season. A few days after we arrived, a visiting colonel saw my buddy Richard and me teaching the 5 soldiers in our unit who were functionally illiterate how to read and write. We had been reading and writing their letters for several months. A visiting colonel saw us. "What are you doing?" "Teaching them to read and write, sir. "Stop this nonsense," he screamed. "Do something useful like wiping the dust off your truck," he ordered. "Yes, sir." The dust was all back in 15 minutes. I was on the second shift that week, and I remember nothing of this day. I had just received a message when I heard an incredibly loud noise. It felt like I had been hit in the head with a baseball bat. I looked outside the communication rig and saw that my close buddy Richard, the Iowa farm boy, had been hit. I put on my flak jacket and helmet and crawled to the nearby bunker of our medic. "Rich needs help." He sent someone to Rich while he tended to me. I was bleeding profusely, but I didn't realize it. He bandages me. A medevac chopper is called. It will arrive in 20 minutes from the base camp at Kuchi. I was feeling woozy as we waited. The medic was holding my hand. Later I realized he probably thought I was dying. At some point I say something like, "I wish people back in the States could see us now. They would realize that we are all in this together." Many soldiers in Vietnam really hated all the racial tensions back in the U.S. I wanted help. I sure didn't care about the fact that he was black. The chopper finally arrives. Rich and I are placed on it and we arrive in Kuchi. "He's KIA, killed in action," says the chopper medic after we land. I am loaded into an ambulance. "He's dead? He's actually dead?" I cry. I'm taken to the surgery area and put on a gurney. "I feel sick," I say weakly. They bring a bucket. I throw up blood, not once but twice. They bring another clean bucket and I do it again. I am the exorcist, but this is not a movie. I learned that a second rocket into Hakman incredibly hit the mouth of a bunker and all 8 ARVN soldiers inside were killed instantly. The rockets were fired from 22 miles away. This is the total randomness between living and dying. I'm now in the 25th Infantry Division Hospital at Kuchi. The nurses and doctors were heroic. They labored under brutal conditions and the hospital got mortared at least twice in my 5-6 day stay there. I also had a few visitors. I had been in the field for 4.5 months, so I knew no one in Kuchi. So who were these visitors? They were other black medics who were friends of our medic who had kept me from bleeding to death. Our friendship and my comment about we are all in this together had apparently touched him deeply. His medic friends all gave me the same valuable advice. Get off the morphine as soon as you can or you will get addicted. Or as soon as it doesn't last for 4 hours, you have to get off. I was shipped to Camp Zama Hospital in Japan, about 40 miles from Tokyo. Given the extent of my injuries and the multiple surgeries, I had the pain that was excruciating. One moment you are in agony, then the nurse arrives. You feel the cold rush as the morphine moves up your arms. Agony to ecstasy in a minute. The pain disappears and you float in pleasure. But it doesn't take long before the 4-hour wait between shots is too long. The morphine effects becomes shorter and shorter. When that happened, I decided it was time to heed the advice of the black strangers who were my black medic's friends and get off morphine. Without this repeated advice, I may have continued chasing the illusion that morphine would keep me from pain and suffering. Eventually, the pain diminished. I was healing and I had no drug addiction problems. Many other wounded soldiers weren't so lucky as addiction became a major problem for those who served in Vietnam, especially the wounded and those traumatized by the constant deaths and injuries. I will always be thankful to my blood brothers who saved me from that fate. But after 81 days in the military and dropping close to 40 pounds, I was shipped back to Vietnam. Postscript. The colonel who screamed at us for running a literacy class and didn't care about our totally inadequate bunkers also didn't bother to tell us that the very worst incident in the entire Vietnam War took place on the Hoc Mon Bridge, less than a mile from us. It happened on March 2nd, 1968, about a week before we arrived in Hoc Mon. 91 U.S. soldiers were attacked from both sides of the bridge. In 8 minutes, 49 soldiers were dead and 29 more wounded. Not such a safe place, was it?
First of all, Jim Conway was in Vietnam 68, 69. And we'd all like to thank Woodland Pattern for this reading for the Warrior Writers. This is relatively a poem called Over There. Life in general does not prepare you for this. Discipline, direction, and monotonous repetition, day after day, over and over. Up before dawn and not to sleep until 9 or much later. Memorizing and learning, but not for knowledge, but for reaction time. What is the purpose? Now you start hearing the rumors over there. What is over there? The powers to be say nothing, absolutely nada. You are now over there, 12,000 miles from home. You see extreme poverty, homelessness, and destruction and death everywhere. You cannot understand why we are over there. Stay alive, watch out for your brothers. They will watch your six, your back. All stress, very little sleep, because you are listening for the danger sounds and sounds. Now you have lived through this hell over there, and now going back there, back home. Your hell is over, so you think, but it is still there in your memory, and you try to put it in its place, but it is not easy. Over there stays with you now and forever. Never, ever forget. This is a poem by very good friend Jim Hackbart. From darkness to light, this will give you some indication of what soldiers go through. Name of the poem is War is No Game. This war is no game. The recruiters tell you it's only 1 year, 365 days to stay alive. They say it's all forgotten country. They feed you and fill you up on patriotic bullshit. Give it up, forgotten country, make the sacrifice for the flag. Hell, I just want to do my time and get out alive. This war is no game, only to live or die. The brothers who get drafted say this is a bunch of jive bullshit. This is where Whitey's war brothers are dying back home. What the fuck are we doing here dying for the white man's war? We're not going to play this game. The white boys are pissed. They say this is a poor man's war. No high school education, working in a factory job, can't afford to be a college boy. Didn't go up, a rich man's boy, now I have to fight Johnson's war, McNamara's war, Westmoreland's war. Now it's my own war to do, to survive and stay alive. I didn't want to be the first boy on the block to come home in a flag-draped silver box. This war is no game, just like they said. 1 year, 365 days to stay alive. Hey, Uncle Sam, kiss my ass.
James Hackbar's Army, Vietnam, 68, 69, first Cav. First poem I'm gonna read is called When I Disappear. You ask when I disappear, where did I go? I went back to that place where I was a long time ago. You ask why did I go there, go to that place? It was so long ago, I said it was difficult for me to understand. It has been a very long day. You ask when I disappear, where did I go? My only answer is back to that place where I was a long time ago. I can still smell the place like yesterday. Rotting vegetation, the small decaying dung mixed with human waste, pillars of black smoke rising from the burners behind the hooches. You asked me when I disappeared, where did I go? Back to that place where I was a long time ago. The smell of JP4 aviation gas as the chopper blades turn, the smell of my M60 freshly oiled, ready to kill, and see the red tracers and the blood to be spilled. You ask where did I go when I disappear? I go back to that place where I was a long time ago. Heat, sweat, bugs, rain, and mud and blood. How can you fear? Some say it only was a year. You can't just get over. Why can't you just get over it? How long does insanity last? I say 365 days. 1 year is a lifetime. So don't ask me again where did I go when I disappear into my own thoughts and dreamed of young men so many years ago. Huey Dorgutter, 68, 69, Vietnam. Next poem is called 1,000 Cuts of Healing. I have these small cuts all over my body, self-inflicted cuts, ones that you cannot see. They are wounds to my heart and my soul. They bleed slowly like the wounds in my mind to let the pain out a little at a time. I keep them small so others don't see them at all. I cover them with my smile so others don't see the pain in my life. The wounds I try to hide, the cuts buried deep inside. I write poetry to try to close and heal these cuts. These wounds heal slowly because there are many. Each poem another cut heals, another memory, another wound to my soul. It is a slow healing process, but the journey continues, one poem and then another to make the pain go away. One cut heals when I think I put another demon to rest sleep. I wake refreshed only to find another cut has appeared. I have a questioning frown upon my forehead. I am perplexed as to this new cut and why the pain is so intense. Was this an old memory buried so deep, the pain so real, that this cut should appear and bleed so profusely? Some cuts are old like me when they've been around a long time. So long ago I thought I left them behind in another time. Maybe when I remember about those difficult times, those trying times, those dying times, those old dark days and nights of sleepless times, and those nights of crying times. One cut, one poem, one memory at a time. Healing is a slow process, and I write so much my fingers bleed. 1,000 cuts of healing to find my way home. How many poems, how many cuts to go? And I find all the poems within me to finish the healing process. This I do not know.
Doug Armstrong, Warrior Writers, Milwaukee, Beach 19, 12/9/85. Down winter's white slit, among choirs of ice-clad trees, crossing many a deer trail, silent witness all around, trails of man and beast crossed and recrossed, trees every which way, beach completely revealed end to end, pebbles and stones in abundance, soothing waves, all the walls revealed, having no real horizon, horizon slowly revealed, soothing surf coming in, nature's trees trying to come, trees toppled across beach, pot-marked beach with cold net. Pot, holes of water in and out, early winter's ice trees, isle of silence in lake, smoothest to small rows, little twirlings along beaches lake, looking into trees silent choir. A bit more along the edges, horizons different hint comes. Nature's ice sculptures among the dormant. Stony rainbow muddled beach, while unicorn woods look on, with ice's clear crystal. Summer's flame, but past a memory, or dream of future yet to come. Poseidon's cracked ice rocks scattered. Water soothes throughout. Former centuries now tripled to the ground. Southern Cross more different than Polaris. Sky of barely whites and blues. Seclusion and solitude not as much. Which trees naked of their vestments? Demeter's rain shall return this. Thirst's rhythmic silence omnipresent. Nature unto nature. Pebbles back and forth upon beach. Ice-clad trees slump over the remnants. Early winter beauty surrounds. Life's trail crisscrosses. Ship going across hazed horizon. Snow's white beaches, brown waves blue. Mulatto sky where one starts, others leave. Paul Bunyan's work well done. Trail more dangerous and rickety. Slow and careful walk along fence. Trail blazing, tree to tree, across and around. Found pass at its top end. People going from place to place.
Hi, Lynn Paluga, Reedsville, North Carolina, Army veteran. IIRC. If I remember correctly, tangible, palpable, an instant lasting a lifetime. An image mirrored and mired in green, gold, black. In soldierhood, I stood with pride and resolve, and now there is only shame and dissolving. The nature of our beasts reflected in the pounding and counting of heartbeats. The distant past is far and away closer than ever. The sound of the marching is a million slamming doors. Irony. There's respect for the rank in uniform and contempt for the soldier inside. Trained for survival under duress, in my bed I drown in the blood on my battlefield. Any weapons of offense are freedom at cost. I am here in defense of my space, reclaiming an empire, breathing in dust. Raising the dead. Wagging tongues led to this. War is wordier than the decadence deferred until after all is said and done. The walls are collapsed and gone. It's easy now to see the borders upon which the blood was shed. An awkward void of holes and shells. Oh, the celebration when the conversation is over. Enough parades and drummed eruptions to wake the dead. I once was not unknown. Perpetual darkness, I am encased in stone. Muffled footfalls and bitter tears dominate an otherwise eerie silence. Buried in a marble mausoleum, cast with honoring care, a sarcophagus of tenuous rest. I had but that life only, forsaken by men and gods. Peace, victory, and valor entomb the deception and my powder-thin bones. Sustain for the top of Tank Hill. Do I still hold the record for scooping up soup spoons of gray muck from the deep, dripping grease trap? Discipline and punishment for sounding off my protestations of target training to kill.
Hi, my name is Richard Epstein. I served in the United States Army, Signal Corps, from 1965 to 1968. I have a couple of poems. The first one is called 8 Men. They gathered for a weekly luncheon at a different restaurant around town. One has a metal leg, back bent, one pushes a walker. Two steady themselves with a cane and a carved walking stick made of teak. One drives a brand new Mustang. Another pulls up in a shiny Cadillac. 3 pull up on motorcycles. All but 2 suffered from diabetes, Parkinson's, heart disease, kidney failure, cancer of this or that, all from Agent Orange. They talk of old times, their first car, their first love, the VA, shrapnel, liberals in politics. Unit insignia on their hats. Each man is a story, a novel, a play. Like tenacious weeds, they withstood boredom, battle, monsoon rains. They come from strong seed. They grew tall, blossomed, then withered. In seasons to come, may each generation find their way to peace. This next one is called Night. $16.48 in my pocket. Drove across Texas. Car trouble. Stuck in New Orleans. Night shift. Got a job pumping gas. Sold tires from the used car lot next door. Hungry. Cold. Stuck on the road. Headed north to Pennsylvania. Kept losing the accelerator. Had to stop and weld it in. Storm clouds gather. Draft board won't wait. Guard duty. Moonlit night. Trees, bushes change position. Blink. Don't stare. Check again. Then look away. This mountain holds on to us. This mountain will swallow us. Trip flares. They're sneaking in again. Take position. Run. Everyone, run. Bugles shout out. The earth throws up its dirt. Mortars, rockets, tracers shatter the night. Johnson's hit. It's another firefight. Eyes that talk. He has a puppy that follows him everywhere. He lives in the village. He's always smiling, always playing with that yellow pup. Every day he crawls through the tangle wire. We made a hiding place for him under a bunk. If Sarge or the LT finds out, he's gone. We feed him. We play marbles and cards. We read stories to him. He never speaks, but those eyes, how they can talk. And one more, just like us. They were kids. Some we knew, many we didn't. It doesn't matter if we knew them or not. They were just like us, doing a job as best they could, trying to survive. I think of what they wanted to do, what they would have done when they returned back home, what or whom they would have become. Maybe go back to school, marry, have children, run for local office, start a business. I think of how they could have influenced someone else's life in a meaningful way, but they can't. They didn't get the chance. They were kids. Some we knew, many we didn't. They were just like us, doing a job as best they could, trying to survive. Thank you very much.
How can I remember? How can I remember the sun tomorrow today if yesterday isn't over the rain of for today? Looking back, there is nothing left to feel but the scorching tendrils of my cruel sun as it rips flesh from each breath I take. Nothing makes sense as I write about the sun, but I am in a time where my belly was close to the ground. Loud blasts of mortar fire shake the ground under my feet, to taste the urine of a wandering dog, too afraid to look at the sun. Moving in this sun is tantamount to death. I remember my first day out. The sun, bathing my skin in a glistening love, each ray a tendril connecting my belly to the sky. A slow movement of nursery rhymes. I remember the sun, warming each inch of my being, a bearer of new, the bearer of all. I remember the sun much like my abuelo, a master of the universe, harsh to the touch, genteel with flowers as they grow in the rain, the ultimate bearer of all that exists, of all that ever was, all that will ever be. The master of life and death. A little too much sun, and water dries and turns to dust, like bones losing their complexion in the middle of the nightly, 6 feet under the siege of Carthage by Roman barbarians, proclaiming life is better as a flower without its petals. Here I am in a tall grass, mud cracked 6 inches thick, 6 inches all that stands between me and my son, my adorable son, the one that cracks a joke as I lie still, the one that understands that each movement of reed in the day is not controlled by the wind, but by the warming of my precious son. Nothing lives in this world without my son. I remember yesterday, when the last dew came to a halt and dust dripped from my cracked lips. Lips begging for water from a relentless sun that refuses the request of the day. Like a chief corralling troops in the morning, ready for the march of the death. The sun guiding the chief's cadence of the day. I refuse to move and look at the sun that gives life in this steady pace for fear that I'm giving my brother's position away. How can I remember? Maybe I remember today the way ashes remember embers in the morning dew after a night of joy. Endless trickles of mud floating without, a tethering monkey's tail as I see 130 shatters on a runway far too long, far too easy for my eyes to scope. I remember yesterday today as the weeds stroke the face of a gentle drop of water as I tribute the sun for deeds of days past. A little frog runs on my leg as a serpent slides on my left. A beautiful copper streak in a constant sampling of the air. The frog robs me of my air. Breathe. I refuse to take for fear that the sun will give me away. Refuse the refuse coming from my rear as dirt flies on an apex arc. Dihydrogen monoxide running on my brow. A beautiful 120 degree of separation between life and death. Still, I refuse to breathe yesterday's air as dirt flies on my face. Boom! I today, the serpent, for a second longer than the sun's known tendrils, caresses its charges for far too long. The shattering of flesh in the dirt as the serpent takes a morsel from the fog on my right. How can I remember yesterday's sun if today's sun refuses to show its face in the middle of the night as the moon soon robs the sun of its love? Thank you.
Bob Hansen served from 69 to 76, Navy chaplain, served on this side of the pond with the Fox unit down by the lake. I'm reading from my latest self-published book of poetry called Destination, No Destination, It's Just the Journey. The Minnesota River flowed through my village. It comes around the curve just before the falls downtown. It kind of divides the village north and south as it hits the rocks off the falls. There is a season when you can grab bullheads with your hands if you don't fall in the brink. It flows through Memorial Park just west of town. It is there every summer. It was a challenge one met to swim across and back at the beach. The river was muddy all around our town. Not real forceful, except when it decided to flood, then watch out. The Iowa farmers would come up to fish there, milk cans full of the barnyard. They would make a ball of substance and catch some really large catfish. Those milk cans really stunk. There was a candy stand under the shelter. One summer, Mom and I ran the candy and soda stand. I wonder how that happened. We met great people coming to picnic, fish, and swim. Those catfish were really something. Off the old Minnesota River in my hometown. Some short ones. Who lives here? I thought there was 2 humans and a cat. But lately, a woodchuck keeps smiling at me as he runs under our deck and out into the woods again. An old poet said, "When you are born, you cry and the world cheers. When you die, the world cries and you're free." Rivers flow, often unobstructed. They sometimes break their own blockage. But these days they need help. The rivers of these times need prophets. Have you ever met a nipper? She was a dear soul, her hubby too, but she loved the nip. You know what I mean. She was a first-class nipper. Her hubby was a sad soul, always trying to lessen her nips. One morning she visited me at my office, pretty well nipped. We talked for a while. She told me she wanted to quit nipping. Called an AA person to talk to her. He said, "Stop and call me back." I sent her home with her hubby to come back when she has stopped nipping. Sometimes we are given a healing path, and darkness wins. can't get out of his head the carnage he's seen. From a poem, Patrick, by W.D. Earhart. This is my response. What keeps your head spinning? The events and folks who seem to always be there. I wasn't in the battlefields in Nam. I was here in Milwaukee after U.S. Navy chaplain school. The call never came for me. I served the Fox Unit, a Marine Reserve unit by the Big Lake. I was a chaplain there for 18 months, chatted, consoled those who had been in Nam at least twice, if not more. I helped bury those who came home in a box and a flag. I went to a home and told the young parents their 18-year-old was coming home in a box and a flag. No blood, yet the pain of loss, anger as to why their child. I can remember these events to this day. So when a person says, "Thank you for your service," I scream inside. Not for me, but for James and Jim and Roger and Mark, and the list goes on. Thanking us for what Uncle Sam ordered us to do. The moral injury of it all. No, thank you. Okay. I said you're welcome, but I feel empty for a moment or two. The call never came. Often, I wished it had. Finally, the poem that I read at the end of every reading I can have. Surprising God. How does one surprise God? I never heard the door or gate is not locked. I have heard that the door or gate is not locked. It's always open. Every day I think of Mike. He told me about the riverboat he was on. The murky river water, many small boats alongside, action all over. He was a sailor on a ship. What the hell was he doing on a riverboat? He often asked, even now. Can't remember the name of the river, but it was Nam. You come home from war and you're different now. No one seems to know that. Glad you're back, bro. Glad you're back, sis. They say, yes, you are home. But then there's the addiction, not of killing, but of forgetting. The time comes to report, remembering one's service out in the woods, away from it all. There is that standing at attention, hair and beard trimmed at muster for the last time. There was a strange silence afterwards. How does one surprise God? I have heard the door or gate is not locked. It's always open, never closed. We must cease all violence and war. Peace.
I got a call from one of my father's friends today who said, your father was a faithful follower of peace. A faithful follower of peace. And that he was. And he taught me the song. I did not write this. It's called This Is My Song, Finlandia. Does anybody know it? And he just, it's just so beautiful. So feel free to, am I coming out here? You hear me? And Julie Enslow, my friend, we're in alignment around sharing the song for our beloveds as well. So I'll do my best. Check, check. This is my song, O God of all the nations. a song of peace for lands afar and mine. This is my home, the country where my heart is. Here are my hopes, my dreams, my holy shrine. But other hearts in other lands are beating with hopes and dreams as true and high as mine. My country's skies are bluer than the ocean, and sunlight beams on clover, leaf, and pine. But other lands have sunlight too, and clover, and skies are everywhere as blue as mine. Oh, hear my song, O God of all the nations, the song of peace for their land and for mine. I'd like to invite you to hum with me. Any note will do. From the heart. Oh, hear our song, O God of all the nations, a song of peace for their land and for mine. Thank you very much.
Friends, I've lived a long time, so there's a lot on my mind. All my life there's been endless war, each one as insane as the one before. Death is on both sides in every war, and in every war, death is the true winner. Death is called the Grim Reaper for good reason. The Grim Reaper harvests death in every season. The masters of war are on death's payroll. Profiting from horrific bloodshed is their goal. If you want your investment to make a killing, the masters of war are all too willing. The vicious cycle of avenge and revenge rampages its murderous way through history. No wonder so many people dare not hope or dream of another story. Peace can seem like a fairy tale, but as for me, I have to believe. Without hope, I can't breathe. So I work and pray and sing for peace. Ceasefire, ceasefire, a better world is possible. Yes, a much better world is possible. The beloved community. It's made up of all colors, all religions too. It certainly includes me and you. Yes, all of us are very welcome in the beloved community, our home sweet home. Children are cared for, elders are appreciated. Values like these are never outdated. Everyone is encouraged, for all are welcome in the beloved community, our home sweet home. Naturally, women are equal to men, and lesbian, gay, bi, queer, transgen, whoever we are, we're very welcome in the beloved community, our home sweet home. But some think the community is their enemy. They're victims of the divide and conquer tragedy. But we won't be divided, for all are welcome in the beloved community, our home sweet home. Creatures are included, great and small, like songbirds, for example, the cardinal. Of course, flowers and trees are very welcome in the beloved community, our home sweet home. Yes, everyone, without exception, is very welcome in the beloved community, our home sweet home. So let's keep our eyes on the prize. Blessings to the peacemakers, especially the veterans for peace.
Refuge. Neither the estrangement nor the homecoming, nor the 4 dormant orchids on the sill. Not glitter or the dust, exegesis or wonder, the unfathomable love stilled at Land's End. Not the resistance, the doubt, the unchecked box, the rejection, the heart-soft crown left slightly puckered by the scar. Not nights in the interminable dark down on the knees, not the story or the after image, light streaming around the body, its grim pilgrimage. Not what is, not what isn't, neither air nor the void, neither the here nor the there, just this. I'm very grateful for the lighting in this room. I just, last Friday, I had an eye appointment, and so I'm probably due to get reading glasses. And so I'm noticing when I give readings that I can read without glasses, but I have a hard time looking up and then focusing really fast as I look back down. And so 3 weeks from now, when I have glasses again, I'll be able to look up much more fluidly than now. I feel like a deer in the headlights, like, I'm gonna find my place. But so far it's been working out. And again, it helps that it's very, very bright light here. And so the poem I'm gonna read next is actually one that Michael just quoted from. It's just simply called Poem, but again, I've been fortunate in Madison. I think of Madison as being a great place for Buddhists, and a friend of mine and I, we actually did like what we called our Buddhist world tour, because there's so many different traditions that are present in Madison. So you have the Zen, you have Theravadan, you have the Tibetans, you know, you've got everything in between, and so we sort of were hopping around and going to different sanghas and just checking things out. So this particular poem is about an experience I had at one of the sanghas that we visited. Poem. Just 2 Saturdays ago, I sat on Jan's living room floor and demanded it. Said I do not want what the Buddha wanted for us, to live without suffering. This edifying force, as I believe the body needs to know when it has been harmed. To know trauma, which, if a color, would be the same shade as blood pooled under the eye. That I embrace pain because the universe is a wonder, and I will not deaden myself to anything, even the darkest dark, which means even the photo of the young boy in the arms of his smiling captors. How right there in the truck bed on a dusty road in blank, one of them will take what the article describes as a dull knife, and like a violinist sounding a long nocturnal note, saw the child's head off, knocking the air from my lungs, like the time I fell off a ladder, creating a vacuum at the center of me, as I have been doing all summer. Me with the money and the time to learn to breathe underwater, on my knees 30 feet deep in Mendota, my body sheathed in 2 wetsuits, neoprene gloves and a hood, 20+ pounds cinched around my waist to counter the buoyancy in an attempt to exhibit competency at the basic skills, such as taking my mask off in 53-degree water with less than 2-foot visibility. The sun cold like the back of a hand to the face, causing the gasp reflux to kick in, the thrashing like a beached fish as I breathe through both my regulator and my nose. How I stay breathing like that, taking both air and water into my lungs in equal measure, only to learn that Kim is right, that as long as I am taking in air, I can inhale water for a long time without dying. I can live through this darkest dark. The 2 teenagers in Janesville in full body armor with assault rifles lurking at the edge of the protest. And X says they put themselves in between the crowd and the teenagers, and it was fine in the way things are fine these days, in the way we all just keep going. And so I remember that summer moment in the lake, the way I kept going for 1 full minute, breathing in these 2 contradictory elements, water and air, desperate for the tiny piece of paper that would certify I can do this, what we all do, day in, day out, living on through the terrible wonder of what should be unlivable.
Hello, good day, and welcome to the RACINE KENOSHA Curated Hours by myself, Stefan Kalmar. We are here today at the one-of-a-kind Spectrum Gallery off the lake in Racine, Wisconsin. Today you're gonna get to hear 5 of Racine former Poets Laureate. We put out the call, and that's who showed up. So please give it up for the former RACINE KENOSHA Poets Laureates, this room and this place full of art and poetry, artery. Come give a visit, and thank you, as always, to Woodland Pattern for their continued support of those of us that are somehow poetically marginalized writers and such. Thank you and enjoy.
Hello, I'm Joe Engel. I was KENOSHA's Poet Laureate from 2020 through 2022. And I'm here with my fellow laureates. Hey! Yeah! I'm going to read a few poems. The first one is called You Were Precise, which I wrote for my friend Marshall Smith, who passed away late last summer. You were precise. The lights were still bright when everyone filed from the workshop room as you sat next to me and told me my poem was nice. Before you placed a finger 4 lines from the end and showed me how to free the work from its lesser appendage and sail. But you could float at midnight, touched by moonlight and wine, when we spoke of what might just be dreams. The distance, the simple notion of one cell above the sky riding matter. The arrogance that the probability of existence excludes this passenger in the vast glue of the universe. Your wine enlivened our assertions as you showed me how to experience its history, how to use my palate and my nose to see. Sometimes I was like this, dumb before you used language to draw the curtains on a stage busy with players, enacting what could be. The light across my chair is gone, where I sit in the now still water of your friendship, and feel like plants must, that grow after dusk, though the water is not the same. All right. The next poem I'm going to read is called Here and There. Summer is new houses and slabs of sod. Dusk is a time to move inside, with children pulled by a tow rope to familiar cushions of future. No risk taken on seeds that might not rise is on the other side of the bypass. Every year it's settled. Christmas lights are white, like a choir boy's robe. Though 2 blocks over, children live their future, and night does not fall, it gathers, calling in its effect on unlit entrances. Christmas lights flash and run down gutters like a rainbow of squirrels. Bright as the woman walking with pink hair and green skirt, who men in entrances watch, though she knows where darkness pools in this neighborhood, so pulls down her skirt on either side like a stop sign. More obeyed than the one on the corner where she finds her party, like a boombox with a roof on top. She opens the screen door that creaks and slams as laughter scatters. Windows rattle and a Wendy's wrapper, wet with ketchup, blows from the yard and scampers through traffic below the bypass, alive as those white lights singing soprano into a sunrise that quickly thins the night. Their shine on a timer goes out as the wrapper blows past, coming from somewhere denied by a young woman with a cup of coffee on her new quiet lane, reflecting on dirt where next year's sod will lie. What we made of relocation. The streets were lit with the same hue as the malt liquor we drank. After we swaggered through the night on skateboards, flaunting tricks formed through practice, we were good enough with a crack of wood and roar of polyurethane to cheer. Those nights, tricks were like birds snagged from the air when we claimed victory then trained ourselves to hold down poison. Emboldened by workers laid off from the auto plant that 5 years earlier drove the local economy. Workers whose friends with families packed their children onto searing vinyl seats of a car that once came down their assembly line, betting that somewhere else had availability. Their kids, our classmates, whose jokes or focus or beautiful faces were taken at the end of the school year. The parking lots downtown were left to their own erosion, abandoned to shards of glass we dodged as we skated. No one to stop us except the cops we began to know, who sent us a few blocks over just to get off their beat. We changed locations while empty storefronts watched, doors locked, shelves hungry as we pushed across the blocks. Not one angry complaint, except when we crashed the corner store where the owner saw us drawn to the back rack of hustlers and playboys, taxed to a magnet, with nothing but unsure laughter and unexplainable attraction. We were too young to buy. He banished us from his store, sure the customers he really served deserved better company than a bunch of giggling boys. Those magazines, meant for men, sold in seriousness, to be opened at home after a double shift, to ease whatever it was they were missing, with images more moral than paying for women off the streets in Uptown and cheaper. But we laughed in our own surprise at our desires, unaware these glossy pictures eased men with loneliness, anxiety over wives who took all they could in a van. Men with those friends who circled a place on an atlas that offered a wage fair for labor, that didn't call for education. As long as they could still stand after churning down I-80 or I-90, their family, their ethics, and their belongings wanting to be unpacked. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Debra Hall, one of the post-poet laureates of Racine County. I have 3 poems to share with you tonight. The first is entitled Ampersand. It begins with a quote by Kurt Vonnegut. I believe that reading and writing are the most nourishing forms of meditation anyone has so far found. By reading the writings of the most interesting minds in history, we meditate with our own minds and theirs as well. This, to me, is a miracle. Amen, Kurt. I came to see him, a writer who curled words in tales, sparked hunger, called me back to his work for a 3rd and 4th reading. I came to watch him behind indigo curtains that cast watercolor stains, our blended shadows mix days to years. I came to feel him naked and bold, his palm propped as a pillow, half smile. His other hand planted seeds along the curve of my back, tidy rows, symbols, a rejoinder of the writer in me. I came to hear him pound the keys of an old typewriter, revise until he had to go to work in the morning. I came to know him through letters as he painted plain spoken colors in sweet ragged intimacy, now worn by tears, folded a million times. That one was entitled Ampersand. The second poem is entitled Hail. It was April and it wanted to snow, but March had taken the cold away as tension grew in a twisted cloud that hovered outside. At first, it cried a torrent of tears, but then it chilled as hail. It appears that heaven and earth are fighting to claim you. Which one will win, I asked. You said it was a coin toss, then laughed and went back to sleep. As you slept, the hailstones pounded so many fists against the window As you slept, the answer came at the end of a long weekend. It was Sunday night when the men wheeled you to the van, over ice, over salt, the way the wheels of the gurney spun around, yet kept moving forward. I stood in the parking lot at the end of hospice as the driver asked if we could meet tomorrow afternoon at the funeral home. Something about the things we needed to go over, your clothes for burial. Hail. My last one is called Nickname. It starts with a quote by Paula D'Arcy from her book Stars at Night. A single sentence, a single word, a single awareness may turn life over, and while you may not yet be found, you are no longer lost. You can watch for signs of healing as a single bubble rises through thick soup to prove that joy is lighter than sorrow. You can watch for signs of healing as you move further away from a grave and your spirit comes to meet you in a meadow of in-between. You can watch for signs of healing when you dream you can fly and you sense a familiar presence in the wind, and when you wake up, you say thank you. You can watch for signs of healing as you learn to walk in twilight and let the growing darkness touch you, but not take you. You can watch for signs of healing as you use future tenses in a tone of voice stripped of lamentation with a finish as glossy as brushed nickel. You can watch for signs of healing when time moves on at an even speed, not like before, in the frantic moment when the last breath came and the body hardened to stillness. You can watch for signs of healing when you feel your toes on cold sand at the same time as the sun illuminates your hair, and you receive that kiss and each moment going forward as you move forward with a new name. Nickname. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jessie Lynn McMains. I was the 2016-2017 RACINE Poet Laureate, and I, like everyone else, am here with my fellow laureates. If you can't tell, we're all standing in the same room. So I'm going to read a couple of my poems. Although they are thematically and geographically unrelated to each other, they both mention ghosts, and one of them mentions trains, because those are my two most enduring poetic obsessions, which is the reason why my spoken word album from a couple years ago is called Self-Portrait with Ghosts and Trains. So this first one is called Name Me River. 1. Name me woman, and I'll open up my chest and show you the wind. April wind, its easterly flow. Call me man, and I'll lift my skirt and show you the flytrap dogbane, its poison lilac threading the polluted riverbank. Call me, and I'll show you the river, Kinnickinnick, the mixing together. All the trash I picked and the fish, salmon and trout, their return, gathering. Name me gathering place, and I'll show you the place where the freight scree past on the overhead tracks, the androgynous dark beneath. Call me girl, and I'll show you the sunken tugboat full of sailor ghosts, the river rats, the raccoons in their bandit masks, the little boy who played pirate with a sword stick. Name me boy, and I'll show you this mermaid, his river, this dark, the wind. 2. Name me. I'll open. My chest, the wind, easterly. Call me skirt and flytrap, poison lilac, polluted riverbank. Call me river, Kinnickinnick, trash fish, gathering place. I'll show you the freights, the tracks, the androgyne, dark beneath, girl sailor, ghost river, bandit boy. Who played pirate? I'll show you this, mermaid, this river dark, this wind. 3. Name me April, early, lilac, flytrap, trash, fish place. Freights on tracks, the beneath, place where pirates played with boys. Mermaid river, androgynous dark, the wind. And this one is called Spook Hill. That night, before we hit the bar, we drove away from one haunted place, that burg littered with dead blackbirds and the ghosts of soldiers, Union and Confederacy, and our own personal history, drove too fast around blue curves through mountains older than history, older than bones. On the tape deck was Bruce Springsteen's most haunted album, Nebraska, blue guitar, harmonica, his voice that cut through us like a rusted knife, like the wind whistling through the car windows, tangling our hair with ghost hands. We were far from Nebraska, in a different landscape, though just as haunted. So much history. How could anywhere with so much history not be haunted? How could anywhere not be? Haunted, we drove through the mountains, across the state line into Maryland, through a town made famous by a film's fake witch. In search of real ghosts, we kept going, out to the outskirts, to the top of Spook Hill, topped with a spooky old barn, down, down, counting off 6 telephone poles till we reached the bottom. We put the silver Pontiac in neutral and cut the headlights. The February hills were silent, silver blue with dusk, and everything still, the world holding its breath. We held our breath, and Bruce Springsteen kept singing, and we waited for the soldiers. They were pushing a cannon up that hill in 1862, during the Battle of South Mountain, died when the cannon exploded. Sisyphean soldiers returning to push cars up that hill, or anything that could be a cannon, poor ghosts doomed to go back and back to the task that killed them. Everything dies, is doomed to, and soon we would go back to the bar and the things which could kill us, that is if we made it off that hill. If there wasn't a car coming too fast through town, not thinking there might be an us stopped at the bottom. We didn't even think of that. We waited, and then slow came the ghosts, pushing the car backwards up that hill. Slowly, in the rearview mirror, we saw the moon rising up on the other side, rising as we rose, slow but growing close, like we were on a collision course with it. There was the moon, silvered bone, big as the blues, older than everything, older than history, older than ghosts, older even than death. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jean Preston. I was the KENOSHA 2014-2015 Poet Laureate. I'm here with some fellow laureates, and I'm going to read some poetry today, a little bit lighter than some of my poems because I think we have enough heaviness going on in the world. This one is called 6 Ducks Feed in the Yard This Morning. The pickings are good today, corn and seeds scattered under overfilled feeders. 3 male mallards, feathers gleaming green and black in the early sun, and 3 dull-feathered lady friends. They haven't come by for some time. It's a long trip from the ponds at least 2 neighborhoods over, or the catch basin surrounded with cattails by the Piggly Wiggly on the next street. Yet here they are, gleaning seeds off the ground in the cool autumn air. How did they know to come? Perhaps some fellow bird flew to the ponds or the basin and invited the ducks to breakfast. Perhaps the blue jay harangued them with his crass call, or the cardinal seduced them with his bright red feathers. But no, cardinals are vain, jays selfish. It must have been the wrens, their number so great, they know what it means to share. This one is called At the Gallery. It's the eyes that draw her to the painting, dark and surprisingly wide and wise for a baby alpaca standing calmly in a field munching hay. And she can't help but go there in her head to her ex-husband's alpaca ranch in Tennessee, the fields, the wool barn, the other woman, his custom-built glass-sided house overlooking the hills. The place her grandchildren tell her stories about, where their favorite alpacas, almost always babies like this one, live. This is what he left them for all those years ago, his ambition trumping her, their kids, 14 shared years, cliche, and water under the bridge, the anger finally gone. His ambition realized, her life good in ways she never imagined. Once, this painting would have caused her pain. Now she finds comfort in the sweet alpaca's gaze, finds peace, looking into those wide, dark eyes. And I will close with, to my women friends of a certain age. I never wanted to be one of those women who let themselves go. You know what I mean. A woman who reaches some undefined age and lets her roots grow out, the gray creeping from scalp to ends until there's no hint of honey blonde or truffle brown or cinnamon red, the color her hair was when she fell in love and tossed it over her shoulder in her first seductive act. A woman who shrugs herself into her oldest sweatshirt and pulls on yoga pants the minute she gets home with no intention of actually doing yoga, who trades her shoes for bare feet in summer and slipper socks in winter. I never thought I'd be one of those women who throws out the bathroom scale, the layer of dust intact on its viewing window, who eats simple carbs and real sugar and butter without first calculating calories or their effect on her cholesterol, who opts to watch Schitt's Creek on Netflix instead of Downton Abbey on PBS. I never dreamed I'd be one of those women who says what she thinks, who pushes tact aside, who uses four-letter words with skill. I couldn't imagine the house staying messy, leaving laundry unfolded, letting dishes wait until morning. I never wanted, I never thought, I never dreamed, I couldn't imagine. But I'm working on it. Thank you.
Hey everybody, my name is Nick Ramsey, represent Family Power Music. When I say family, you say power, family. Power! That's right. I'm here with the laureates, and I was the Racine County Poet Laureate in 2014-15, and I'm gonna do 3 pieces. First one's called a ramble. It's ramble number 4. Is your beard chopped all properly? Playing life's Monopoly? I can come off the top and free or chill and grow like a knotted tree. Honestly, the precision looks like it's made robotically, but they spotted all the oddities made as part of my prophecy. I'm a prodigy on his odyssey, the tropic breeze I gotta see, live like winning lotteries, paint pictures and craft pottery. I'm the owner of my property, making my own mockery. I gotta stay true with what I do, that's my philosophy. A creation for the masses, assembly line to the Model T. Before the moonshiners bottled me, I got to breathe with mottled cheeks and jostled the teeth of all you office freaks. Coffee streaks stain your ivory. Ahoy yells the pirates. Churlish forms of piracy. Co-workers admire it. I hired geeks to give tweaks to the tops on my lap. Are you a bot? Where's your app? Your lips long been chapped. Scratch the flesh and make dust. Paint the flatware. It's fairly revisionistic, but Nick must be a mystic. Fisted, pumped, and knotted. Twisted, bumped, and prodded. Gifted a spoon that slotted a space to rot is allotted. God is whatever you choose to believe in. Don't call me a heathen. This baby just started teething. I just participated in Artery. Artery is art plus poetry equals artery. Stefan, our curator genius for years now, has organized that for 20 plus years. And I wrote a response to this piece by Joe Thule, just so you guys can see it. Jessie Lynn McMains did too, so we're all partners in this. It's called Your Choosing. If the sun shines surprise, the moon musters memories. Walk beneath the parchment archway, search the scattered remnants, leave your prints on the petaled flowers and trace the stained napkins. Spread the breadcrumbs, Connect the dotted stars and learn all the constellations' names. The trail bisects like a swallow's tail, 2 directions and 1 choice, clockwise or counter. Forget the fear, flawlessly float over the jagged skyline spires and write your story. The plate is set before you, ahead, a buffet. Thank you. And one more is a piece entitled Assessed by Passers-By. The beat was produced by a mysterious person I cannot remember. So if you made this beat, let me know. Assessed by Passers-By. Assessed by passers-by, asking why he sits alone. At home's a trombone and thousands of poems. Chest cracked wide open, it's shown. Muscle pounds under breastbone. A ticking metronome, tin can stacked. It's time you eat your spinach, open nerves sharp. And I need these beats per minute. Biological clock helps me find the rhythm. Bass lines run deep, I'm a shepherd to sheep. Protector of the people, a jester at the cathedral, spoken word, united movements of whole herds. So when you see me by myself, just remember what I said. Thoughts fill my head and remain displayed until I'm dead. Until I'm dead. Until I'm dead. From judgment all the time, my bitterness has increased. Gritting my teeth without letting it release. Near the peak without splitting, my seams are overstretched. Too many holes in the flesh. Not long will it be kept. I've wept violently inside of me while poised expressionless. Notice when I mention it, bolts stripped and wrenches slip. Once the scalpel is applied, let it glide through the hide. Peel the skin back and look all over inside. Each wall is covered, but the artwork is draped, preventing escape. Epoxy's thick on the tape. They say I should release it, valve open to the left, an aneurysm in my chest. If ruptured, a huge mess, a huge mess, a huge mess. Just lay in your grave, you won't be far from home. Your name is engraved and inlaid in marble stone. Plots you need to purchase, large shovels scratch the surface a little green before black satin surrounds what's submerged. It's only a carcass, all alone in the darkness. Rigor mortis hits, final moans from parched lips. Once the oxygen seeps, the box you're locked in, it creaks. It's not the deceased, the wood rots and it leaks. Your turn to be chewed, if not burned, your worm food. And next step is the fish's life cycles we witness. We witness. Thank you.
Welcome again to the Room of Artery with all of my former Poets Laureate. My name is Stefan Kalmar. I was one of RACINE's first Poet Laureates in 2011. As a matter of legitimacy, I always bring my poetic license, just so you know. Couple of poems. Scene safe. Your shift, a dozen or more years after mine ended, hundreds of miles north, how it landed off course. So good you're going in, all practicum passed, test pleats stand tight, button down, even bigots got your 9, until roll out. Calls for jaws of life, load and go, back of the rig medic fixers. Jump seat, waves of can do, will do, O2 and IV, by time. Organs go south, bleed out. Nurse chase arcs, try to pull back together. The before flatline time, counter pressure, flight for life. No amount of speed or wheels up will get us there in time. Shock advised, restart, hold down, clear. Rattles we don't want to hear. Fluids drip and swing, intervene. Bodies move on from something to no thing. Hard to find the strength to fail. Let go. Hose out. Re-equip. Squad room lights bright. Whose turn to cook? Scene safe. Dear Jane, I want to tell you, well, more than our last night bed check debris, roofs blown up, dress up, bare all, I have found broad lanes and roads without center lines and shoulders to climb on, to encourage rescue without ravage of he, him, his, she, her, well, her. At some point we ripened, grope exposed to sun and to heat and to growth, and most importantly, pains. Started like split lip, slivers, that we didn't speak of. Got halfway up that wall, stuck between would you rathers and climbing down 1 foot at a time. Dear Jane, Rom-com, take 2. The last time I looked, in this, the final episode, Deserve You Back was still there on the table. Hollywood unscripted, hard edits. Danger underexploded. Dialogue, safe connections frayed, if not all the way, then skimpy enough to loose contact. Make the object of desire an apple of his eye. You, your, I, property, I, belonging not of one's own control, zoom in, tight shot. Snap, toothy smile, fist balled, hug just a little too friendly tight. Reveal the broken promise. Word salt licked wounds, got his foot in the door. You forced him to stand in the rain, stand his ground, hand pocketed in the one good one, deep without holes, bellwether beating beneath his collar. Mingler, second chances spot. You're a miss. Single stand. Want you back. Lit. In every romantic blockbuster where pursuer was only occasionally mistook for predator, forgiven dictator, roll credits. The end. It's a wrap. What proof more than self-harm is love? Rom-com. Last poem tonight. Siblings. If Jesus was not an only child, rest assured I am not thinking with you. Your wings, bust out forced plump, primp offstage straggle purple, out of sorts feathers. Don't lift all the way communion, wafer thin father. I didn't audition for this role. We both typecast. Me, small girl, breasted fallow. You, superstition's bastard, swaddled with false books, screeds, sounds of nails splitting wood that didn't happen either. Sans thorns. No thing rolled away. You forgot I was there, manger and all. Stars, spice, number only fewer than the lies told for your name, for your did. Your first words, your last. Daddy, don't. Thank you.
I'm going to read the mirror. The river crested 10 feet too late, so there'd be no saving the house. FEMA had designated the land between the river and the house Zone A with no base flood elevations determined, which meant that in the grand plan of putting houses where people wanted them, but not necessarily where nature would tolerate them, it was legal from the county's perspective to build. Go ahead, the surveyor said. At home on the banks of a lazy river, said the realtor. You've always wanted your own place to fish, Jackie Chubbert said to her husband, Chubbs. It was all she needed to say to convince him to buy. From an insurance perspective, no BFE meant no flood coverage, which meant no claim, which meant that the new carpeting the Chubberts had just laid, the pots and pans from the wedding registry, and even her mother's ottoman, the same one Jackie used to sit on as a kid when she'd listen to the Tigers game on the radio while her mother drew a diamond on the napkin to track each hit, were all nothing more than memories floating downriver waiting to be collected by scavengers and scrapped. That is, after the dam water receded. Earlier that week, the weathermen had said to expect some light rain across Michigan's Thumb region, with more severe storms drifting to the south and west over Detroit, Flint, and Saginaw. That was just dandy, Jackie thought. She could finish painting the walls in the second bedroom, then start on the molding. Chubbs could do the same in the main bedroom. With 20 acres of land, mostly ash and cedar woods, they had plenty of work to do outside, and with a 30-year mortgage, more than plenty of time to get it done. 30 years, Jackie thought as she finished outlining the door frame in eggshell white paint. They'd owned this corner of paradise outright by the summer of 2016. She set the brush on the rim of the can and wiped sweat from her forehead. That year seemed unreal, too far away to fathom. She heard her husband across the hall grunting while he painted. "How's it going in there?" she called. "Good," he replied. "We need a higher step ladder. You good in there?" Jackie looked over the outlining she'd done. The room was the perfect size for a child's bedroom. The neutral color on the wall would be easily coated over with whatever color a teenager might want. Then, once she and Chubbs were empty nesters, it could become a hobby room. She'd always loved pressing flowers. Maybe by then they would be painting these same walls a different color, anxiously awaiting a visit from their daughter. Or son. Jackie placed a hand on her belly. When to tell her husband. The last time, they'd gotten too excited, told too many friends and family, which made it not taking even harder to handle. This time, it would be best to be sure before telling anyone, including Chubbs. "Doing fine," she said. "I wish it would stop raining, though." She poured some paint into the roller pan and began the first coat. That weatherman sure didn't know what he was talking about. For days, it had rained in sheets. In the middle of the first night, the two had decided to head to town to buy burlap sacks to fill with earth. They would barricade the doors, just in case, and continue fixing the interior of the house while the rain passed over. But news had come over the radio on the second day saying that Caro had lost power and all local businesses had boarded themselves up. Fine, Jackie thought. We're off the village grid and still have power. The bathroom tiles need regrouting, and I can paint the kitchen. She knew Chubbs was a firm believer that as long as they had a roof over their heads, they would turn out fine. He could start his new job next week, and eventually they would have life down to a cozy routine, living fence to fence in the city, a distant memory. Let it rain, she decided. We're safe in here. They'd eaten eggs and toast for dinner on the second and third nights, listening to the weather forecast. The storm had caught moisture up from the Gulf, and now Canada was breathing down on it, the weatherman's words. Fed by the winds, it now stretched from Michigan's Sunrise side, over Lake Michigan, and up to the Lake Superior coast of Wisconsin. The storm that had been predicted to run its course in a single day had lingered, then stalled. On the fourth morning, Jackie heard the water first, splashing down from the ceiling in the master bedroom. She walked down the hall, past the bathroom where Chubbs was hanging the antique mirror his grandmother had given him. At the door to the bedroom, the carpet squished under her feet. "Chubbs," she yelled. "Chubbs, rain's coming in." Across the room, a pool of water had grown on the floor under the window. Jackie knew she wouldn't be able to do anything. A finger in a dike is just a front row seat to something horrible. 15 yards outside the window, planks of wood, deck chairs, and what looked like the top half of a tool shed floated downriver. Chubbs was in the middle of balancing the mirror. Jackie ran to the kitchen and grabbed a new soup pot. She threw it under the drip, creating a water on metal ping, ping, ping. "Chubbs." "Yeah, Jack, I hear you. 1 second. That afternoon, the seals on most of the plumbing gave way, and Chubbs spent the ensuing hours under the bathroom and kitchen sinks with a flashlight between his teeth and water dripping on his face. Jackie paced through the rooms of the house with the pots and pans, zeroing in on the drops coming through the roof that the realtor's inspector had marked as satisfactory on his official report. The pots filled every half hour, and she began a cycle of emptying them into the bathtub. The tar yellow water pooled, draining slower than it should have. She'd spent her entire life on city water and never knew a house with a septic field instead of sewage lines. So when the rain began to fall, it felt like nature's attack on the homestead started there.
It's not waiting yet.
It's not too spicy.
It's not.
I have to taste.
You're right.
Here, let me get your spoon. Thank you. Are you talking hot spicy?
Hot. Yeah.
That's spicy hot, not like temperature hot.
The temperature's
What kind of pepper is that? Shishito? No. I don't know, but it's hot. I betcha. I think these might be out of Karl Gartung.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have probably put a little bit more salt in it.
Eat salt?
Oh, that's just me. I
love salt.
I just kind of like everything needs salt though.
Mentioned that you're kind of heavy-handed with the spices.
You did?
My mom puts salt in it, and then the whole salt just starts to run, and she keeps going like that.
Ooh, it's got a little kick. You should try it.
I had a very bad reaction to a hot pepper about a week ago that I thought I was going to have to be taken to the hospital. One of them said, "That's not hot." Little wrinkled green pepper, about that big. Once bitten, twice shy.
Do you feel like there's enough spice in there?
I don't know. It's been a while since I made chilies. I don't need more heat, but I like a complex, like enough cumin or enough like oregano, like those like complex. What do you call those again?
What?
Like that category of spices.
Peppers?
No, not peppers. The word's gonna come to me.
I'm so on my way. I think this is perfect.
This made this too. I think that when you have a big group of people though, we can't.
That's true.
You can't like put all the spice in there because people have different tolerances or something. What do you think it needs?
That's a great question. I started putting those little tins that you get at the supermarket. Is it ancho chilies? They come already prepared.
How hot is hot?
Yeah. You guys are neglecting the other factor, which is texture, which is how thick should it be.
Great.
Either way, we always have it really thick.
I like thick too.
I like thick. You can't keep filling that cup up. It's not going to be any left.
But the thing is that just this is
Exactly.
I think it needs raw onions.
It needs
raw onions. I think we put the onions on the top.
I think you should garnish.
Yeah.
With this?
You use this.
You need to wash it. Do we need cheese?
That's the top. I feel like that's the topping. Take a block of cheese here.
Yeah.
But should we do it like shredded style? Maybe?
We should.
Yeah, it should go shredded style.
I'll shred cheese. Ancho chili. Oh my, look at that.
But these are they smoky only or are they sweet?
Take a taste, Flora.
Here, she got to do that.
We're not particularly interested, any of you, in this.
Well, no, look, we have the chili. You have to like let it simmer. You can't just like be fussing over it.
You're right.
Oh. Were we expecting somebody? Okay.
What's going on? Come in. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
What's your name?
I'm Benjamin.
Benjamin. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm John.
John, nice to meet you. Come on in.
Yeah.
We're making chili.
I'm about to get silly for some chili. Let's go. Get my chili close. Hey! You guys know Benjamin?
No, I haven't met Benjamin before. Hi.
How's everyone doing?
Good. I'm Santiago.
Nice to meet you, Santiago.
I'm Anika.
I'm Flora.
Nice to meet you, Flora.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Yeah, nice to meet you.
What we're focusing on is the spice level. Give it a taste.
Wait, I'll get you a spoon. Hang on.
I got it.
You got a spoon?
Yeah.
Okay.
We not gonna add any of the unsharp chili though? I mean, that's a low threshold to taste like chili.
You gotta add some more heat,
Yeah, you like it spicy.
I love it hot.
Yeah.
So
Your family sits around and talks about aromatic.
no, we don't have aromatics because everybody can have the aromatics.
Aromatics? Yeah, can you explain what that means, actually?
It's like these herbs like oregano, basil, like you know.
This is coming for you. If you want it, it's another dose of hot pepper.
Look out.
I have to say, it's chili
I think that young people say bussin'.
Yeah. They do. It is
Is that right?
It is bussin', yes.
That's
what I got mentioned before.
Yeah, it's bussin'.
Yeah.
You're young people.
Yeah, young people.
You're here to represent the young.
Yes, yeah, represent bussin'.
Is there a word for spicy?
Spicy.
It smells good.
I mean, packing heat. That's what I usually use.
What do you say when you're carrying a gun?
You got the chili.
What?
You got the chili. We also packing the spicy chili.
Once you got all the ingredients in there, like the simmer time is gonna determine the flavor, right?
Well, I use a crock pot, and I think it all day.
Does this taste finished to you?
You can use a little bit of pepper. It's a little bit of pepper. So let's get a good kick.
Be careful.
I think this is fantastic chili.
Did you guys?
I like it quite a bit.
Flora's not eating this because she had a pepper emergency.
Oh no.
You know, I've seen pepper emergencies before, and they're not funny.
But it wasn't. This one wasn't funny.
I like this method of chili consumption.
You're live.
This is like a garnish, so we don't need to.
Camera shooting it.
Hate it so much.
You think it would salt?
Guys.
We would like that.
Oh.
We would like that.
Voila.
That's
my phone.
Yeah.
I'm talking to Ann Christensen.
Oh yeah.
And wait, I'll put you on speaker. Is that okay? And you called it the perfect moment because we're making chili and we can't agree really on anything.
Ann, come on over.
Come on over, Ann.
Oh man, I would love it. I need to eat.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, we want your professional opinion. It's amazing you called it this minute.
No such thing as coincidence.
Okay, so have you added any heat?
And I have no heat tolerance and I'm loving it. But we can add more heat if you want.
You have no tolerance tolerance and you're loving it?
Yeah, I have zero tolerance for spicy stuff.
Oh, okay.
But I love it. This is fantastic.
To me, that suggests the perfect level of spice.
Yes.
I think having that balance of chili powder and cumin and a little bit of cayenne and maybe some crushed red pepper is perfect, but going easy on it.
Go easy.
And if you go a little bit too far, you do what I love to do with chili, you add sour cream.
Whoa, we have that right here.
Yeah.
People are dying to see you. You know what we... Go ahead.
I haven't eaten lunch yet.
Well,
Chili sounds amazing.
it's amazing chili.
I have to get something to eat.
Well, the food's ready. Come on
You know,
over. Yeah, the food's gone.
And it's sounding delicious.
It's
I might have to come.
It has a pinch of cocoa in it.
Coming over here and eating this chili might be the best life decision you ever make.
Let's not oversell.
It's totally vegetarian.
Oh,
we need cornbread.
I have a question
Oh my God. Jonathan wants you to bring
Yeah,
some.
just have her bring it.
Do you like, compared to most people you know, things on the hotter side?
I would say no.
I wish you were here.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I would love to taste that chili.
I'll bring you some. It's so nice to hear from you. I'll call you back.
All right, I don't know about this heat.
Over John, you're the whole thing.
Okay, Don. You can like already have
So you're...
Yeah, we're gonna say yes. So,
you're done. You don't have to.
I gotta say, this chili's really good.
Yeah, this chili's banging. Good job.
It's busting.
It's busting.
It's fresh. It's fly. It's fly. You have a good foundation, and it's wonderful. But then when you add all the little extras, that's what makes it.
You're right.
You're right about that.
You know, like hosting a good party.
Hi, Barbie. Barbie. Walk the kitchen. Walk the kitchen. Walk the kitchen.
You went out.
I think I ate too much.
Bye, folks. That's all, folks. I loved every second of this.
Fine. At Milwaukee Kitchen, pure pleasure.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Shine. I live in Milwaukee. I'm from Chicago, and I will be reading 3 quick poems from my book, On the Other Side of Everything. The first one is called No Cavities. She kisses me on my lips, and I fall right where I stand. Until this moment, I never knew what floating felt like. Among the birds, I find myself sifting through the clouds. They have no numbers. Therefore, I think I must have already passed through heaven. It's quiet, and I see her, a beautiful glowing star. She must have put on that scent I like. I find that stars smell lovely. No, not like flowers, more like in my imaginary world where cotton candy gives me paydays and cookies and cream bars fall from the sky right into my mouth every now and later. and I survive every day without one cavity. The next one is called Departed. I miss you, but I don't know what that looks like in real life. A call from you ignites my heart and forces a smile I forget is possible until my phone vibrates. And then reality sets in, and I realize all over again how we got here. We never tried to swim back. We blamed the waves, too strong, too plenty, even when waiting was possible. We always feared we would lose it all if we decided to make land, stepping into a world that had finally adjusted to us being apart. And the last one is actually the last one in the book, and it's called Caption for Instagram. They get a snippet and think they know you, but forget that you are ever changing. Every second, every minute, every hour, you are different. Attend to what strengthens you, disregard what destroys you. Be wise enough to discern what nurtures you and who nurtures you, especially when your vision becomes blurred. Life is beautiful once you choose to live, and however you choose, just live. So those 3 poems, like I said, come from my book, On the Other Side of Everything. You can get it from me, you can get it off of Amazon, but most importantly, I want to thank Woodland Pattern for this opportunity, for having this event, and for supporting poets and writers and just creatives, and yeah, giving us a place to be all the time. So thank you so much, and thanks for listening.
Mother's Anthem, 2 years. My baby's dancing, and what am I, if not watching through amber honey, tired, happy, and worried, always relaxing into her love. It's so thick, my stomach hurts. Now she's talking to her bear. She hugs him and kisses his nose. My whole body screams, soft, melting butter, while the 2 cats watch the rain in sync with the gray, and I know they're not anxious until the dog barks, the doorbell rings, the truck honks, and they remember they're not ancient, they're cats of today. Even though the AC doesn't work and it feels like 1963, the hot streets of NYC, with kids in the water, hydrants, not the river. But from here I see the delta, green and boggy, shine bright, the toothy trail of marsh. I'm also a puddle, and sometimes I flood. So go easy on the brine. My Bloody Mary's salty enough. The spice is me, fire alive. And I just want to fall from my fellow stars. Fade, flower, grow again. And side by side we rise through life. As you get bigger, I burst in bliss. Drown my nostalgia. Slump into the gutter of learning to let go of the grip. So birds fly and fish swim, rather than dimly caging them. A year in the forest. My own fur was beautiful, if not much more than all the fleeting moments, piled highs, slaps on the back, a belly rub with the slippery side. That's the one I choose, uncertainly. Heaven opened up, and the shimmering wonder cemented into home below. Floor to ceiling, generations of waste. The house, its walls, a confessional in mass. Holidays exposed for reasons she knows. Tangled mess brought clean by butterfly wings. Silken sorry, I got you in my dreams. Still listening, I'm ready to fight for me. Good in time. The legs of the table, the cherry in wait. Beeswax sweet, houses high to rise. I'm not a branch, I'm not the leaf, I'm not the root or the tree. Red eyes, red cheeks, dark red sight, and sound the day. I'm not always what I want to be. As easy porcelain stands straight and whisker reaches out, my juice drips down, and heavy hand strips, wraps, sinks deep into the ground. Daughter, shy, a torch spreading across my earth to burn. Thick heart thins, sudden teeth in skin, oiled lungs and wings fanning. To spill takes time, having no longer to wait for good or bad, we lie against extremes. The stagnant summer must stand still, brings everything in between. Soft silk bag. Cocoon, I left you, but it feels like you left me. Nest I'm building, not what I thought I'd be. Growing now, got to get going now. Surprise then surrender, so when do we learn how to fight? For ourselves, those rights, one another, love, sagacity, sanity, for a way to misbehave. Because even the sun starts to feel unjust as the begonias wilt and the poppies stand up. Lily, lavender, lilac, purple starts to wonder. Like silk on silk from outside the cocoon. Dandelions, when did we stop wanting you?
Hello, my name is Eugene O'Connor, and I'm speaking to you from my home in Columbus, Ohio. Today I'm going to read 4 recently composed poems, and I'll be reading them in succession. The first is entitled, In the Territory of the Holy. In the territory of the holy, there is form without form, no form. Like nuns who dress without the aid of mirrors. Come sketch me now without easel or pen. Don't use your eyes. Leave behind your musk, your human smell. Looking at Vermeer, Rijksmuseum, Amsterdam, in memory of Alan Kershaw, 1947 to 2017. In the quiet half-light of his art, you indulge your wish for homely interiors of bleached walls, Delft tiles, a casement window open to cast its glow on the young woman reading a letter, the servant and her mistress chatting, merely chatting. Morning following morning, you watch Vermeer sit at his easel to paint his burghers and milkmaids in their broad-brimmed hats and cowls, even as his own world rages, where people kneel in subjection or are being branded with hot irons, even as you carry your body's last labor, as the outer world labors and carries on. Thou, whom I love, where does your face go when I look away, buried in half-light, in shadow? Ghost light, a shadow hand. Outlined in red on a painted cavern wall, amid the bison being hunted, masked figures wielding spears. A shadow hand, palm out and fingers extended, declares, I was here, I was here. So I thought, through the cave's mist and grime, one prick on the thumb, enough to raise the small blood circle. I would wake up suddenly, all gold inside, and a door would open, on it written, go past and through. My body's passage into ghost light, in an bubble of blood, sufficient to smear on face and lips and paint my palm bright red, and grasp the hand outlined in rub and dye, to save me from the darkness of this world. Slow buttons. The work of mending is difficult and slow. The woman seated at a window, her sole source of light, sews new buttons on old linen. Buttons catch so easily on briars or nails and are lost. The low light strains her eyes, but she works on, does not leave her chair, even to adjust her skirt, now riddled with loose threads, a needle she's lost her hold on. So still is she, while studying the placement of a button to align with the slit opposite, she forgets all else, even herself. Death may enter and find her in this slow light, so easy a thing. She will not cry out. She may not even notice at first. So composed is she, so settled on the task at hand. A white thread raised and taut, the needle pushing through, then rounding back. Thank you.
Happy as hell. It's crazy how best friends can become bitter enemies. It's beautiful when strangers become family. It is sad when the elders get pushed aside and are forgotten. Is there ever a good time to deliver horrible news? Would you want to know when would be the last time that you were to lay eyes on the one that made you feel a way that no one else could? Would you rather die years before your time, happy but broke as hell, or outlive everyone you know and be wealthy but empty inside? A vibrant smile can reach a dark soul. A look of disdain can break a spirit. Hate defiles the human heart and is a great nemesis to peace. Every day a dream is shattered, and some poor bastard harshly finds out that they simply aren't good enough. Life ain't fair. Damn, this world is cold. Seconds left. Back in the day, you and I would often promise forever. Sadly, forever was a beautiful lie. Some bonds grow so deep that it defies logic and odds. Some bonds, through pressure and circumstance, become undone. There are also bonds that were shattered, and after its demise, its memory haunts in the name of love. Was it an obsession, deep connection, or do I truly love you? It is an awful shame that we haven't corresponded in years, but life is life. And to my deep regret, our brief space and time ended long ago. Besides the meteorologist's prediction, I don't know much about tomorrow. All the magic in the world can't bring me back to yesterday. This very moment, you dance in my thoughts. I smile, enjoying the last seconds of a song that we used to be so fond of, and I am perfectly fine with being haunted by a beautiful lie. Broken crutch. My body craves rest on this silent night. My thoughts are racing. The moon hides behind thick clouds. Here I lay, another long night alone. The only time I ever felt at home was while deep inside of you. The only time I ever felt safe was while being held by you, calmed and reassured by your sweet caress. Your soft fingertips would glide all around my shoulders to the nape of my neck, and so often end up buried deep in my thick hair. Sometimes boundaries are crossed, and needed bridges are torched, and sometimes there's just no going back. As we hold on to precious memories filled with pleasures of good times, pleasant days, and remarkable nights, to balance all the foul reminiscences, distasteful experiences, unfair realities, and vain imaginations, vivid, insane, and or graphic as they may or may not be.
The Art of a Family by L. Lois. The midnight blue is gorgeous beside that purple one, darling. I could hear my grandma talking to herself behind the thin wall as I stared at the pine cones coated in glitter, white glued with love and daring. Grandpa worked his fingers across his glasses, wiping them again with his carefully pressed hanky. Last Wednesday, I'd stood at the ironing board and felt the steam that poured stains on the cotton cover, wondering how hot metal could roll so smoothly to form crisp edges. Didn't the wet heat pull up the dirt that the spilled cloud formations showed was there throughout, negating the whole process laundry to suit jacket pocket to hay fever nose? But only Dad worried about suits and ties, and Grandpa shined up his thick glasses again. Grandma sashayed into the cozy living room from the sleeping closet that had been carved for reasons my young mind couldn't fathom. Pointy corners of her leftover 60s rhinestone cat eye glasses glittering in time with the ornaments she hung. Great Ma was hiding in the kitchen on a chair from an old schoolhouse while the roast beef cooked, sufficiently to condense all the front windows. And Mrs. Peretti waved to us through the patch I cleared with my hand as she walked Tony to Saturday confession for his sins. The green beans gave up, going limp before the water boiled. Grandpa cleared his throat, picked up the soda bread knife, and pulled out the cutting board that slid under the counter like the loaf's fresh carved crumbs, taking them away to feed the mice deep within the cupboard's cracks. But the piece de resistance was the mushroom-colored heavy crockery bowl. Bigger than a platter, Dad would carry this crown with both hands for fear of the earthquake that threatened to rattle the panes and bring the rivulets down too early if the mound of mashed potatoes didn't make it to the table's shores beside the sweet little button onions and sliced pickles that tasted different because they were cut by Bix with the same ripple machine old Dutch potato chips used before topping the casserole. The vertical falls began cascading down the window, and Tony's sins were forgiven. The wine could appear. We bowed our heads and listened to Uncle Leo crashing around in the room next door, the one he never really left, except the day Mom whispered about him being struck down in the shower, breaking his collarbone, something about marijuana and touch football causing handsome uncles to fall and eat alone. The gravy promise never came, so I learned to love the creaminess of extra butter patted to pool in the volcanic yawing formed by the serving spoon on my plate, beside slices of beef falling apart in 1-inch splinters, beans on the side, and the Jell-O I ate sparingly, neon green with stringy celery cubes and grated carrot, the gaudy decoration missing from the tree. Sally told me that Jell-O was made from cows' hooves and wasn't white glue from horses, but the pine cones hanging on the tree came from the park up by the school where Grandma took a paper bag and collected while we swung high with our shoes stretched to hit the tips of the lowest branches before heading home to find out what the score in the football game was, peeking in to see if the roast was still too intact to be done. And Dad asked if there would be Yorkshire pudding baked in the aluminum pan that was so caked in oil that it stayed greased golden year round. After a second glass of homemade cherry wine, Grandpa snored softly in the corner. Dad picked the kids up one by one, carried us to the car in that winter cold that bit as it reminded everyone. The little greenhouse with the cedar shake siding and marigolds in June was a tropical oasis, full of dinner from across the British Isles, served up in the new country where precious grandchildren thought glittering pine cones twinkling on Christmas Eve were stars of heaven, sent by the parish priest because Grandma laughed even when Tony fell asleep during communion and Uncle said he wanted to move out. But he'd never learned how to cook, and his sister, my mother, suspected there must be a girl in the beer parties and touchdowns making dinner in the microwave, except with us at the house on Sunday.
I'm Katie Mullen. I'm going to read you 3 short poems from here at Hawthorne Glen Nature Preserve. The Want. We are living in a time of monsters. Our empire is waning, it is gasping, and it is disgusting. In this late stage, want has become the air we breathe, and excess the language we speak. Fleeting pixelated fame seems the only indicator that our ideas or our art or our deeds are any good. We don't know what enough feels like. The want infects us all, even those who preach against it. We can hardly help ourselves from fanning it, fueling it, helping it gain speed as we hurtle towards extinction. Every once in a while, we look up and see things for what they are, before quickly diverting our gaze so we can resume fighting and feeding and spinning and scrolling and consuming, unburdened by shame. The shoulds. Doing, going, making, more. You should be. I try to soothe or satiate them, and they'll lower their voices occasionally, but the shoulds never shut up. Nothing. Can I just lay here in the grass forever, be at home here among my relatives, the trees, the ants, the wind, the stream? Can I not go back to being a machine, because I can't go back to being a machine? How do people survive without being machines? Because it feels impossible. Can't we all just lay here in the grass forever, be at home here among our relatives, just stop it all and do nothing, and be nothing, and want for nothing. Thanks for listening.
Some losses are wind delayed. The things that we can't see because our ego is at play. Generation of big-headed knots, so sometimes God will humble your heart so later you can thrive with a new start. Sometimes the days are filled with gloom, facing karma for the things we did and did not do, emotional turmoil, the baggage that we claim. Seemed like we were about to take flight, but somehow it got delayed, setback after setback. Conflict within our brain, conflict with other humans because of how stupid they behave, judging them first, but later judging ourselves worse, bathing in insecurity, questioning our self-worth, claiming purity while doing dirt. Some years, every day is hard, hardly pursuing your art, a mess and doubting who you are, depressed and for all the goals you set, you are barely living up to par, seeking validation in those with hidden envy within their hearts. Some losses show us who we need to keep around. Lose yourself to be found, losing those you thought you needed yet still succeeding, losing the old you to find a new and finding something better to believe in. Sometimes a loss is just a wind disguise, so that you can see that you are prized, you are worthy, you are divine, you will always win with time. Sometimes the loss is just a fire that we needed so that our diamond being could be refined.
We were together alone, texting across the dinner table, measuring ourselves in likes and shares, absently following each joy and despair like a soundbite we could come and go from at will, freely, without giving into it fully. Reminded of birthdays we knew little of otherwise and never intended to actually celebrate beyond a virtual high five and a sticker on their wall. When we didn't like the messaging, we would just change the channel. Or at least we'd try to change the channel. But even after we left the conversation, we were still awash in emotion and taken aback, arguing about politics and semantics. Up odd hours into the night, typing away treatises when we didn't get the responses we wanted, or when we felt justified in pointing out the wrongness in another's interpretation. We were always fiercely independent while being tethered to our devices. COVID came and furthered our distancing, making physical contact unattainable, and we withdrew even further into our devices. Who do we listen to? What news do we believe? What is the conspiracy of the day? How do we navigate this new uncharted unknown? We were always seeking solidarity and support. We still divide ourselves based on where we find it, still measuring ourselves in likes and shares, still texting across the dinner table. Now we are alone together.
Oh, I forgot to mention. Yeah, you're listening to Black Intentions. I walked into the room probably too soon. I could walk this way. I could walk this stage. I could make a living. My world's a cage. You just walk on by. Dion did. She walked right by the grid. Energy rising. Select timing. That boy gonna get me killed. He has no limits to the depth of his ignorance or niggerance. Yeah, I said ignorance. Then I said niggerance. Some people are conditioned to walk into white power traps similar to NASCAR laps. They're long and winding. Distance has no timing. Black intentions shine on. You can get that time on. I don't think my rhyme's wrong. Another freaking time zone. Oh, I forgot to mention. Yeah, you're listening to Black Intention. Is there another way to the top? You tell me. Quite frankly, I stopped lowering my level. I'm inclined to decrease the bevel. Timeline confusing. You ever try to change a racist mind? It's freaking bruising. To unlearn learned racist behavior, it's not amusing. But if you succeed, you can get a diamond. My middle name is Lyman. This will be the last time you will hear me sing song. Oh, I forgot to mention. Yeah, you're listening to Black Intention. Desire and ability? I don't know what got into me. Sometimes my thoughts get slippery. Slippery like the wind. What do they call aluminum foil again? That's right, 10. 10 times I reached out. 10 times I forced the doubt. Forced the doubt unbeknownst to me. Not until I reach the top will I see the template. My template of the human race, me. I suffer from abject poverty, which metastasized to social robbery. Vision is a diamond. Words become a rhyme. Or don't forget the last verse. That's the way we sign on. Oh, I forgot to mention. Yeah, you're listening to Black Intentions.
Here I come, psychotic as they come. I step up to the mic just like a bullet out of gun, 50 Cent in my trunk. Took him out to lunch. He's only in the speakers, but ghost lovers got me crunk. The moon told me not to talk to you until old paint stops riding through. Mina's baked beans on a paper plate. Let your own voice shine, it's not too late. 666 phone, Sage makes him choke. Halloween born, soldier war torn. My best friend, not a pretend. The internet is drugs to this out-of-body lie. Like a satyr I mistook for a lion, nice try. Some come to Moon City to dig my grave. Good luck getting past the swan-headed lion's cave.
First, I'll start with a warning. To whom it may relate, I believe someone has made a mistake. Signed, the writing on the wall. Books are important things, but they're heavy. Clouds are so large and houses so little. The attendants are there to greet us as we leave the physical plane. They look like high school boys or college women. They leave the trees there to hold the rivers together. Can you ask for a better day? You can. Conditions never quit. Activities are continuous. To resolve a problem, go on a talk show. Changing the world can make a difference. If it's not a pipe dream, it's not worth it. Good thoughts breed better penmanship. To get things done, ignore your children. Crying and laughing is a beautiful thing. Crying and laughing is a beautiful thing. As if blue and red were accusing the other of being purple. If you've never had an hallucination, how do you know they exist? We'll know why later. I think better than I am. That should do it. Except, the best is when you panic and still do the right thing. Plus, these lies. Pus is just excess sweat. Small cars used to be part of big trucks. A submarine looks on a ship as its higher self. One world government with economic justice for all. Just kidding. What was Dumbo's name? What if it could only be okay? What would it be if we weren't so entertained to death? Next one is called Athens Nature. The first one is called Banalities. Moth in a thunderstorm. The peepers warn and complain. Drain pipes tattle on a noisy roof, where a sloped ceiling meets its sober wall. The red beetles congregate to taste the sea. The sky lies broken in the road. Moss creeps over the limestone stell. Overgrown the message, the sign of spring. Overblown the message, the sign of spring. In the fields where the donkeys commune, ass to ass. Optimism masks with a shadowy humor. Humor masks as this morning's puffed cereals. Hubcap in a ditch. So that. The only constant is the lack of continuity. Loving the damaged as much as the fixed. Loving the small as much as the powerful. Flood! Flood the beauty and the power of the overdone. Men glamorize their stomachs beside stalled pickup trucks. The frazzled vulture waits at the surface for the drowned mouse. Gearing up for the egg hunts, shaking off the syndrome at last. This ever-aging man's thoughts turn to pudding.
Hi, my name is Ari, and I'm really happy to be here today. I've been thinking about doing this for quite a while, as writing means a lot to me. It always has. It's just something that I forgot to do for a lot of years once life decided to go on its own track, on autopilot. Instead of being a writer, I'm a realtor, and that happens to a lot of us, but doesn't mean writing's not important. And so after I had my son, I felt that creativity just kind of reemerge within me. And so I've been writing poems, stories, we've been working on a book, and I don't know where that's gonna go, but it's super fun and it's exciting. So today I'm gonna read a piece called Mama Bear, which is something that really resonates with my life and what's going on right now. So I hope you like it. I remember those nights, those very early mornings like it was yesterday, curled up tightly within the armrests of a hand-me-down rocking chair, drifting in and out of slumber, serenaded by the gentle sounds of a noise machine storm and an infant's coos, comforted by the blanket of glowing stars painted upon his ceiling. With heavy eyes and a hazy mind, thoughts both welcome and uninvited danced through my consciousness. Many of those nights, I found myself feeling empty, yet full, smothered, yet alone. It's paradox at its finest. It's never truly spoken about, the change in self that comes along with motherhood. Certainly, we've all been told about the physical differences postpartum, but even then, not all of those changes are discussed. Many of them remain taboo. My body is so different now. Some days unfamiliar, she is no longer young. The tight curves that once existed have expanded and loosened. A muscle car once in her prime is now comparable to a rusted jalopy with a dented fender. Despite the changes, the aches and the pains, the mileage accrued, I do it all again without hesitation. Never mind the body. How about the way our mind changes, the strength, the newfound empowerment that overcomes the psyche. A very indecisive version of younger me vanished instantly as my 9-pound, 2-ounce, everything that mattered was pulled out from within me. No longer was I responsible solely for myself. I was now living for us both. The choices I made from that day forth would not only affect me, but would imprint his life as well. So my mind, like my body, evolved to adapt. Without trying, I've grown sharp-tongued and fearless. The term mama bear, cliche as it is, truly defines who I've become. On heightened alert, functioning on little sleep, and having next to no personal time at all, I'm ready to attack, even the ones I care for the most. Every ounce of my love is now instantly absorbed by this precious creature who once sublet me as his studio apartment for 41 weeks. That being said, I am left with little affection for myself, and even less for that woman who stole my heart so many years ago. Still just a teenager when I met her, I was prepared to embark on the most incredible adventures together, and oh, how we did. This woman, my fearless wife, and now also an amazing mother and mama bear in her own right. So what happens in a house with 2 mama bears? Well, their cub is certainly protected and nurtured, but 2 sharp-tongued, fearless bears are bound to face off once in a while. Claws raised, dancing circles around each other on hind paws. 2 physically, mentally, and spiritually exhausted bears. Bears who on occasion forgot to love each other. Bears that wanted to do right by each other, but instead got swept away by the all-consuming vortex that is parenthood. I'll be quick to admit that I lost my way for longer than I wanted to, Mama Bear. Know that I'm trying to find it once again. Without the love we've always shared, our little boy would have never been who he is today. He would not exist. Now, if only we could be the us that we once were, but stronger. A united front, taking care of not only our boy, but ourselves, and of course, each other. Having been all consumed by the chaos of our everyday, my words often emerge as thunderous roars. My affections mask themselves as heavy sighs and rolling eyes. Despite this newfound irritability, my love for you never ceased. While I thought the most adventure-filled years of our life together were long behind us, I was sorely mistaken, for they've only just begun. 3 hearts where there were once 2, and even longer before that, where there was only 1. Mine. Waiting for this world, for life, and for the word home to finally make sense. I can now say with the utmost clarity that they do.
A simple command. You are never to fill in the blank. That's how Josie winds up locked in a Tower Records for the night. This is years before the Amazon explosion, and reemerges the next day full goth. Love and death in equal parts. Few molecules overcome the attractive forces of their neighbors, escape to the vapor phase, pale and alone. Think Subterranean Rose. Wherever she goes, Josie leaves glam press-on nails dug into hallway walls, all the way home. You look like a ghost, I said. Oh, this old thing? I just tossed it up into the air and departed the boudoir. Maybe birds were in attendance. Nearby a child is being scolded. Laser eye edits on family portraits. Thanks but no thanks. Sometimes we eat up the entire screen. The closer you get, micro becomes macro. Don't get me started on the bugs. No system is complete. You look like you've seen a ghost, she said. Oh, the old scene? I haven't been in ages. Errors continue at irregular intervals. When we close the cottage, we cover everything in sheets. I mislaid my shadow, says Jacob. Adds he was riding horseback, racing the steeplechase, when pop, off it flew. Nah, it was a Mustang. Many-syllable convertible. I was riding 300 horses, and my shadow fell away, so I met with a new pursuit, attempted rematerialization. Layer upon layer, down with transparency, because seeing is being, but not as much as being seen is. Was it really your shadow, we ask, or have you lost the sun? Oh, my poor ill-starred shadow, says Jacob. It's likely crouched in a deeper darkness, hidden in a wedding cake of dour shadows, waiting to jump out and shock the banquet. Who would acknowledge their own shadow, happily scavenging the light? Rabbit was given 3 wishes. What a lucky rabbit, a real Welsh rabbit. I wish I knew what it was I wanted. That night, Rabbit had a dream for what felt like days, and in it, Rabbit saw something worth wanting. Rabbit tried and tried, made up homegrown ones, then borrowed ones. Rabbit could not get what was worth wanting into words. Next morning, Rabbit awoke and poof, the words fell out. It felt like everything there was that was worth wanting was there, but feelings can be misleading. Rabbit couldn't be sure. I wish I knew what the words all meant, separately, together, in multiple orders. And the dreams kept coming. The wishes never stopped. Are my goods ready for jettison? Hulls see the sun when it rises in the underworld. A great whale pretends to be an island. A good whale doesn't pretend at all, but others are pretending to, and no-name boats, playing at being islands. The inhabitants don't even know. They have their suspicions, apropos of the blowhole, rows and rows of portals. Oh, and the periodic floodings. This one particular island, I mean whale, had such remarkable markings. Researchers always reckoned which one was speaking when. Strings of seismic blips, mountains scribed by needles. Well, it's all relative, some more so than others. The islanders never really develop beyond the needless drilling. Ariel's so stuck in a tree because that's where the birds are, or allegedly it makes no diff whether caught or captivated, another set of eyes to peek out of a hollow, and yeah, maybe Ariel peeks in high school and so quite abhors all reunion. A tree that had once been a house has now become a family. A tree can be so very many things. This tree became a bronchial tract, and this one became broccoli. Stop photographing your salads. Once one is fastened to a tree, time slows to a ballad. Shrinking Violet checks into terrarium, to ensure or not to ensure. Spite, 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 respite. It just happens that the options are nil, gone out in search of accountability buddy. Unbeknownst songs in unfamiliar keys, each reach slipping still on the mossy stone. Just a block away from here, all the belongings in bins. Building, 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 lake house. Home stretches down to a nib, till Shrinking Violet outgrows one terrarium. Rehearse, 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 hearse. Locate suitable lesser digs, formerly a crab hermitage. One monk hangs inverted by a tail. Another catches Z's in the Y of a tree. Fact, the first thing a baby does is hurt. Just ask anyone. Maybe they don't remember. Could be it's a feeling you can't shake without fracture. Go for the ding-dong ditch. Another flip and the light has gone out. But just behind it, the heavy begins to glow. Thank you.
I'm reading the poem The Offering from my debut poetry collection, Fawn and Freeze. The clouds cathedral around the mountain, as surely as my body revolves around this forest. Like clockwork, like the most committed lover or sinners who kneel in the pews every Sunday. I drag my heaviness into the trees, the desert, the ragged peaks. I've offered up basin of hip bones to the sun. Let air touch naked skin like nervous, moist fingers. An ant crawls along my collarbone as shuffling leaves beg for my attention. Let me live in this moment forever. Body suspended between moss and bark. Let me forget about the seasons of living, thrashing like an animal caught in a trap. Trying to breathe in a twisted habitat of steel and cement, grime and noise. Forehead pressed to window pane while the city growls back at me. Better the monster you know than the devil you don't. You learn the predators like the back of your hand, how they feast and the way they move. Twigs snap, bones break, And still the body is brought back to this forest, to hike, to observe, to revel in the cruelty of nature and my place in it.
Hi, Eric Lundy. You can look at my postings at ndthekid.blogspot.com. These are 3 readings from Somnium. Season 1, What Cannot Be Known. Episode 21. In, out. How many times? At the syllable. I've been doing my own stunts for years. The barrel roll, the frame, the bear grab, the flounder, the jetpack, the triple axle. I land hard. I give. I'm porous elastic. I give way. See, it's being pliable that matters. You bend before you break. That's the main rule. Places, everyone. Coordinate synchronization. One action follows another. Rehearsed again. No one gets hurt. The inflatables are up. Something to land in. It beats hard wood that bears over it. Shingled roof. Easy. Gives way. Goes away into sputtle, parts, splinters, shuttles, quips, clamor, right on through. You go and bounce off the bags. One more time. Nothing is without risk, but risk is really nothing. Really. We just cross our fingers and go boom. Episode 23. I run all the models through me Gulliver and pick through a sort of which be the standing can cause the viewer to look exactly where you want them to by adjusting the focus accordingly. Now look, there in the distant smoke. Yes, focus on that right there. Follow it. It gets closer. That's the ghost car. It approaches, cutting the desert into 2 time zones. ... Morse code sounds into gulch floors. A passing bass quiver. Gelatin soil. That's how you know there's seismic activity. The earth folds like a cheap suit. More where that came from. Excuse me, but you can't get rich bartering souls if you have to steal. It's not a gift. There, that's what I said. That's what I say about life. Life lifted isn't a rise. Life gifted is a steal. Episode 23-2. Every place is at once the same, at the same time, stipple and sludge, bitter wink, quick wisps of dawn's dart, the becoming punt. Inject Jack, when did you get out? Suffering, succotash, bruised, blinking kill Richards on the floor. Antagonistic school of cinema brings in the production company, all these tents, whistles, bourbon, gaffer tape on the floor, lets you know where to wet your mark. Hitting, dream couplets, awake. Anyway, see the crew comes in while you sleep and constructs a new set around you, and when you wake up, your role has changed. You better adapt to the dialogue. Then by night, it's done. You go to sleep. They take the set apart and erect another. This contract can go on for the life of the subject. That's you, bucko. That's you now. Thank you.
After Atal Adnan's In the Heart of another country. place. In my B-reels, I'm always at work, on the couch, with the dog, or at Trader Joe's. It is a triangular path worn in space and digital time. My life's imprint is boring AF, though the dog never seems bored of me, maybe disappointed, but not bored. Places shrink to such small areas, behind a circulation desk, 3 cushions, a small grocery store, standing in front of packaged nuts. I am the background loop in someone else's life, but I know that others look at the background, see the inconsequential boredom, and know the blessing that it is being inconsequential. Weather. It is bad to feel glad for warm winters. The mild temperatures, only occasionally interrupted by polar vortex dips. These are the harbingers of doom, rather than spring's gentle promise of renewal. I appreciate these horsemen of the apocalypse. We are like those frogs in the cooking pot, swimming lazily, luxuriously. While the fire gets hotter and hotter, the horsemen stack scattered branches on the fire, and those in the Midwest smile at milder and milder winters. Houses. You picked your current house because it is across the street from the Oak Leaf Trail, and below the trail is the Milwaukee River. You can't see the river, but you know it is there, and this alone makes you feel lucky. Instead of houses across the street, you see trees, rustle green leaves, and in the winter, when the trees shake off their fall colors and the leaves rattle along the ground like insect tusks, you see the knit hats of walkers and runners bob through the bare branches like felted birds. Before this house, before the divorce, you lived on Lake Drive, across the street from Lake Michigan. You could see the lake if you stood in the corner of your son's bedroom and leaned to the left. There you could get a blue slice between the window frame and the evergreens across the way. At one time, you had wanted that house so badly, you'd send a supplication to the God you don't believe in whenever you passed it by, begging to let you have it. Let it work out in your favor. And now you wonder if you have exhausted the supply of favors, because you got the house, and then when the divorce happened, you all had to leave it. Leave the blue slice of sky, and the lake, and the evergreens, and the lilacs you planted. It felt like one of those melodramas when the well-to-do are laid low. But here you are now in this cozy house. When you plug in the vacuum, it reaches the whole first floor from one outlet. You suck up the week's detritus in radiating arcs from a single spot. You have said you like moving to new houses, but not packing and unpacking, or learning the language of new houses, translating which sounds are the bad ones. New houses feel like new beginnings, an adventure, or a vacation. How long do you need to live in a place until it feels like it's not new? A person. There is a man who delivers newspapers to the neighbors at 5 a.m. I see him when I walk the dog. We would wave in the darkness and call it hello, and other greetings, seasonal well wishes if those were called for. One day he yelled from his car window, "When are you going to walk me on a leash?" Now, when I see his car, I pull the dog in the opposite direction, and we run.
So this is called At the Urologist. Last week, my uncle had a heart attack and died on the floor of his one-bedroom apartment. His body discovered on Wednesday. We don't know how long he'd been lying there. Last week, a friend lost half her nose, face cancer removal. I'm sitting in a urologist's waiting room trying to retrace the nose I remember. I'm sitting in a urologist's waiting room waiting to die from too much waiting. I'm at this waiting stage of my life, and I don't know when things became this way. Two elderly women walk across the room holding hands. They collectively do paperwork. One calls the other mom. I'm considering every bad decision. I'm considering the condition of the testicles I'm sitting on. I'm considering the health of sperm and blood and urine, the price of these things inside me. What, dear Lord, are they really for? A middle-aged man in a cowboy hat leans against the front desk clutching a yellow paper. He's whispering to the secretary. He's asking why our maker manufactures all this complicated beauty. Y'all all right? A couple more. I hate my father for his vasectomy. Each day my aunts call asking what I plan to do, telling me you finally hit rock bottom, saying moss is growing all around you. I tell them I plan to do nothing. I've tried saving you my whole life. Back when you crashed your Harley and seemingly broke every small god from the waist down, I fed you crown while we loathed in a river of muddy waters. You swore muddy was an all of the above answer for any question darkness could present. My mother swore wiping your ass was harder than taking you back each time you went absent. You healed, as all good boogeymen do. Wiped blues from your face, then continued your quest of overthrowing kingdoms. I've seen whole husbands turn half king around you. Seen you move into another man's castle after hauling his things to the sad side of town. I always thought a love triangle would finish you. My aunts hate me when I tell them I plan to do nothing. They don't say it, but I've been hated enough times to know. I'm told hate is like holding your breath and expecting someone else to suffocate. So sometimes I hold my breath until I'm almost blue. I hold my breath until my phone rings and someone tells me you're suffocating and everything around you is deep blue. You called 3 days ago. We shared our favorite scars and laughed at my aunts for thinking you couldn't be saved by God's send much greater than me. You said you'll die in the rapture of a speakeasy's final call. I told you I was coming home in 2 weeks. You told me the sky is falling on its face.
Hi, Woodland Pattern Marathoners. My name is Brenda Cardenas, and I'm happy to introduce you to The Matrix, a generative poetry collective of 15 women that began in 2020 during the pandemic and whose members have been writing together over Zoom each week since, along with supporting one another at every stage of the writing process, from generation to revision to publication to marketing our books and celebration. Today, 11 of us will be sharing poems with you. So please help me welcome Nicole Callahan, Jane Creighton, Laura Cronk, Iris Jamal Dunkel, Janet Jennerjohn, KP Kazabowski, Michelle Kotler, Amy Lemon, Robin Riegler, Anna VQ Ross, and yours truly, with a shout out to those of us who couldn't be here today: Catherine Esposito Prescott, Ruth Ellen Coker, Marion Wren, and Bethany Price. Many of these women have published multiple books and edited anthologies, which you can find on our websites and at Woodland Pattern. So glad you're here.
Hello. I'm so grateful to be a part of the Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon. Special thanks to my dear friend Brenda Cardenas for bringing us together. We, as you may have heard, are the women of the Matrix. It's a very special place to be. So I'm Nicole Callahan, and I'll be reading from my book, This Strange Garment, which was released in March of 2023 by Terrapin Books. Grateful for that too. This poem is called The Extravagant Stars. Everybody says the stars are dead. By the time the light reaches us, as if the light itself is not enough. Or maybe everybody says most stars are dead, or some of the people say all the stars are dead, and all the people say some of the stars are dead. Is the sun dead? I don't know. I can't remember. 1 in 2 women can't remember 1 in 2 things. I have all these facts in my head, these claims about the world. Caterpillars, supernovas, the days getting shorter, longer again, the riverbed, our great confluence, the buzz of that particular fly. Did you ever get my postcard from Mexico? I write the same word over and over, and mostly that word is light. I keep saying it seems unlikely that this will kill me, but why unlikely? Medically speaking, you have a 1 in 500 chance of being born with 11 fingers or toes. I had a student once without thumbs. I wanted him to write a poem about it. He used his hands like lobster claws. He made me so sad, or I was so sad, and he reminded me of my sadness. He didn't want to write about his thumbs, he said. Probably he wrote about outer space. Some years later, I had a terrible late-term miscarriage and had to go to a terrible late-term abortion clinic with terrible, terrible lighting. Afterwards, they gave me a root beer-flavored lollipop. I sat in a blue chair and sucked on my lollipop. I was a little girl and an old woman. I was in my prime. 1 in 4 women will this. 1 in 8 women will that. 1 in 15 women will this and that. And yet, the death rate of stars is only 1 about every 10,000 years or so, meaning the naked eye will probably never see a dead star. You're looking into the past, yes, but it's unlikely, though not impossible, that you're seeing a dead star. Looking into the past is like sticking your thumb in the dirt of the Dixie cup. But a high-powered telescope changes everything. I think what I'm saying is that I'd rather live than not live. When I was writing about my terrible late-term miscarriage, I gave a reading. on the Upper East Side. Several women came up to me to tell me I was brave. So brave, they said. I didn't want to be brave. I wanted to be brilliant. In hindsight, this strikes me as incredibly dim-witted. One woman will look back on something and feel foolish. Now, I will take brave any day. I will take brave and fold it into my little kerchief and tie it to my stick and carry it to the top of the highest hill I can find. And when I get there, I'll rest my tired legs, unwrap my little hunk of pie from its wax paper, and stare up at the brilliant, extravagant stars, knowing that they are not dead at all, not even one of them, but living, pulsing, pressing their light as far as it can reach. May we all. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Jane Creighton, and I am delighted to be reading a few poems for Woodland Pattern today. Short essay exam. Answer each question in complete sentences. Show what you have learned in the past 4 months, or 2, or yesterday, or if you slept in your dreams last night, or if sleep escaped you, what you were thinking about during the rain dance that particled the walls, sent you rolling backward and forth, still wide awake and counting, not the cartoon sheep you sometimes resort to, but numbers themselves, clasped in the thicket of the bed, a bouquet of accumulated time. Use examples to support your points. For instance, when asked to describe the direction you think the world is taking, describe in detail the ruts of delivery as it rolls past you and whether it rides light or rides heavy, which you can tell by taking into account your position relative to the road and whether you're standing, sitting, down on your knees, or up and running away, from, into, across, against, among, or under, upon, and with. Pay attention to the dirt, the filtering of life through skin, how you make use of your soiled hands to lift the burden of thought into your sentences. November, between the wars. So quiet this morning, feels like smoke, sneaky gong in the air, pearls and lilacs stealing away time from the gentle slope of a hill that maybe no longer exists in the way back home. Stepping delicately, foot forward and up, a mule picks its way toward a paradise where no one launches missiles surface to air, nor air to surface. Just earth and trail, abundant leisure, butterflies barnacled to breeze, jade water late morning at the foot of a pretty cliff. Mulish this memory, scissored into the bones, like all you have ever longed for. When speechless, with a line from Evie Shockley's Les Milles. Stones settle in the chest. A groove of light cuts across thoughts, those burning bushes, that bilious fray. Why so huddled? Why crouched in the smoking foothills of a horizon raked by generational rage and crushing pain? Between here and there, some reckless chance saves us, some accident of birth. The weather today is moderate, pleasing, a whisper rather than a call. What is the proper use of a wall? When will it be our time to visit the gated Museum of Tongues? and one short poem from my book, Bone Skid, Bone Beauty. Supplicant. Let me have the love it takes to live inside this dream where you and you and you and you are walking a road. It leads down to a lake I know, banked by granite boulders and pine, and I am also with you and you and you and you walking one by one and together as if we had always been friends who loved one another in the same place at the same time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Crunk, and I'll be reading a poem I wrote with the Matrix called The Chance. The Chance. The dead have an idea, whooshed up from the earth's deep caves, gusting from the crypts. Their command. Place a daughter on the floor of a coliseum, under the noon sun, under the eyes of the crowd. She will pour a whole pitcher of water into a single cup. The pitcher must be emptied, no water spilled. The cup must not overflow. If a daughter can do this, we will all be saved. But why is my daughter the one chosen? Dancers do impossible things. My daughter will have the courage of a dancer as she takes up the forbidding jug, mind steady as limestone. I have to watch with the thousands of others, their shifting and murmuring in the stadium before the hush. If she succeeds, we will live. There will be no apocalyptic end that we've been crafting together. The dead have decreed that watching the water they sent become just enough will grant us amnesia. Amnesia for borders and war. We'll forget vengeance, imprisonment. We won't find temptation in evil men. It will be an unbiting of the apple. We'll forget that money can even be made from death. If nothing else has worked, why not this? We watch her lift the clay pitcher. Her hand doesn't shake. We watch her tip the smooth spout, see the silver streak of water glinting in the realistic sun. We hear the glugging sound as water nears the top. Vessels always hold more than we think they can. Yes? The cup is so small. I watch my daughter try to save us. She and the dead have tried. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Iris Jamal Dunkel, and I'm coming to you from Northern California. Thank you, Brenda, for inviting me to share this hour with the Matrix. I'll read the poem, Make Them Float in Your Mouth. This is a poem from my latest collection called Westfire Archive. It's about Charmian Kittredge London, who was Jack London's wife, and who helped him write many of the famous books that he's known for. This is about their adventures aboard the Snark, 1906 to 1907. Make them float in your mouth. If you want a story, look for it. Begin with the idea of 7 years. Imagine a boat. Build it from paper and ideas. Sail it into the hiss of lava as it enters the sea. When you reach your first destination, ride a 75-pound surfboard and fail all day. Watch the plantation workers cleave sweet fruit with machete again and again until the story you've been told begins to stutter and spit. Go to Molokai on the 4th of July and see for yourself the small girl who, missing a nose or an arm and covered with sores, wears sequined clothes and dances. You have to sail on past empty pockets and bank accounts, watch your itinerary dissolve in the water next to the Australian yacht converted for blackbirding. See the machete lines carved into the teak door. You have to lose all of your water and then be blessed with a storm. You have to endure sores the size of baseballs that seep and cling to your calves and thighs. You have to go upriver into the luscious green tangle of the unknown until the flowers emerge, red, hibiscus-like, large enough to contain the whole sunset syrupy sky. You have to find that island, make it float in your mouth. And the second poem I'll read for you, also from the same collection, is about Charmian Kittredge London on her time on the Dirigo, which was a 3-masted ship that she and Jack London took from Baltimore around Cape Horn to Seattle in 1912. And this is a pantoum, and the lines are taken from Charmian's own diaries. Hands in your pockets. History sings in our faces, a tiny little nightmare under moderate but baffling winds. Before squalls and rain, you get your first deep sea color now. History keeps singing in our faces. Indigo, milky, frothed waves tossed in a moderate but baffling winds. Your first deep sea color, what you call caramel blue, under the white froth of rocking waves sailing through a circular storm. Do not feel equal yet, even on waves smooth as caramel blue. Work itches in your fingertips like a circular storm. Wretched night of hive of mine, do not feel equal yet. Stand with your hands in your pockets, work itching your fingertips, even when we are all going down to the bottom. That wretched night, mind like rain, like a Russian song, catching in the pocket of the throat. At the bottom, a tiny nightmare, like a man falling from the rig, like a dog safely tethered to the deck by a string. Before the squalls and rain weave into needlework more than a thread of truth. Because history will sing into our faces like a tiny little nightmare until our machinery of life resumes. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Janet Jenner John, and I'm very happy to be here reading in Woodland Pattern's annual marathon. And this year, I'm honored to be joining you as part of the Matrix Hour, along with my wonderfully talented fellow writers and friends. I am a Milwaukee poet, but as a semi-retired person, I'm lucky enough to spend some of my days in beautiful Door County, Wisconsin. Just a hop, skip, and a jump from the waters of Green Bay. I'm in Door County right now recording this, so I will be sharing with you 2 Door County poems. The first poem, entitled Wake, was written after I witnessed a tremendous squadron of pelicans land in the bay. Lorene Niedecker, the mid-century poet who lived in Wisconsin, is referred to in the poem. If you are unfamiliar with her work, I highly encourage you to seek it out. Wake. The world seems a little off-kilter when 50 pelicans land in your lake, all skirt and wiggle. There's sure to be displacement. Like when the hardware store was closed and we wondered what would happen to the mural. Niedecker was nestled amid the reeds, canoe resting on shore, her cabin built on lost love and words, threadbare and spine-stricken, illuminated at dusk by waltzing pinks and crocheted purples. I miss you, Lorene, when I pass the pilfered street. Your garden, a trumpet's blare of pickled fricatives. Your home, side door open, offering yesterday's brandy old-fashioned sweet, and a fountain of lake bass fresh from the boil. Yes, the world is not right when pelicans land akimbo. Too many vibrations, too many souls without a home. My second poem contemplates the coming of winter and the continuation of life. December around the corner. The wind pushes hard on me, as if to say, return home. Django doesn't seem to mind. He moves forward into the gales, tail wagging, fur flying, jowls flapping, happy. He looks back at me. What's the matter? Let's go. The water's waiting. Today the bay will have to wake solo. Sun low on its face, I can feel it on the back of my neck. Heat. In the house, I will build a fire, share the floor with Django, and listen to the waves turn tails. Whisper about the bodies below. Recall the groans of the masts. Tease out the knots of tattered sails. When their story ends, I will warm Mauricio's soup on the electric stove. Masticate through the October kale, pay homage to the corn, ask forgiveness of the zucchini, consume each bean with yesterday's intentions. When all that remains is broth, I will search the liquid for signs of spring. Scrape the spoon along the bowl's revolutions. Imagine the whirring of the wheel. Feel the earth in my hands. Thank you.
Predictive text. What species of green do I need to become for all of you to sit down on me? This is to say, I'm surprised that this person I've made in order to get some love isn't getting much love at all. Is it too late to reroute? I design a sun baby. I design myself into the last row of cherry trees. I take up so much space. I take offense at the types of art monsters. I design myself to alleviate all the shares of me into the same path. Design myself against. Can't you pull out the mastodon of me? Replant the type of soft moss, soft clover that doesn't need much water, that doesn't take much water, that needs no trimming from people that need it. My phone predicts that I will respond with love. Sweet. And so happy. After in the group chat. I'm talking about all that. One small equal. I didn't do enough.
The arc in archive. When do we become archive? Is it when a body is misled, missiled beyond recognition? What is recognition? As the ceasefires uncease, the deceased will get more bad company, the medium of war that is spun from the made somewhere else needles of capitalism. I listen to the broken record news, a needle jumping, a groove, disorder denying the dead sanctuary. I wanted to inhabit this ceasefire before she fevered into smoke. How I wanted to live in her every room, climb through her mirror into a different stretch of quiet horizon, where watching the sun set from a simple window was as safe as watching the sun rise. Anything to be on a humane balcony, anything to return to humanity. There's an arc in archive. There's an act in activate. There are errors in erase. Looking over a city that is no longer a city. looking at a country that has lost herself in her own government's blindness. Look, I don't know where it is safe to believe in each other anymore. Look, what I meant is, what is possession? What is hostage? Where does the arc in archive channel the act of love when we are the portals of violence for one another?
Hello, I'm Amy Lemon. I'm reading today in Queens, New York City, and I'm excited to support Woodland Pattern. I'm happy to be part of the hour for my writing group, The Matrix, and to be invited by my friend Brenda Cardenas. I'm going to be reading a poem that I read in person at Woodland Pattern when my group had a reading there in July 2023. The poem was actually drafted in a generative Zoom that we had together as a group. I'm the single parent of 2 young adults, one of whom has an intellectual disability, and this is inspired by my family's experience during the pandemic. Behavior review. I asked the expert for help with my daughter, vested in her safety and mine. It started around puberty, I say, the upper side of outbursts, escalating to a hung and howling moon, footprints gibbous and pickled, blazing a trail marked with mulch and string into her adulthood. At the first sign of precursor behavior, get into a safe place, give her space. Nearsighted since 9, I could not live without the glasses she cracked when she clocked me in the temple, 5 a.m. that frozen morning in Pennsylvania. She wanted out, away. She wanted him, not me, her long-gone father, always perfect and inaccessible. Wait until she is calm. If you push her to talk about it, she escalates more quickly. I can't compose a litany of incidents, each a little better or worse than the last, the aggregate elopement and aggression. Instead, I did not cause this. Affirmed by the board-certified behavior analyst, the girl's world as wolf, as Dalmatian, as zombie princess, not schizophrenia or psychosis, but behavior, the label given to the unexplainable. It is unfortunately the parent who is targeted the most. Remember her body, heavy girl turned lithe, chubby hands deft. Remember your body hitting the wall of the pandemic rental, the glorious force of her shoving all the plastic you bought to cover beds, the landlord, oh, the landlord, the neighbor's 911, the cop's knock that woke you to find her naked in their garden. Less talk is better. Use simple language. Look at the chart, the numbers, target behaviors, aggression, elopement, taking people's belongings. Remember, then forget. Forget it all. Purge a stream of words. Write yourself along the poles of parenthood, cold mist of recognition. Slide the curtains open. Smell the lilies and the clementines. Quell your power. Take refuge. Thank you, and thank you for supporting Woodland Pattern.
Hi, my name is Robin Riegler. I'm from Houston, Texas, and I got to go to Woodland Pattern for the first time this summer, where my writing group, which is called The Matrix, was invited to read there. I had wanted to visit Woodland Patterns for many, many years, and it was as delightful and exciting as I had hoped. I was thrilled to be invited to join the marathon this year and would like to share with you a poem called Doubt Runs Amok. Doubt runs amok. Once I was dying in a stranger's bed, feeling regrets in my cells and pores, but I fell asleep and woke up before the real work of being human crashed down all around me. The streets quiet as objects made of steel, shimmered a little as the sun rose, and the world turned its head, determined to greet it. Driving home, I made more wrong turns than right ones and took pleasure in it, feeling like some stranger's junk drawer, full of who knows what, but the possibility delightful. In a wooden box of keys, I have no idea what any key opens. All beauty is accidental. Again, this is Robin Riegler from Houston, Texas. I hope that you'll join me in supporting the great work that Woodland Pattern does for the Milwaukee community and for the national literary scene. It's an amazing organization. Thank you so much.
Hi, Woodland Pattern friends. Thanks for being here for this poetry marathon. My name's Anna VQ Ross, and I'm going to read a couple of poems from a new series I've been working on called All My Poems Used to End in Sky. All my poems used to end in sky, but now they end in sleep, a kind of tumbling toward the inevitable. Or maybe that's just what I want to believe, like the anonymous woman on the burning Orange Line train last week who jumped from the smoking window of the first car and then 30 feet off the Mystic River Bridge where the train had stopped. I think I'm safer here, she told her would-be rescuers in the Coast Guard boat before she swam to shore and disappeared. Boston's new hero, crowed the headlines the next day. And maybe that's just where we're at right now, America. A woman uncoupling herself from burning steel to dive into a brackish current famed for absorbing heavy metals, petrochemicals, and other bodies, then swimming away without leaving her name. In the video posted on Twitter, her head is a small, dark blot, almost obscured by halos of ripples as the camera pans from too far away to find her face. Boston strong! Probably she was already late for work, people joked in the thread. But maybe she was on her way home from the overnight shift, I thought but didn't say. A job she fell into years ago, never meaning to stay until the kids came along and she couldn't afford to pay both rent and a sitter. Now she relies on the jerk and clatter of the Orange Line to lull her back each morning over the bridge towards bed. I was very scared for all of us, she said, before hanging up on the one reporter who tracked her down. I imagined her turning over and pulling up the sheet, erasing herself back to sleep. All my poems used to end in sky, but now they end in sleep, not sex, which, like looking at the sky, can be a way of moving farther and farther away from yourself before you come back down. But sleep is a going in or back to what you aren't sure you remember or ever want to see again. When his older sister moved to her own room, our son refused to sleep in his, called it the room where nightmares happen. This, his first real loss, or the first he understood, last year's burial of the cat out back having mainly been an occasion for song and shoveling. But this lack of sister scent drifting down from the upper bunk, unbearable. His whole life he'd never had to go alone into the dark. And why do we do this to ourselves, when even lightning pairs its brief ecstatic fling with thunder? The very nature of materiality is entanglement, says the physicist Karen Barad. But I was talking about sex, which, having been raised by Catholics, I know full well is something one must do but not discuss, and definitely not ask for, even on the first hot day in June when your husband comes in from the garden smelling like the tomatoes he's just planted, and sweat and dirt and whatever primitive chemical you first scented years ago in a dim cinder block dorm room, and both kids are out of the house, and there is the kitchen table bare before you. Don't do it, my mother said when I was 12 and she just walked in from her job as a school nurse, having read the second positive pregnancy test from the second 13-year-old that week. End of conversation. Then, when I was 28, married, childless, and in grad school, she gave me silk sheets for Christmas. Just before she died, my granny confided that Granddad had been a demon in the sheets. I hope that made up for 22 years of pregnancies and 16 births, not all of them live. Barad tells us that the other is not just in one's skin, but in one's bones. And I know that even after birth, traces of the child remain within the mother, cellular echoes tinseled in the tissue. So when our son was afraid to be alone, we let him back into our parent bed nest, where, cell by cell, he'd first learned how to sleep inside of me. But each night, after he drifted off, you carefully lifted him back to his own room, and then returned to me, so we could not speak together for a little while before we took our separate ways to sleep. Thank you.
Hi, this is Brenda Cardenas, and I'll be reading 3 new poems for you today. The first is an ekphrastic poem written after this photograph by Mexican photographer Graciela Iturbide. Mujer Angel. What fierce angel, black mane blowing against buttocks, staggers through foothills in billowing skirts that fall to her feet? Sleeves puffed and twice tethered to arms like a pirate, princess, bruja goddess. Will you gather purple sage, fennel, hummingbird plumes? Call up a crack of thunder in the cloudless sky. You are the mule hauling music across crusty scarves of sand, wielding your boombox like a wand over centuries of scars. Perennial feathers at your feet sweep you past this mirage of frontiers. Who says you can't carry your ghetto blaster into the new world? And my next poem is titled Bondage. I whistle as I wrestle my inner workhorse to the dirt, turn her head in the direction of blue herons and rain-wet phantoms of fog hovering above the pond. Look, I command, linger in this decomposing day. When she tries to plant her hooves, heave her weight on thick flanks, bony knees, and flee, I tie her to the lightning-cracked tree, the one still coughing ashes. Rest will be her bondage, until her eyes hold sackfuls of stars, and never a mule escapes through her neigh. Never a devil hoists himself on her back again. Now I can barely hear the hurt in her whinny. It's but a distant bell. And my last poem is titled After Life, and it's forthcoming in the anthology Braving the Body, co-edited by Nicole Callahan and a couple of other editors. Afterlife. Perhaps our Kalakas wear the sequined sarongs and turquoise plumes we would never don in life. String bikinis in the grocery store checkout, crystal squinting from our belly buttons, campfire red hair wind-tossed and tangled. Perhaps we laugh so hard we snort in public, sweat splashing on a stranger's perfumed skin. We swing our botero hips, pucker crimson lips for kisses from passers-by. We befriend all the invisible canines nipping at our skinless heels. Perhaps we dance limbo, lowering the stick, no worry for pulled hamstrings or broken backs. So we shimmy and twist, play air guitar on our ribs, hit the mosh pit, body slam and body surf. We call in sick. Perhaps we never go to work. Perhaps we lick the nape of a long-lost lover's neck, just to remind them we once tangoed in the blooming garden of their chest before neglecting to pull weeds or water thirsty roots. Perhaps we envelop them with quiet amends. Perhaps our ghosts sip martinis and toast the stars, awake all night, lake lapping in our conch shell ears. Endless blue-black waters echoing the loon's tremolo, its seamless switch in pitch to remind us that another is always present on a distant shore. Thank you.
Of becoming. An eclipse now roosts beneath our wings. We hear wolves howl and the monosyllables of an axe. Trees are felled, then named. We compose clocks with sticks, hang them around our necks. Forget the old elm that would gnarl wood into wishes. Maps peel off from beach logs. We mask with stone legends and act L'Orée du Bois as a clearing. When fog moans through the forest, a cage is lit to guide our path. We vanish, dear blossom. This one is one of the Ripple poem, but I didn't give you the erasure poem that goes with it. So just so that you have an idea of what it is by itself also. Out of their breasts, as if I found a bird skull blooming in an oak grove like a plague doctor's mask, its beak scented with pinion and juniper. Death is discarnate in the desert. Crows shed dusk, and you collect the fledged shadows that now drapes Manzanita. My fingers brush skeletal trees, fumbling for the flesh of residual rain. I meet you in the penumbra, mirror light from the first point of Eris. So throughout the book, there is also a progression towards which there is less and less distinction between, like, the we is always very complex and ambiguous, but it becomes more and more ambiguous as we go. And so this poem, is, I think, an example of that, where the poems go. And I actually, throughout the book, I took like the strong markers of birds, I took them out. In the erasure poem, there's no beaks, there's no, I mean, the wings are there because they can be, the plane, and, we fly too in some ways, but all the real, very specific markers of birds have just, I took them out to just, throw confusion. Notwithstanding that the fact of our being has become undeniable, that they cut the blade near the root, that we cling to reeds neck erect, that they whistle civilities and shift from one hill to another, that we remain, that we by a perfect stillness, that twigs elapse and when least expected, the crossing in thousand ways, that wings, tongues, sternums, that intermingled we, they, unsteady flickering, that wound and that nothing is none but the heft. So here you go. This one. This is one that I love also. To the water that carries them gently. Fill the roof of their mouth with root songs and mosses, but leave their winter dress, a vivid red tress, the seal of broken windows as they enter the river. Collect their sunset and ignite the course towards our self-immolation. It's a kind of more elegiac poem, I think. This poem is actually it's a coda, and it is the very last poem of the collection, maybe as a monument to all what we are losing right now. The remembrance of thousands. Twig, twig, beloved, a field of quivering clover, and there, perched on a fence stack, adieu, boughs and mosses. Borders breathe through the night, wings hatch from blades of grass, cleave. Another, another, not louder than a love call, perched on a fence stack. Adieu, gentle, as if spring or autumn. The hatchets have mangled the last pine's death, a chattering unsettles, flocks after flocks. Thank you.
The inspiration comes or whenever it is, and every time I'm just like boom, 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 you know. I have notebooks and notebooks on notebooks in my backpack, like one is for spiritual stuff, one is for poetry, one is for sketching, one is for just like little notes, one is for like planning shit. I feel like I have to write. Writing is like my way of expressing a lot of emotions that I do have, and I have a hard time, I guess, expressing them in regular words or like regular language that is not like transfixed into a poem. Especially like when I get hit with it, it's impossible to stop it. That's the other thing too. Like I don't care, I will stop eating, I will stop like taking care of myself, it's not good, you know, I stop sleeping and shit like that and just write until it's done and I'm pleased with what I have, or until I crash. So I feel like if I wasn't writing, I would be doing something wrong. I would be doing like a disservice to myself, to my authenticity. I'm very affected by place. I don't want to be. Like, I want to be that person that's like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, I'm just going to travel everywhere and do whatever I want and not give a shit. But that's not true. I'm highly affected by place. I'm affected by noises, senses, and I like to add a lot of that sort of thing into my poetry. I'm happy to be like alive in this time where you can be so like naked with your poetry. And I like that about poetry, because I used to put up so many shells. I used to call myself the beetle queen because I had so many fucking shells on me. Like, you couldn't crack through that shit if you tried. And then there's just a time when I decided that I wanted to share everything that I felt and my vulnerability with people. I was diagnosed with pulmonary hypertension when I was 11, and with having doctors come in and see you and everything all the time, like, you just kind of lose that sense of privacy. You lose that sense of yeah, so I guess I've allowed myself to put myself into everything in my writing because it is like me, it's just like an extension of me. There was a point when I was 23 and I was still going to school, and they told me I had 6 months left, and I thought, okay, this is my last birthday, this is my last Christmas. It was like all this shit, and I like dropped out of school except for Brenda's class. I just kept going just to Brenda's class because I loved it that much. She was one of the first people to really encourage my poetry, and that made me want to keep going. I don't know. Yeah, and there have been so many ups and downs and times that I've been told, oh, you have 1 year left, oh, you have 2 years left, and fuck that. You know, I beat all of them, and sorry, I mean, like, whatever. I don't like making this, like, fake plastic, like, oh, everything's happy, like, I never lose hope. I never lose hope that we might find a cure or that there might be like some other treatment that comes out. But I'm also so realistic. Like, I understand my mortality. I've like been on the brink of dying a few times now, and it's not easy, but it's also not as hard as I thought it was going to be. I tell myself, you can either go up there and read and have someone hear your stuff, or you can avoid it and not have someone hear your stuff, and maybe someone will be changed by it or be affected by it. And I know some of the poems I've written about my disease have like really been huge things that affected the PH community that like they really identified with, and that really meant a lot to me. Words can be more powerful than you realize, and it's pretty cool. Poetry, it's an art that is starting to be forgotten, which depresses me. But I also think that it's an art that is reviving right now in a lot of ways. The fact that the community here cares enough is so empowering to see. I love being a part of this community. I wish I lived down here sometimes, but then I remember how I was when I was down here, and I'm like, I should probably stay at the lake. I do miss it though. You can either know you're dying and that you're gonna die sooner than everybody else, and you can accept it, or you can fight it. And what's the fucking point of fighting it? Because you're not gonna get anywhere. So you have to accept it, and you just have to be like, you know what, fuck you. I'm gonna do what I want, I'm gonna live how I want, and I'm gonna get in as much happiness and as much bliss and as much like just pure, authentic, adventurous grandeur as I can. And I kind of forgot the question. I got lost in the idea of just loving the world. Okay. Blood music. I'm a conduit for blood music. Let my organs bleed whole notes. The heart makes more. My deep bass drum of blood music. Your feet beat little timps in blood music. Capillaries pulse, piccolo harmony, oboe blow blood music. I'll lose it to blood music. On arteries blow low, foghorn tuba tub tub blood music. Lungs, let's be a harmony, hundreds of notes at once and staccato tongue. Veins are frets in blood music. Feel it tick, stomp, pump, push, bump, gushing arteries. Sweet wind flow, reed instruments, no blood music. Slice open the skin, little flaps, flip and slap, filleted in 3/4 time. It's a palpitation of blood music. A combination of intakes and outtakes, all gathered at the base of blood music. My heart composes blood music. Can we trade bodies? I see my reflection in you, and I think to be an ocean would be better than to be human. In the womb of night, I dissect myself cell by cell, a leaky faucet, an overflowing sink. You hold me, floating, exposed. I beg through your ripples that gleam like scars or yew roots. Can we trade bodies? I'd make my lungs to submarines. I'd grow a fin and fan my scales so eloquently. No hesitation or lack of yearning, just questions without answers. My lungs, like two idealists, pace beside you. I crouch in all dimensions, try to mimic condensation, a gray storm wave, or sweat stains. But the bars of this cage are made of skin, and I cannot fill a glass the way you do. So can we trade bodies? I don't wait for your answer, but dive into your blackness, sink my teeth into silt, peel at your weedy backbone, and try to become you. Instead, you cast me up, a bobbing damsel, and hold me like a strand of pearls above you, rejected. I spread myself slowly like a drying wing, ripples extending from every limb and digit. I float like this, remaining separate still, and cast my tongue out like a hook on 100 lines, pleading one last time, can we trade bodies? But your moontide rolls me like a scroll and spits me back on shore. Sand-soaked and cold, I shiver and laugh at your wake. I'm Jenny Janzer. I am a pulmonary hypertension warrior, a blood leopard, a fog child, a lake child, and a poet and zinester that wants to keep this art alive.
Hi, I'm Antonio VARGAS-NIETO, the Assistant Programming Director at Woodland Pattern, which thank you once again to Woodland Pattern for offering the marathon as a virtual home for palm readings, which is a series that I co-curated back in 2021 at Cactus Club here in Milwaukee. I'm really excited to showcase some familiar faces from last year's marathon, but also quite a few poets that I met in 2023. Most of them I met at Woodland Pattern, which Woodland Pattern is forever the collaborative crossroads for poetry in Milwaukee. And a lot of these poets, what they have in common, in my opinion at least, is that they allow poetry to sort of guide them by the hand, and they use poetry as a tool for like self-analysis, self-evolution. And in my opinion, all these poets have a very stellar intuition, which keeps me very interested in what they're doing, forever constantly inspiring me to develop my own voice, to explore my own voice, to just not shy away from whatever I feel like writing and however I want to interpret what poetry means. So yes, thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you to each of the poets for contributing to my segment. Thank you for taking the time to share your work and to send it to us and for me to curate. So yeah, thank you so much for tuning in as well, and have a good one.
Hello, everyone. Happy Poetry Marathon. It's my favorite time of the year. Yeah, just as always, really, really happy to be here. There's a very significant chance that at the exact time you're watching this, I am currently in the gallery drinking a glass of wine. So by all means, come say, hey, I love you. Hello. And whether it's virtually or in person, whatever time of year, whenever, for whatever occasions, always my heart belongs at Woodland Pattern. So happy to be here. Today in particular, also glad, I appreciate Antonio for curating this hour. I'm super excited to see this lineup, actually. So, you know, wherever I am in the hour, yeah, I'm here for it. But regardless, I am relatively sure that also at the time we're watching this, it is probably horrible and gray and snowy outside. So I just have a few sort of end of winter poems that I like to use to get me through it. So I'm just going to go through a few of those. Undivining. A mother sticks a double-threaded needle in the eraser of a wooden pencil, her daughter's friends captive to the ritual as she puts the barely pubescent hand, skinny knuckles down on the kitchen table, says, "Hold still." She dangles the pencil from a thread, her thumb and index finger unmoving. And the girls bite their lips, their eyes wide to see if a promise of babies will bubble from veins in their friend's wrist, up and down for a boy, side to side for a girl. All unmet creation, leaning one way or the other, like they could wish a well to spring up somewhere new, she thinks, like someone would have the will to pull water from the earth one day, a string between their fingers. Last night of winter, I try to let you know I love you. Each year I wonder if I really am the air like you told me I was. The night breath fogging, the walk home, then the kiss, the talk, the chill walking you back. Once again, I've been waking with the vision of a girl who wandered out on the lake until the horizon lost her, a path of salt and thorned roses left leading to the ice. I think of you telling me that if I forget how I got here, it must be a dream then, to come find the trail of flowers back, to follow the sound of your voice, keep breathing. When did we come down to watch the moon turn? How long have we had to arrive shivering, holding nothing in our hands but our own hands? How do I fight away from the dusk, the time to tell you whenever you touch me? I feel I have lived forever before, and one day soon I might again. I stare at the starless night in exactly the same way you would have. I have known love long enough now to be angry. Like how queasy legs felt less ache than squelch fire. When I saw barbed wire nervous in the woods as a kid, the time someone else wanted to be let through and I released the rusted barb down on them, their leg too soon, too scared to keep my weak wanting hands pulled up. When once much later a man touched my stomach like that sharpness, I forgot myself as the bat, the fangs, the sonar sounds showing me always the surroundings, and the unknown night was perfect for a quiet while. My jaw clenched so hard when it found release, I couldn't hear a goddamned thing but buzzing. Do you want to know what it's like, darling? Do you want? I pretend my dreams were about you again. Always water lately. Always your face, drawn with the clarity of angels, a batwing gleaming under the bridge, unmasking a stomach, asking for touch, if not quite lust. I have never known how to be happy without a body of water, without someone I love in wait outside the mouth of the cave, the thought of if it's safe, if we two wish to step into the waves of heaven. There is no question here. There is no brittle earth waiting for fire in the kiln. There is only might. There's only unformed vessel, the strong hand that's needed to shape a curve so delicate. It looks like no one even tried, like it was the most natural thing in the world. Thanks, y'all. Happy marathon.
Hello, my name is Kiara Sholo, and I'll be reading some poetry in collaboration with palm readings. Let's get started. I did not ask for this passion, for a heart so dripping with love that it swallows me whole if I'm not careful. I'd rather be lonely than alone, but sometimes the loneliness is stagnant, and I just want to put my love somewhere. I'm from a place where the ocean holds hands with the land, where the palmeras sway to melodies on the breeze, and streets are lined with more than just history. A place that lets you rest your head among the stars, each one tasked with holding every dream that we set our eyes on. Banana leaves and fruit trees, hold me in your embrace. Solo un poquito más. I live for you. Whether morning, noon, or night, I hold your face in my mind. I start my day with you, only to linger in bed a little longer. I rush home for you, looking forward to your embrace. We pass time together, and as sleepy eyes meet dark skies, your love keeps me grounded. My daisy chain of past loves has wilted, imprinting reminders of how small I made myself. How did such thinly veiled lies of love hold so much power? Why did it pluck so many years away? With each dissection and reflection, I'm left tired. And honestly, I'd rather let you go, to leave you in the glue trap of time. I'd much rather take the night to love myself, hold myself, gently caress the scars and sleep-deprived lines. I'd much rather treat myself better than I had before. Mírame, aunque no quieres. Cállate, escucha mis palabras y sepa que no soy sin lágrimas. Ámame, dame más que tu tiempo. Libérame, porque hay días cuando tu máscara se desliza. y me he cansado de tus mentiras. You're the last possible sip of wine, held between my tongue, savored for every bit of flavor. You leave me greedy, hungry for your lips. You are a blessing, maintained between honey-colored eyes, and I surmise that your smile holds more truth than scripture. So I read between the lines and hope to love you with all my heart, all my soul, all my mind. Thank you.
Hey Woodland Pattern friends, Happy New Year's. My name is Noah Michaela Fields, and I'm a Chicago poet. I'm so honored to be participating in this annual tradition, this marathon for and by poets. As a brief visual description, I am a white trans woman wearing a black shirt and choker, and I'm sitting in front of some bright colored lights. I'm gonna read 2 poems for you tonight. The first one is from my book E, forthcoming from Nightboat. It's called Figure 8, and I hope it will be a blessing for your new year, embracing the scariness of the unknown as a space for growth and change. Figure 8. I tried to mark the next shape of my body, where it was going, if it would ever arrive on the page, curled in another name. Testing out a potential respelling, I was practicing my new would-be signature cursive itineraries accumulating in my notebook. I spilled some water so the ink bled through. Poems and doodles and journal entries, blurred black and blue bruises. I could see dissolving traces of a book left behind, written by and by another self I declined yet accepted as also partly my own, partly mine, underlined or crossed out, or saturated with my own editorial annotations as I revisited my palimpsest. These sedimented layers, sentimental missives, reminding me what I was missing. Could I draw out that unknowing I felt? A draft, emerging on the page, a figure 8, infinitely drifting from letter to letter. One-sided correspondence written back to myself, which I kept backing into and kept piled on a shelf, outlining a shell of my being plotted over time, or at least my thinking and feeling as pressed against the page and jammed. It was like how René Gladman described drawing, what kept growing as the hand moved, wanting some shape that, quote, looked like an E but was not an E because of what the next shape was. The calamity of becoming something else unalphabetic, E losing its sense of destination. And as I watch Gladman's E changing form, below the surface, E gradually rewires my body and how I am feeling my way out to meet the page. My other poem is by the Palestinian poet and artist Ido Adnan from her book, The Arab Apocalypse. When the living rot on the bodies of the dead, when the combatants' teeth become knives, when words lose their meaning and become arsenic, when the aggressor's nails become claws, when old friends hurry to join the carnage, when the victor's eyes become live gels, when clergymen pick up the hammer and crucify, when officials open the door to the enemy, when the mountain people's feet weigh like elephants, when roses grow only in cemeteries, when they eat the Palestinian's liver before he's even dead, when the sun itself has no other purpose, when the sun itself has no other purpose than being a shroud. The human tide moves on. Thank you. Free Gaza and Happy New Year.
Three poems. 1. Snapped a photo of a poem about street youth and a portrait that I somehow missed. But the poem Ahmed was able to awake its flesh by distilling his eyes into words, as if recalling the day the shutter was released. Woke up in the middle of the night, my childhood, my youth went by, and the only thing remaining was a fistful of pebble stones. My childhood, my youth just glanced at me. What did you see, Hussein, in the budding rose of a youth? Did you have a day's smile in that poverty? The only consolation is that there are so many more like you. My childhood, my youth passed by from afar. The dead knots came untied after becoming a vagrant. My fate smiled at me after becoming a vagrant. My feet were finally kissed after becoming a vagrant. My childhood, my youth burnt to the ground. 2. Unquote. His ashes, though faint and light, sprinkled the winds of the Bosphorus Sea. Through the night with the taste of bass fish, capitalized by a spicy tomato paste and a Coca-Cola fizz. Dark hues of blues above the light tans in the rye-bread horizon. Silhouettes of your contemporaries and chunky cats, who pose for cameras the same way you pose for the unseen tintype. I know you know, we know, that childhood's a spark of fire, like poets' pens chased by a winter storm. Freeze burn is all that is left if we cannot appreciate that one flame, of shutter snapping, metal twisted, turning the soluble to a frame. 3. I come from the auntie, in a black bag and olive notepad. In her breath of sleep whispers of two middle-aged women past wake time. I'm wide awake, sounds radiate, as if the vibrations were set to high gear. They still use dials. Nobody thought of touchscreens, yet touch is an oxymoron in an age of the distant and discreet. I'm left. They were sweet, those olives, I know, you knew. The more young brains exposed, the more exposure on you. Those sweet olives tainted by shatter. They whisper in my eternity softly. They whisper, in their breath a gentle touch. Young olive in a mother's rest, and a scattered testament of us remains.
This poem is called There Are 10 Commandments. These are my personal 3. My personal 3 commitments. No chase. I gotta patiently wait for my bi-weekly check and hi, how are you texts, and for my hair to grow out. If I break this zone, I am seen as desperate. No tears. No, that's a challenge. When I salvage my frames of a recent year, left me forsaken, could have choked on my vomit, laid on phrases that overcommit, painted by the most thoughtful hands that had ever held me. Or so I thought. They fade over time, no matter how one paints the words. No doubt, but I get so in my head. One must think I bend words with my tongue and teeth, so they don't leave me when I feel like people do. Don't leave. I doubt you will. It's all in my head, right? Do you think it's just me? Are you listening? I doubt it. I am talking to you, not the word you. No chase, no tears, no doubt. No shame, but all I do makes you embarrassed of me. Are these personal commandments or desperations to be less human, less alive? I'm sorry, I'm not God. Thank you.
Hi friends, my name is Julie Novakovsky, and I'm going to read 3 poems for you today. First, I'd like to thank Antonio VARGAS-NIETO and Woodland Pattern for having me. This is called Tell Me. Tell me you are special without telling who you are. By touch, tell me you are special by the colors you make. Tell me you paint every day, the palm, the beach, a flame, the body. Tell me you are special without telling. By touch, tell me you create without creating me. You are special by the colors you make. Without paint, you can say who you are without poetry. Tell me you are special without telling. Mostly blank space, who you are within me. You are special by the colors you make. By touch, paint me a face with no paint, with no feeling. Tell me you are special without telling. You are special by the colors you make. This is Dead Day. What am I? What flesh is? How do I make it? How do I sound like I am? What does my voice sound like? How do I sound making none? Love, what is my form? What medium? The poem, entered with joy, becomes a map of the stars, a series of paths. An M in palmistry means nothing, Amanda says. The palms with their dirty walls, saith Zoe. I can see the dusty interior of a desert motel and its dead. Hands also reveal the palette, the hidden cobalts to Beatrix, to Peach eating the bones. Am I a shard of one or many? Masks. Am I one of the cute ones? These masks are so cute, right? Are you missing your arms and noses sliced? Into kitchen counters? Did your temples' walls also become cabinet knobs? What is soft like? Shawls and scarves and Sophia's dress, color changing. Day white with orange lily and pink silk rosettes. Night metallic black, silver and gold weavings. Morning on the beaches. We all wear chartreuse tunics. Only I have no torsos. Are they soft? I sculpt 2 marble stomachs, just for us. I make 3 eyeballs with lapis lazuli and shells. Though I think I have no heads, I still gaze at you with them. This is the ceremony. The vine shakes, it loops toward the houses. It twists like a rope. It twists like a crop top with an oval cut out. Love for him is her. Love for her is kids. Love for friends is love for him. I love them. Come, birds, gaze into this house. My temple, open, made of glass, gazes back. Come, be our sister, inhale of the glitter, the crystal. Come, complete. The ceremony wants you to be. The ceremony wants to be you. What it wants is to drown in the tar pits of La Brea. Completed, I will emerge from the pit. I will burn it. I will spare the mouth, the lens that imparts to make a sound. I spare the rod, I swear. Thank you.
He came in from the heat and stripped down. He came in from the heat and stripped down. The dog had rolled in a carcass. The dog had rolled in a carcass into peripheral through window frame. Blows into peripheral through window perpetual overlap. The fenced patched in perpetual overlap. How depth perception is taught by touch. The greens reconstitute greens in front of. He came in from the heat and stripped down. You are ate lunch like the wet dog in my peripheral. The dog had rolled in a carcass. His arms move through willows like curtains. Laundry blows into peripheral through window frame. The fence patched in perpetual overlap. How depth perception is taught by touch. Sound veins, the green crooked reconstitute greens in front the sound of boots finds inside me through. You one hand measures the height of the mountain, peripheral, the feeling it gave. His arms to give the horse willows full like curtains. Sound veins crooked light to tile edge. The sound of boots finds inside me through. Ground one hand measures the height of the mountain. West facing depression to give the shadow in red mountain. He is holding a cup he waves from the threshold. My dog left after a rabbit. Mountains change color frequently in the first hour. The mountain my father was young beside, ground cover, the flowers of a shed cup one can pass west through facing depression holds shadow in red mountain. Stones piled up. He is holding a cup he waves from the threshold. My dog left after a rabbit. Mountains change color frequently in the first hour. Backlit. The mountain my father was young the beside. Reservoir mirrors nothing. The width gathers shed until you pass through and not be recognized. Truck pulled over at roadside stones table. Piled up to protect one stem. Emotion felt sympathetically first. Feeling of not knowing the name of the flower, large ovals, wanting a patch to hold. From here, the reservoir mirrors nothing. Attempts to wash the smell from wool. Look. Truck pulled over at roadside table. Emotion felt sympathetically white first. Spiral 1,000 feeling times not knowing the name and of the pond swallows wanting low over. A patch to hold some immeasurable length turns white spiral attempts over to wash over the smell shells. From wool on one side reflected light on one side reflected light. Sun turned white spiral 1,000 times, and the pond swallows move low over. Tarp slip sun turns white spiral over and over shells. On one side, reflected light. On one side, reflected light.
Claire, that was beautiful. I have tears in my eyes, but I'll try to hold back. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mike, for the invitation. Thank you to everyone for the invitation and for just being so kind to us on this visit. Yes, spoiling us, I feel. Yeah, and just giving us so much permission in terms of this reading, this workshop. It's something we've been trying to do for a long time, and it feels really good to have this as a first home for it. Thank you, Claire, for doing this with me and for letting me do this with you, and for your words and your friendship. I'm going to read from a few things. I think the first thing will be something that is in process. I think the name is Portrait of a Life After Death. So that's what we'll call it for now. And these are just excerpts from it. I don't know by what mechanism, but it seemed I had formed a root system where my head should have been. Before the transformation, I recall closing my eyes, regulating my breath, and minding, as I had taken to doing each morning before the sun's arrival. And then there was light behind my eyes, a cool light, a light transmitting unknown colors and moods. When I came to, I heard a whisper somewhere above me. "Now, wriggle your toes," the whisper said. "Now, your fingers. Now, whenever you're ready," the whisper said. "Open your eyes." And I found with some effort that I could, and it seemed a miracle, though then somehow I looked, and my fingers were as green as my toes, and my eyes, nose, and mouth were steeped in soil. I should note that before the transformation, I had dug myself into a hole. Dear reader, you should know that I was from S. Those who know the place could know my origin simply by watching me walk. There is a particular gait we of S maintain. It is subtle but signature, our accent, and it is evident regardless of one's ability to walk. I could know another from S with attention to just a few paces in any location and at any speed. Dress, features, complexion, predilections, and manners of speech are irrelevant in identifying those from S. Outside of S, recognition is made known with a particular gesture, and the gesture's return. I would describe these, the gesture and gait, but will not, that others from S might continue to avoid unwelcome detection. Cece's secret. In a search once, I came across an account of an enslaved family. The children, who were fathered by the plantation owner, took to freedom in adulthood. The first 3 ran away one by one, and the 4th was emancipated in his 20s. 2 children, in freedom, chose to live among their people, taking up color. 2 children did not, passing for white. The children wrote to each other until one discontinued her correspondence. Years later, her brother, living in color and writing the account, did not know whether she was living or dead. She had passed into whiteness and faded into history. He spoke of the others, their standings and marriages, and he recalled a piece of his childhood. Quote, "My very earliest recollections are of my grandmother. When I was about 3 years old, she was sick, and upon her deathbed, I was eating a piece of bread and asked if she would have some. She replied, 'No, Granny doesn't want bread anymore.' She shortly after breathed her last. I have only a faint recollection of her." End quote. Things were not as this, but as I read, I recollected. I am certain that she believed she was telling me before my memory could form, but I recall with precision Cece, my great-grandmother, holding me a baby still in swaddling cloth, her leaning over, her hoarse whisper. "I left S," she said, "when I was young, but I returned, and you will too, though most of us don't." And she lifted me up, gleeful in sharing the secret, and I seemed to float, and she caught me. I believe I could be a ghost, but I am not. The possibility arises that I could be because I am in the ground, awaiting decomposition, but still my mind wanders. Even before the transformation, something like this was the case. Often, among strangers, my voice seemed to glide just beneath any wavelength of understanding, and often audibility. I chatted and was met with puzzlement or was ignored, but I did not stop chatting, and so my presence was rendered atmospheric, the stuff of noise and not speech. Often I wondered what others could perceive of me. I believed I could have been a ghost, but I was not. Grasses can be so loud, is one thing I've learned since the transformation occurred. The grasses around me, they chat all day, and it hurts me sometimes, my inability to join them. Mostly, I have been happy here, listening to their language, which is indecipherable to me, but certainly resonant. Sometimes, the whisper that accompanied the transformation returns. "Now, wriggle your toes," the whisper says. "Now your fingers. Now, whenever you're ready," the whisper says. "Open your eyes." I remember that in the days I spent in Cece's garden, I grew attached to the notion that human life and plant life ought to be discrete. I kept the world straight with simple statements. I would sit out there in the dirt, pulling and planting and picking. "Plants are plants and people are people," I would say to myself in a small voice. "People are people and plants are plants. Plants are plants and people are people." And then, in the long of the days, the declarations would rearrange themselves. "Plants are plants and people are people. Plants are people and people are plants. Plants are people peopling people. Plants are people peopling plants," my words would become as I sat digging with my fingers in the soil. I think I said this earlier, but grasses really can be so loud. At this moment, they are rushing around me, tickling at what I believe to be my legs and feet, and I believe that I might be tangling in their lengths. When the grasses and I interact like this, I like to imagine that they know me, are shielding me, are teaching me language, are bringing me in on their fun. And then my mind wanders, considering the fate and activities of grasses elsewhere, and I wonder how their blades around graves feel. Do they take seriously their roles as vigil holders? Do they mourn with the bereft? Do they miss their friends and enemies, the ones who were lost to the plots? Surely some of them grow bored or lonely or maintain a desire to be elsewhere, for I do not know that the dead can speak or play in registers familiar to grasses. Slow down now. Sometimes I wish it were possible to weep, but being submerged headfirst in soil, I satisfy myself with what I suppose are secretions. The position I am in has generally required a fresh perspective and alternate ways of relating to my body. I wonder, as I am rooted now, if there is anyone who looks at me with recognition. Do I have that gait anymore? Do those who would know it? This being is from S, but unlike anything I have ever seen before, they might think. How odd, they might say, trying to decipher the situation. And then, tentatively, they might perform our gesture and sit with me, awaiting my reply.
Peninsula. We never speak of it, but here we know the land cannot be trusted. So a woman might reach out her hand towards a rail in Debenhams, and for a fraction of a second knows the earth beneath the town is shifting as limestone lays itself open to rain, grains of sandstone slacken, then let go. Cracks in old mine shafts expand, and another gram of soil slips sideways without a sound. She picks out a dress in pink, holds it up to her friend. They laugh, link arms on their way to Costa in Sitmocha as the Permo-Triassic rocks dip further west. The glacial sediments of Walney drift towards the Spitz, and the peninsula hunches down in the astounding wind. Bodies. I keep parts of certain creatures in jars of formaldehyde and freezers. I do this because they are wonderful. So strong are the anchors that hold an eye to its bone ring, I dedicate a new blade to each, to free intact those whole and wholly perfect globes. Such tenacity is wonderful. The gullets of seabirds are wonderful. They are ridged and flexing graphene atom tubes. The skull of a hare is wonderful. It is thinned to transparency, a mesh of bone threads held together by air. A gannet's skull is the same pure white marble I've seen exposed in the dazzling quarries of Thasos. I lay out the parts in patterns, take pictures, put them safely away. How could I not treasure such wonderful things? How the forgetting began. Things she knew. The train trip to the seaside. The boating pool brimming green. The moment her mother's back was turned. The rubber seaweed on the pool wall. The rotting cabbage feel of it as she scrabbled over. The things she didn't know. The sea hid a waiting gob of virus. Things she knew. The waves' hard slap on the fleet of little peeling holes, the shocking intransigence of small boats. The things she didn't know, the virus intended to get to the core of her spine. Things she knew, the lumpy face of the boatman, the opening and closing of his immense mouth. The things she didn't know, the virus in her spine would bring a terrible dream of heat. Things she knew. The squeeze of deeper water. The sea creeping green past her hips. The things she didn't know. The start of the dream would be the start of the forgetting. Things she knew. The distance between her and her mother. The smallness of her mother, the snag, the slip, the sea closing green over her head, the green taste of sea in her mouth, and the salt on her lips.
Man differs from some of the lower animals in that he can neither stand nor walk at birth. Over a period of months, an infant learns to carry out the movements of crawling and walking. This learning process continues throughout childhood into adult life until eventually walking becomes a fully coordinated function. If certain physiological mechanisms are at fault, an abnormality of gait will result. These processes may attack different parts of the nervous or muscular systems.
The cot in the isolation hospital. The green room with the gowns and masks is a place where people only pass through, in and out, like ants, like bees. They press her feet, they bend her knees, they shake their heads. They walk away. No one says much, no one plays. The long days come, the long days go, but very slow, so very slow. The complete mechanization of the post-infectious child. Extract from Haynes' Workshop Manual Theories. Remove debris and residual clothing from child with abrasive tool, Figure 7. Clean and inspect thoroughly. Test for taint, tottering and atrophy. Mark areas of damage. Measure circumference of affected limbs. Record. Fix limit screws to affected muscles, but do not tighten down at this stage. Assemble cantilevered 5-pin cylinder caliper systems to correct torque settings. Set aside for fitting later. Calculate plus or minus clearance for reduced growth and increased disfigurement commensurate with age, size, and degree of shame exhibited by the child. Table 3. With child face up, measure and mark attachment positions for caliper systems. Turn child over. Repeat. During periods of immobility, she studied the Ladybird Book of British Wild Flowers. Page 4, Primrose, Violet, Anemone. Page 5, Orchid, Cuckoo Pint and Wood Sorrel. Page 10, Ground Ivy, Bluebell, Campion. Page 14, Yellow Flag, Meadow Sweet, Forget-Me-Not. Page 28, Ragged Robin, Ragwort. Page 30, Self-Heal, Celandine, Silverweed. And page 34, Rest Harrow, Harebell. Page 40, Garlic Mustard, Cowslip and Daisy. Page 42, Buttercup, Cranesbill. Page 44, Bird's Foot, Trefoil. Page 46, Common Vetch, Speedwell. Page 50, Scarlet Pimpernel. On the second day of the storm, she watched a seabird blown exhausted against a cliff. At the cliff top, rain scooped earth from around a cold rock. When the rock fell towards it, the bird turned its eye upward to watch, its head and neck drawing a slow, perfect arc. But her body is heavy, too heavy to move. She is mud. If she could, she would lift her hand, wipe the grit from her eyes, stand and look up, leaning on the singing air. She teaches herself to walk across a limestone landscape. Start. Check. Step. Check. Step. Slope. Slip. Stop! Stop, stop, stop. Start. Step. 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 Slope. Check. Stop! Start. Check. Step. Check. Step. Slip. Slip. Stop. Start. Step. Check. Step. Slope. Step. Check. Step. 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 Stop. Start. Step. Check. Step. 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 Now that I've come back and I stand at the edge of the wood with this reckless smell of elderberry and nettles, I thought I knew like a rhyme. Thought I knew well enough at least for it to be part of my claim on these trees, this small piece of ground. Now I'm back, I look around for the path through the wood, the one beaten into cool earth, the broad, smooth path that surely carried the predecessors before it carried me. Now I'm here, I see there is no path through the wood. The path I walked was the path I made with my feet as I walked. And I see that I have no claim on this place. I never even marked the surface of the land. I understand now that I've come back. I stand still at the edge of the sea, a woman who doesn't always know what to do. I imagine walking up this long beach, away from grey waves that come and go. I don't always know what to do, though I feel sand shift underfoot, see the grey waves come and go, ask why. Do I stop? When will I start? I feel sand and underfoot shift, though I try to recall instructions on balance, stepping, how to walk, when to ask more. The sand slip quickens. I try, I call, I recall, oh how I say so cold, help, please. Deep, quick, sand, slip, water, I am cold. Help me walk. So cold, please help me walk. Imagining this long beach. I am water, I am cold, I am cold, I am still. A woman still at the edge of the sea.
Okay. Hi.
Hello.
Okay, so you're watching this on Sunday, and it is last night for us after, it's 10:30. We wanted to say happy marathon. As per usual, we got a little behind working on the marathon.
But
we had to say happy 30th.
We want to be here with you. This is a beautiful historic occurrence. Our cats are even involved in this right now. And we just want to say, this is the 30th annual Poetry Marathon for Woodland Pattern.
And it's our 4th virtual, the last virtual.
I know, and the last virtual. And so we're feeling emotional about it.
Yeah, we're feeling emotional.
At this point, we want to release you back into the realm.
No, we don't. Not yet, because we need to tell you what's happening next year. We don't have all the details.
Oh my goodness.
But we are going to have a hybrid marathon. So those of you that are coming from far away or who need to record, you will have a place. Those of you who want to be in person, you will have a place. We're very excited. It's going to be at St. Kate. Details are coming. So
help us do this next iteration of this, because none of this happens without you. And
we want all of you involved.
Right.
Stay involved.
Stay involved. Woodland Pattern is you. We are Woodland Pattern. Let's go forth and do it.
Should we dance some more?
You want to dance a little bit?
Yeah, let's dance more.
This poem is what really made me bring together what this book is and needed to be for me. What do all the signs, symbols, and synchronicity mean, God? What do it all mean, God? I'm not angry, and this might be considered mean, God. Help me understand, God. Is this a lesson in purity, God? Finding joy in spirit qualities versus orgasms, God? I just wonder. You connected us simply for joy, And this assignment ain't so simple. It's joy to the world, like all the people, even the ones that hate us, the ones that hate themselves, them inviting them to joy. What do it all mean, God? What do all the signs, symbols, and synchronicity mean, God? Who wrote all those poems? The me that needed to see me, God? Help me have that come to Jesus revelation. I see it, but can't see it, God. What do you mean, God? How is this not mean, God? Together we heal in creative places, creative joy, God. Is this the answer? I must be close, God. Like I saw love's light, God. You, that eternal, forever, forever, ever kind of love. The kind that washes and dries my dishes, that kisses my feet and massages my scalp. You know, the kind that connects with cuddles and conversation and peace. What do you mean, God? Like you dangle love's carrot in front of me. By carrot, I mean mirror, my reflection. You see my reflection. You see my reflection. So I can see myself in the light of you, God. Am I questioning you or me, God? God is within me, God. Address her. Know her. Learn all things to love all of her, to love all of you. All of you. All the things about you. Find glory and communion. Embrace her the same way you embraced him. Fall in love with her the same way you fell in love with him. This is the part 2. Part 3 is coming soon, and expect nothing. Hope for nothing, because where there is hope, there is expectation. Expect nothing. True love has no expectations. It just is. Divine and feminine. All those things I needed you to see in her. All those things I needed you to see in you. All right. Okay. I'm gonna share just one more. So my spirit is home in Puerto Rico often. There are other places I need to travel to, but this is my favorite place. And this one is called Returning in Full Bloom. I want more time here. I know time is relative, so is space. I know I'll be back soon to feel the sun, the warmth of my friend's smile. This place holds healing and fire, all kinds of inspiration. I'm returning in full bloom, healed and whole and healing, full of joy, love, and creation. I'm returning with fearless activation, operating in every gift I have, known and unknown. I'm returning in full bloom, full passion, true intentions, fully guided by ancestors and angels, the divine goddess within. I know her. I know her now. I know her better. I have become. I'm returning in full bloom, claiming peace and serenity, all the joy in all things, all the things. I'm returning in full bloom. Grateful for the gift of time we shared, the lessons learned and learning, the wisdom shared, the rivers accepted my tears, removed every fear and perceived obstacle. I have a scar to prove it and a few amazing pictures. I'm grateful for the pause, even when that looked like COVID, which looked like rest and a pace that requires my honey mama's sachet and grandnana's Captain flow. I'm grateful to watch my ancestors embody the living here. The red lipstick adorned by the abuela at the cafe with the Coca-Cola, and the one who still smells like grandnana. Her spirit is sweet like those waffles she make before the bus came. Her buenos dias comes with giggles, and the papas greet you with smiles and loud I love yous just because it's sunny with a chance of rain. I'm grateful for the breeze and becoming an ancestor's reminder to Clara. I have her mama's smile. This island, Puerto Rico, is home to my spirit. Always and forever, I'll return soon in full bloom. Thank y'all.
Hi, I'm Sadie Dupuy. I'm very grateful to be back reading for Woodland Pattern's annual poetry marathon. I'm going to read from a new in progress work that I haven't read from before. So here goes. 2 fires sweating around me, and I woke up. Brain charred. Thinking every time a photo enters the world, all previous versions of subjects go obsolete. I find nighttimes very boring and unkind. Whispering snake tongue like, you'll never live up to the newer copy of you. Part of last night's was a seashore band, nondescript, screen printing t-shirts across my stairwell, mad about my ephemera clogging their seating. All emotional, I gifted a zine about horses. I still hold fear about the sea, a new floor invented in my mind for all the friends I can't apologize to without an apology from them first. The Monday one was even worse. Having learned about local mobster meatballs, proper nickname, his home-cooked ones were, paraphrasing, as if from Rayo's. At the local boutique with a cute misspelling, I witnessed a full-on syndicate takeover. Deaths left and right. The powerful and the ones so hungry tornadoing to a bloody cartoon resolve. Emerging from my corner, I knew as witness, no witness ever goes free from the brain's recordings. Eventually, the magnet gets wiped. For a big time, I lived in the attic. Insulation replaced with a string of Christmas lights. Hiding behind the mothy fur coats, and what's so different between that and my daytime? At the local boutique with a cute misspelling, I buy marked up, mass-produced checkerboard bullshit, and the owner thanks me for shopping small and supporting community. And I wear the plastic nonsense to hide. Dog in lap, brain still charred. Last night I thought to say I'd had all my blood sweated out. To say I'd had a poet over who knows, the poet won over. To say he asked me if I poetry know someone or really know them. The girl who barely poetry knows me said poems felt like inside jokes she was outside of. But the point of poetry is to bring you in, laughing for a reason you don't know. Rooting, crying, jeering, loving, molded. At least the poems I really love. I filed my final task of this twisted year. The last 22 of 22. The shortest day, though they all feel impossible. Already over before I've changed into the sunlight. The jokesters drove over and I climbed behind the passenger seat, not knowing hours in either direction would take me straight into the sunset. Light candles and saying a prayer. It's how I alone commune with all our dead. I'm afraid to be naked, of the back of my head, to show I'm afraid of saying no. Everyone I love, suddenly sick, not calling back, being with my mind forever. To show I'm even thinking of being afraid. I call that a therapy. An hour after therapy. My first no-show. From the clay rooms and salt rooms and jewelry of Fort Lee. So sorry, I'm working out of state. Face red and full of my oils. It's great to be untherapized when my thoughts are the sickest. To bundle up in the muscle. Wear my skin until it's pilling. I was turned around to think of miracles. Asked to name one. Asked to name one again. Unable to evade miracles. Thanks so much.
Abridged autobiography. I knew nothing. The dog of kindness pressed her paw hard on my hip. Wild blackberries scratched the shit out of my arms. but later I couldn't find a mark. For so long, I hoped I'd turn out different than I am, dog help me. It's going to take forever to carry back all this sweetness I found. Through your open window. Through your open window, a man sees us fucking and stops to lift his little dog so it can watch as well. What I have in this world, I know I have. We all tip an invisible cap. Picking mulberries. Picking mulberries from over the top of the cemetery's brick, I bring my hand back to the living side anytime I see headlights. I'd hoped for longer than I'd care to say, to make something that preserved me. But now I see my purple fingertips, this short, bruised season we all get. Anyway, I'm coming home. Anyway, the bag I brought is getting full. Wednesday morning. Providing no surplus value for the shareholders, my lover wraps one hand around the thin bar of the headboard. Once, I believed I'd need to be pointed in the right heading if I was going to get any place safe. That even hurt could be a waystone, a cracked marker to show our path, though there is no path. Now, I walk home with 2 coffees, counting every catalpa headed east on Catalpa Avenue, which is easy this week with them in sticky bloom. All the hundreds of cream trumpets that herald me back to you. Valentine. Sometimes when I'm on my knees doing that thing you like, our saints swing on their silver chain and land for a moment at the tip of my tongue to pray. Thanks, Woodland Pattern. Love you guys.
Hello, I'm Brian Cherry. You are whoever you are. Thanks for being you. These are some poems from my book, Death Moan. You're gonna make it after all. Shoe store is burning. I'm flexing out front. This convenient circus crawls. It lets them keep cozy gentrification chimera perch. Minnesota nice upside your head. Always heard you ain't gotta be scared to get your ass kicked. I am the reverent friction of the ghost. The one who convinced me to burn. The one chained to my clammy comfort. My skin is apocalyptic. My skin is war helicopters over protest cities. Apparitions do not fear. They do the scaring. Apparitions systematically pop and lock to the rockets, red ass glare. So that was that. This is called Eat Everything. The siege starts without warning. Everyone eating everything. Grim progression of gyrating plates. You know the street's dead, but it ain't stopped the killing. Merchant mercenaries hot for an investment. Like it was said, something is decapitated. It ain't like its head was ever in the right place, though. It's filthy rich out here beyond the surface. It's belly full of justification and an arch denialism. Coltrane beaming Alabama from the implications. Never knew enough to make it. Tripped up on the sour vine floor. Heaven, you and I got a problem. Heaven, intercede or fully join the riot. It's called Because the Sky is Blue. Lipstick disaster, processions of possessions, marked up like Bano bloated prophecies in this ochre cemetery century. They say it is all fractals, and they pose problems to be solved and resurrect aims to be surrendered and annexed as the axes begin to take grind, gritted teeth attached to despair skulls, cathedral cranial compartments where electricity is crystallized, cemented into reality as it has been constructed, construed by others, many of whom have already sought refuge in death, in leaving cardboard cutout confusion. It seems especially hot in here, where they call it mania, pretenses and golden pistons suspended in the spring shivery air that is soldiering solemnly through the environment to touch that which has no choice but to come, call it summer, to this hell of an invisible, inevitable mission that this enigma has been on, dining on hearts, but first placing them in dominant fists toward the sky, emblazoned with entranced eyes. And to think it all takes place at no additional cost to the believer. I think I'll read one more quick one. It's called Everything Means Nothing to Me, after Elliott Smith. She says death and weed and long ago hurts and how they still battering and newer reasons to be grieved, like a new, boring, repetitive job, both parents dead, a complicated longing, like some man inappropriately touching her, like there's a God trapped inside itself, talks of not knowing how to breathe in darkness, light being just a refracting, fomenting agent. She says she would not do death to herself, says she has no goals, fuck having goals. She speaks of death as a means to cohere these stone trinkets she carries that have no intention, no means for coherence. Hey, thank you very much. Happy marathon.
Hi, I'm Seth Copeland from Indiahoma, Oklahoma, and I was honored to be a part of this last year, so if you'll allow me, here's another Okie poem. This is from a longer series called Flood Season. Oklahoma drowns in a muddy May moon. The old highway comes apart between counties on a 23-span bridge. The North Fork all glut and flush, a rare thing, rare as a boy who forgives his father. Over 100 years ago, Granddad's brother went missing in a flood like this. People whispered about his taskmaster daddy, shouts in the night over an icebox as missing oranges, glares in the market, bruises from farm work. Brother Luther, gentle boy, was last seen running into bullets of rain. This bridge wasn't even here then, closed off for 10 years now, a lonely, rusted stretch. What does the North Fork give up? In dusk husk, middle school prairie goths haunt its hang, tagging the trusses, raising Satan and the finger against their own fathers, against base assignments, against being exiled to a cowtown in the gutted out plains. The wet fissure, hairline off the Red River, spills sideways under them, gagging the sand. Up the road, the family plot, a row of dead siblings, and a gap for a lost boy. How many queer and silent in a country cemetery? How many queer and silent in no cemetery? By mud moon, the Air Force brats wade to its edge in their trip pants, black shirts heavy wet, mouths slushy blue and lipstick bruised, eyeing alligator gar jerks in the grainy water, looking for crawdads, finding only the shells they left when they escaped. Thank you very much for listening.
Hello, I'm Irene Cooper, and I'm reading to you from the traditional homelands of the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs. I'm going to read an excerpt from a sonnet tiara called American Dream for Robert Povey. It's possible no one asks if you want any post-war real estate you can, by way of a bank, call your own. I see a high-ceilinged walk-up, friends to bring a bottle, carapace of books, nothing to mow, a slip under the door to summon the super and his wrench. I could have this all wrong, your philosophy of belong. Maybe you do love her gardens, but then maybe you are only rooted in your vows, her sex. What to do with a bruised carcass, but pestle it under a grinding heel, work the crushed seed until its essence releases from this plot of ground, this story. You are not at Buchenwald, not at Dachau. Grow fungal instead in the trenches of Italy. Soldier, medic, armistice. Finds you at 19 kicking out bits of shrapnel, trying to scar. Witness, before banquets of atrocity, you do not see the skeletons walk through the gates of Mauthausen. But later stand by your Jewish buddy's side as soft-spoken men turn him away from the Knickerbocker Club. The West, Chester doesn't care, as long as you keep to code. Whites only. In the Valley of the Sun, you can't get a decent bagel. No rye bread. Something with the water. You leave the best hospital in New York, abandon the bedside of your eldest boy, exhausted and emaciated from chemo, from radiation. You take your wife's arm and walk her to the nearest chop house or red sauce place. Order up an old-fashioned, strip steak, rare, baked potato. You ask her to dance. You can only manage the Brooklyn Shuffle, according to her, but what would a turn around the checkerboard tablecloths mean before driving back to the borough, to the creaking, leaking house, unpaid for, and full of sleeping children, each with their own terrible surprises? She is born in the year of the crash, but you are true issue of the Depression. Madison Avenue gig, a Republican trophy wife. It is the gestures that call you out. Coffee tins of nails, drawerfuls of rubber bands, your careful, clueless bookkeeping. You hoard tennis balls until half of them bounce like rocks. Say they are fine, good for serving against a backboard. I hate the game, but for you. One sun-sweaty day, we are leaving the park as a boisterous group of special need kids spill onto the public courts. You toss them a bunch of balls, yellow clean and bright, buoyant, just the good ones. Hospice comes, and she wants oxygen. Saline to go with the morphine drip, hears but will not understand, aspirate. You are moved to the cozy hospice. No thing sterile, lamplight, a real quilt, velvet way to say, there's no more can be done. Your death is quick, and you would have liked this, just like the movies. A tasteful rattling, then silence. You are months pitching your pills in the potted plants. When the dog is in agony, I speak low, but cannot make myself hold his heavy head in my lap. I watch your beautiful hands forgive each other their trespasses. Wait for my kiss.
So this section is called Prowl, and it's from Ripcord. Some people get the glory, some people get the glory hole. I remember when I was young, spying an old man, probably 40, sitting at a gay bar in short shorts and a tank top, smoking with the slow motion of a 1970s movie, like he had all the time in the world. When the door opened, he appraised new arrivals. I examined his getup, his fussy little gestures, and his longing stare with repulsion. To be so old and still on the prowl. Well, I'm well past his age, and I can bring the prowl to my door, and I do. I'm the age where young men's daddy issues work to my advantage, but I can't bankroll my end of the deal. I'm stuck with the truly damaged, seeking validation or abuse, or abusive validation. Bring the belt, one messaged. The next morning, my hand was swollen. I'd sprained it, spanking a low-level brand strategist in a $100 designer jockstrap. I told my friend Charlie about the injury because I'd once loaned him money for the dentist after he chipped his tooth on a wedding band at a glory hole. Charlie says, why not age disgracefully? I mean, have you seen what passes for dignity? For us, it's always been an awkward age. After a disaster date with a guy who said, I guess I thought you were butch by your photo, I changed my profile to 5'7" femme, with the face of an embittered sea captain, the voice of a pissed-off fake concierge, and a body like an unmade bed. I've never maintained a romantic relationship for more than 2 years. I don't have children or pets, and I recently purchased, nurtured, and murdered a cactus. An acquaintance asks if I'm dating anyone. He has a friend in mind. I say I'm retired. I came out at 14, which means I've been out for 30-some years. I should be able to retire. I don't expect a watch, maybe an acknowledgement, thanks for your service, maybe a moment of silence. I'm simply done. I'm not good at romantic life. I make bad decisions and stick with them. Loyalty to poor judgment is one of my most pronounced character traits. I'm bowing out too late to have any honor, but before I can cause more harm. Not exactly noble, but at least belatedly honest. I have so vigorously rejected my role as gay sidekick agony aunt that when someone tried to tell me about their marital problems this week, I said, are you hitting on me? Imagine a life without shame, Charlie says. I believe that's called death. Charlie is not a hugger. We both joked about being raised by wire monkey mothers. I once explained my mostly forgotten childhood to him this way. When I was about 6, my paternal grandmother told a group of church women I had introduced hugging to our family. My friend's 13-year-old daughter asks why I never married, and I tell her I haven't found the right one. I don't say marriage didn't exist as an option when I was young, and I learned to think and live completely outside those situations. I don't say part of rejecting the victim badge was turning what I was taught was wrong and disgusting about me into excess and glory. Make trauma into refusal. Things have changed, as my fuck buddy Dustin says, but I can't undo a lifetime. Later, I teach my friend's daughter how to play triple peak solitaire. I'm good at this, I say, and the best part is, no one knows. I'm lying in bed, awake, wishing I knew how to tell the man sleeping next to me what it was like to be in my head, but knowing that would mean he wouldn't love me anymore. That knowledge meant I couldn't love him either, and in the end, I have to tell him. I don't want to hurt him, but I know I will. How do you tell someone you don't love them anymore? He cries, but I don't hold him. I meant for the pain to be quick. I'd rehearsed for days beforehand. Once it was happening, my words were an echo. He asked how long I hadn't been in love with him, and I talked around the answer, because there's a fine line between honesty and cruelty. When I was young, I moved so frequently every address was a forwarding address. My broken heart then was my family, and now it's everything else. The faint echo of all the other ones. Charlie calls this the chamber, a room one enters where the present and the past are, if not indistinguishable, then blurred beyond recognition. You're peripatetic, someone once said. I knew of people who called themselves travelers and were always looking for adventure. What I mean is they had money, not on them, but back home, money from home. I didn't have money, and the people back home didn't have money, and they didn't want to hear from me anyway. Home has always been a strange word. For years, I referred to where I grew up to as a child as my mother's home. The distinction flew past most people, but it sticks out to the right ones. 15, the summer before I left, my mother drove in silence and I talked. We were going in circles. That building was definitely on repeat. We were lost, but she wouldn't admit it. I stopped talking so she could focus, as if she'd been paying attention to me, as if that was the problem. Finally, she said, "This isn't working." And I thought she meant the drive. Then it hung in the air. Us, me and her. My mother was breaking up with me. After I left, my mother told people I ran away. She didn't want to be the mother who kicked her kid out, so she got to be abandoned. And I sure didn't want to be the victim, the queer kid who gets thrown out of the house. What good did that do me? At best, a bed somewhere for a while, some pity. At worst, vampires who smelled desperation and descended. My mother and I both got what we wanted.
OCO, everyone. Howdy. This is Franklin K.R. Klein. I'm a former member of the board of directors for the lovely Woodland Pattern Book Center. I got 3 poems for you. You will not die not knowing this is not true this year. The fog laid itself down all over outside, like the earth was just waiting to breathe on the television. Everyone is so kind to each other. It's beautiful. It's a time of year of lights where the earth's breath is soft and welcoming. The calendars have almost outgrown their use. Their time is almost up. They've been turned at will. Nothing left for them but the recycling unless they all go to calendar heaven, which seems just as likely as any other heaven. The buildings are full of pleasant and comfortable weather. It must be so hard to be lonely when everyone is together on television, and even the lamplight feels like it's reaching out to touch you. The books, poorly feigning indifference, open themselves to you. Sweet and lovely. What do you know? The air is light with dying Gatorade bottles smashed beneath cars down 55th, groaning east into the rosy blush of noiseless autumn sunlight. And a squirrel carelessly dances along a wire that carries power so SportsCenter can be on in the living room while you use your electric toothbrush to brush your teeth. Yes, it is fall. Yes, it is. And you will soon head down the stairs like a leaf twirling towards the sidewalk, simply one of many, maybe slightly different than the others, if not inspected, people materializing like acne. Someone out of their mind on something synthetic, standing in the middle of the street, crying to something bigger than you for help, and you don't stop or try to help. You feel small and inept in your inability as the light air is ghastly and inescapable. As the city turns into a series of twinkling windows, rats knocking around in pantries, and you open a container of raspberries grown in Mexico and eat them one by one, standing shirtless in the dark, a beam from the streetlight slicing through your blinds to lay softly at your feet like a cat. And for a fraction of a second, with a mouthful of red, you get a real glimpse of what it could mean. Yeah, what it really could, and what do you do about it but this? Someday. How little everyone is thinking about me. I gave Kyle a copy of Lunch Poems before he went off to travel for a few months, and I finished the book Annie gave me in Chicago that's not really about Frank O'Hara, but I liked the parts that were the most. I need to talk to Annie about it and see what she thought. I remember she said it was a quick read and didn't seem too excited one way or another. Annie kept handing me books or showing me them in her and John's apartment. Books by friends and a teacher we once had, and in some way, every time I look at a book, I think of her. I should probably tell her that, or maybe she'll just wind up reading this wherever it winds up, or hearing it if she's watching this. There's something very monstrous in the air sometimes. I can't quite put my finger on it, but when it's there, it's like smudges on my glasses or my childish desire for dessert for dinner. The monstrousness doesn't spook me per se, but I think it's because I don't let it get to me. A strange energy in the neighborhood, people shuffling around not thinking of me. I get little glimpses, small glimmers of understanding, and I try so hard to remember them, but like a dream upon awakening, they vanish and I'm left with an echo, a faint belief that it really is possible to understand.
Hello, my name's Amma Birch, and I'll be reading from Fresh Pond Road. 69th Avenue, Cypress Hill Street, Polish and Slavic Federal Credit Union. Your finances at your fingertips. Braces World Orthodontics, Eagles Bar and Grill, Walsh's Pub, Fresh Pond Road, Doctor's Office, Grand Emporium, 99¢ and up, cigarettes, cold soda, hardware, Christmas items, ATM inside, New York Lottery, play here! Paper produces, quick draw, laundry detergent. We appreciate your business. Thank you for your business. Please come back soon. Hey, you never know. Houseware for rent, haircuts, regular skin, fade, tape up, shave, blow out, flat top, layer cup, men, women, children, senior citizen hair coloring highlights, Brazilian hair straightening sets, permanent, blow dry, European facial, eyebrows and eyelashes, coloring, waxing, threading, wow bagel, open coffee, hot breakfast, gourmet sandwich, wrap, croissant, muffin, house blend, fresh ground coffee, ATM, Eurodental Studio, cosmetic surgery, the augury obstetricics, gynecology and midwifery, MSAN medical care, PC Coke, funeral home, eye specialist, oral surgeon, PC Senior Citizen Center, Inc., Empire State Wealth Management, Inc. 68th Road, accounting, pro services, income tax, investment planning, income tax, e-filing, M&M printing and stationery, all kinds of signs, Mount Everest 4th, nails and spa, bona fide opticians, vision care that's helped over 10,000 people, insurance welcome, senior discounts, payment plans available, evening, Saturday hours, glasses, contacts, eye exams, Sunday sports and safety glasses, si parle italiano, se habla español, doctor, cardiology, gastroenterology, health, healing, hope, AJ's Ridgewood Chemist, free pickup and delivery, fax and copy service, all major insurances accepted, pharmacy, Medicaid, Medicare, surgical supplies, Marisol Flowers, Northside Driving School, LTD, Catherine Nail and Spa, Community Advocacy Center, Manitone Studios, photography, passport photos, portraits, framing, digital, developing, custom framing, frame it here. Print your digital photos here. Antica Tracciatoria, Mike's Laundromat, Cardinal Shoe Repair, Top Associates, Friendly Barbershop, Indo Dentist, General Dentist, Top Associates, mortgages, appraisals, sales, rentals, income tax services, Dream Beauty Salon, 59¢ Fresh Pond Road, 99¢ and up, 79¢, Back to School Essentials, Fresh Pond Physical Therapy, Atlas Phone, Inc., We Fix Phone, MoneyGram, available here, new, used phone, phone accessories, payment center, phone card, phone repair center, unlock phone, money orders, money transfers, fax, and copy.
My young Adam, 28 happy birthdays to you on this day. Today I celebrate 2 years. My young Adam, We're putting every part of you to rest properly with care, and the time to recycle into something new. Always remember, quote, the expression of gender characteristics, including identities, that are not stereotypically associated with one's assigned sex at birth is a common and culturally diverse human phenomenon that should not be judged as inherently pathological or negative. My young Adam. One story taller, you will wake up to a 9 a.m. sunlight. A breeze like a gentle whisper, carrying a reminder that you shared with friends and family the boy you've been all along. You will see your childhood rewind and play back a nostalgic scene of quirkiness and curiosity. You will depend on hormones not because of shame, but because you love your body so much. Happy Pride. Pride in anything and everything you need, my young Adam. My young Adam. At age 30, you'll sit in the same room as your hero, and his friend will note that he didn't look alright despite the world celebrating his breakthrough performance in 2007. And that's going to really resonate with you. My young Adam. You'll walk past the women's locker room having just showered in the men's room for the first time. Your eyes will hover as long as it takes you to realize that you never have to enter that space again. Paradoxically, significantly insignificant, shamelessly embarrassed to share and anxiously avoidant at what vulnerability will look like next.
Valium to get rid of dreaming. They put my mother on little blue pills. Tell her to take the pills or she can't get out of bed. Well, there are pills for your feet and pills for your head. Sell them in the street. Sell them. Mama, where'd you go with all those pills? Mama, you know I really needed some last night because my memories are following me around the world. I've got tetracycline booze, sex can't do without blues. You know what I need, blues. You know I need some more to make it home. Make it home, 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 make it home. Sex, sex. Sex. I'm homesick for your love. Don't you know the cure? I'm homesick for your love. Don't you know the cure? Valium, 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 Valium. You into being. I am moaning for you to fill my aching love for you. Give me a clue that you will exist. My fingers ache for your ringlets of hair. My lips caress your soft skin, only asking that you be there. My baby, your cries reach me in my womb. My sleep is a ship coming closer to your continent. I dream that you're waiting for me to wake up and hold you.
positive thinking. I hope you will show me how spirituality comes from the deep cave within us. I hope you can express yourself without facing prison. I hope that everything fits in one knapsack if you have to flee in exile. If you're in pain, I hope you'll cry out freely. If you're in love, I hope you'll experience sexual ecstasy. May you have a big wedding someday. Let me hug your babies on a cold winter day in a faraway park. And if instead you stay a monk, may you reach enlightenment, like the sun on a bird who sings on a branch over a white page of snow.
I've stood at the edge of the swamp, surrounded by reeds, waiting for a raft to arrive and take me someplace else. I've gone places on that raft and returned to the embankment. It is a dream that feels like memory, a dream I want to return to, see where it is that I go. For a year, I apply 2 pumps of gel to my shoulders every day. The regular dose is 4. I enjoy the dailiness, slow progression. I track myself closely, moods, physical and tonal shifts. As I apply the gel every day, I live in an apartment in downtown Oakland with my cat. I spend time with my partner and friends. I go to poetry readings, film screenings, art events. I sit on the internet. I run around the lake and do push-ups. I go to work. I read books. I practice Qigong and meditation. I think about writing a book alongside myself. Not a book about transition, but a book composed of the writing done as it's happening. At the time of writing this, I write, "My body contains both poetry and prose, like a book of dreams, which is akin to dreams, in that the space-time of its reality is parallel in place to here. I embody a middle place, the middle place evidenced by my body. It becomes apparent to some what I'm doing, a shift not only for me, but for others who gaze upon me too. My voice grates and cracks through the floodlights as an emergency situation unfolds, solidifying cells, a voice reverberates, shoulders broad and loose. At the edge of the embankment, swamp bubbles. Up on the bridge, gust of wind hits. A stream below, the minnows swim away to other schools. They stop tuning in with the current. In the dream, there was a place I found in language. It was mine. At the time of writing it, I write, I begin to stick a needle into my gut once a week. I get top surgery and tend to the recent scars. I watch as thick hairs emerge on the face, rusty tenor in the voice, enlarged clitoris, more defined muscles. I wonder, what will I look like in another year? Wonder if I'll have a book by then. What will it look like? A year or more has passed again since then. The scars are lighter, voice drops to a deeper and less metallic tone, facial hair filling in. The text has changed too. A story under construction, in development, tracking its own process, coming closer to what it will be. This, as the body traces its marks. I try to write a poem about disagreement, opposition, the language between the two, a placement of parts, self as other, medium and form determining what house, what home. It's more of a push, the birth. I'm pushed into a world by being shoved out from another, or pulled up out from the sink by the bloody, white-gloved hands of a misogynist. I slip out of his grasp and fall into a poem, bump an elbow on my way down, land with my foot stuck in the hospital bed railing. The book coming to lay down beside itself, splayed open pages in the breeze, dry, brittle grassland, skin cells crisp as a winter chill. In the end, one person begins a process that the other was always going to start themselves, but doesn't. In the end, belongs to one, while the other holds a weight for having not done that. There was hair all over the chest, touched, hair on the belly and face. We knew we were alternate. Being together, we knew we would part ways also. Body and self, the space there between the two. In that space, no exact pattern. I resist the urge to spin my life into a story that makes sense to another. The story I tell myself privately is real and true and has nothing to do with sense. But there is a story I keep longing to tell. Why, for what, and for who? Some might find my story disagreeable or at odds with their understanding of their own story, as if there is universal cohesion about such things, as if it would change anything about what's true of my experience. A certain kind of storytelling thus steps into the light, a ring surrounding the narrative of a writer who writes their story with all the details, or who tells it all with none, who knows the road is long and walks the length of it.
Hello, my name is Sean Infield. Excited to be reading some poems to support Woodland Pattern, best bookstore in the world. I am going to read a couple poems that were published in Two Hawks Quarterly, spring of 2023. The first one is called Ain't No. Ain't no mountains in Dallas. Hometown flat as half-drank soda in the morning, left on TV trays after moms and pops burst through the door moonlit, saying it was time Raoul got on home. And ain't no valleys neither. Nothing high, but stooped teenagers hurling stones at us, and our pocket change which rattles tuneless songs as we escape, and nothing low, except Raoul's pops smashing sixers in the alley. And ain't no rivers coursing through the hood where we escaped into backyards. Unaware poison ivy ran wild along the fence lines as we sprinted over wind-toppled chain links. There were plenty of creeks, though, but rubbing our ankles with globs of mud ain't do nothing for rashes like Raoul said his abuela said it would, so we sulked back home, and our parents cackled as they washed our splotchy red skin in thick red juice. And ain't no keeping us, we'd say, or our parents could still map every asphalt crater. We ain't getting trapped like that, Raoul'd say. No, we'd head to the ocean and discover an island even the cartoons ain't dreamt. And the second one is called Which Is Why I'm Telling You About It, which is a line after a line of Frank O'Hara's. Which is why I'm telling you about it. You loved that video I sent you of my two cats twirling and dancing to Billy Preston, following Will It Go Round in circles, a red dot extended from my finger. Behind the camera, I chuckle through your phone, some 300 miles away. You say you love it. Love me. Courtship in the time of Tinder means always sharing and generating content. Ashamed I never told you that video reminds me, against my will, of our old cat Shadow, who, sick and frail, crawled into a washing machine to hide, dark, warm, inviting, and my sister in the twilight between night and morning, tired, groggy, zombified, who needs to wash a work uniform, racing the slow-rising sun, starts without looking. But who would ever dare to look down into those mundane tombs? I know I never do. He went around once only once, shadow trailing behind shadow, before the clatter says stop, as if the washing machine were beating upon a worn-down war drum. A song, but ain't no melody. Our family doesn't talk about it. I never learned how to share wounds with loved ones, so I saved the video. I tried to separate the memories, a small, mangled body inside every love story. Thank you.
Hey, friends. I'm so happy to be here with you, well, kind of with you, for my 18th Poetry Marathon. Been busy here where I now live in Košice, Slovakia. I gave a poetry reading in the courtyard of a former prison. Been volunteering at a Hungarian language school in Bujice, a small town. Started a book club at the American Spaces. Talked about holiday traditions in the U.S. to high schoolers. Started a creative writing club at UPEOS, or the University of Pavel Józef Szafarik, where I teach. And I mention these activities not because I want to brag, but because they remind me of all the important labor, love, and support that you all offer to keep the community of Woodland Pattern alive and thriving. And as I wrote in the very first prompt against anxiety, the remedy has always been community. Thank you for supporting Woodland Pattern. Okay, well, here are some words in English, Ukrainian, Polish, German, and Slovak. Košice, Part 1. I can't sleep, so I turn on a documentary about myself, another about the Arctic and the Antarctic melting, and I am again dreaming in banana. I look east from my Hrushchevka's terrace, past the mountains, chain smoke the heavy silos of wanting, knowing there are stars here under which another human sits in their own Hrushchevka, 90 kilometers away, hoping that none of our forlorn, war-torn stars are about to fall. An eye for an eye for an eye. There's so many Gazans lost. I exist, but only because one of my grandmothers avoided a train to a place where no one had a name. A Nazi nurse lied to the SS so she could instead be carried away into the darkness of trees, and because the other escaped ethnic cleansing in a town that has a name but is no longer a place, with both of my uncles under each of her shaking arms, genocides cannot be solved with more genocides, yet holocausts still blossom into more holocausts. And in places that will no longer be places, names will no longer be names. Skorpiony są szkodliwe dla zdrowia. Zniszczyłem wszystkie moje chmury dla trupa żółtokrawnikowego grzmotu nadziei. Przecież nikt nie kocha jak idiota, który nie wie, że jest lepiej, żeby nikogo nie kochać. This last one is, the title's taken from an anti-brain drain poster because a lot of folks leave Slovakia. So, nie chcę tu zostać, they cross out the nie, so I want to stay here rather than I don't want to stay here. So, I also want to stay here, at least for a little while longer. Nie chcę tu zostać. Rad by som tu został, ak wy ma tu chcecie. Dajcie mi wiedzieć, co wam możem dać. Żal, nie je to sonet, co wam powiem. Okrem toho, że nie wiem, ako spać. Dwójta ducha, dwójta szansa, a o jednej rzeczy dufam, aby mógł by som poznać mraki tu u was. Thanks, everyone. Hope to see you soon.
Bones. Most days the bones are quiet. I'm talking of tree bones, mud bones, water bones, air bones, all bones, galactic bones, nebula bones, bones of light. It's too much to comprehend. Sometimes I look at you and I see those bones of light, and they are between us, and they support us all this very minute, and every minute, and beyond minutes. The hum. As we hold our dreams, open jars of light, we vibrate gently from the tone they give out. It's a river flowing over our skin, the way it pulses almost too strongly, or too softly, or maybe both together, so that we aren't sure what is humming. Is it us, or is it the dream, or the dream in us, or all of us together? Maybe it isn't any of that. Maybe we hold our dreams, and they hold us, so that we are both inside the dream, and the dream is inside us, and we will wake, eventually, into a different hum. We are not held apart from all these worlds. We are the doors, the passageways. We are the hum, and in it all.
Hey everybody, I'm Allison. I think this is my 4th time participating in the Poetry Marathon, and as always I'm happy to be here and happy to be a part of it. I have 3 poems to share today, and none of them have titles. For those that know me, you know I kind of do titles later in the process, and these are all kind of works in progress. So this first one goes out to all of my fellow insomniacs. It is 3 a.m. and I am frothing at the mouth, spit milk for the night insects sneaking into my trap. A spider crawled its way into my occipital lobe, and now I see 8 of everything. A saga of thoughts that only come alive at this hour. During the day, I can convince myself none of this happened, that the foam stuck to my lips is a bit of drool, nothing more. It is 3 a.m. and I can hear the ants eating our food, carrying off bits of Cheerio in their army formations. They shout about famine, apocalyptic floods, building an ark. I tell my friend all this. She says, "Have you tried essential oils?" I buy an 8-pack and lather myself. At 3 a.m., I journal, "There is a monster, there is a monster," as my mouth parts, the cascade, and the screams of all the little bugs drowning, drowning. In the morning after, I choke on death. And next one. I ask my dog what he dreams. The call, joy, future, and a squirrel chewing rotting squash on the porch. Bits like sawdust through the cracks. Sweep them up. They are spit back seeds. I wonder what your body will look like in this future. Will you be able to talk to me in my language, or will we have a new language just for us? Clicks and clacks, taps, squawks, screams, squabbles, I will bark with you. Crouching down, rabid, snarling teeth digging in the dirt with my claws, we are trying to dig somewhere, and in the middle of the earth, all is quiet. Our voices are the wings of insects. No one knows what to say to us anymore. The government experiments on our brains, and the joke is on them because our brains are filled with mud. We filled our heads with mud. We wanted to be heavy with voices of light, dichotomies, and in our dream our brain maggots eat the government scientists. We dream of more future, center of the earth, dark light, freedom. And because it is kind of the middle of winter, this is for everybody wishing for spring. With the coming of spring, I promise this fact: the buds of the trees you swallowed as a child will come back within you, this forest, maybe a lake and all the creatures. The march over your heart will count for something, all that stomping of tiny legs and your beat, the earthquake they survived. How strong we can say they are, you are, for growing this ecosystem vast and breathy in the ether of your throat. You expected mass graves of unsprouted, the acid of the rot pungent, and no amount of tongue scraping would rid you of these ghosts. Thick sheets soaking in the oxygen. This is spring. We bury the dead and bring ourselves to life in this, with want, with weight. The trees stand you up, and the buds, mouths opening, serenade their God. Thank you.
All right, hello, good people of Woodland Pattern community. My name is Katie Katraber, and this is called River of Wind. I can find the river of wind, and here I can look this side of fog in the night. against the ground and each other as we look out. I can see this river flowing in your eyes. All right, thank you so much. Take care.
Not to go stereotype.
This is great.
You can maybe start.
Look at her. Like a fluff ball. She's very pretty. She's darker than I kind of remember her.
I think her hair lightened over time.
I think it did too.
Oh, there's Ariana.
Sweet face. Hey, there's Chuck.
Just Vivian.
Oh my gosh. Look at the perfect image. Wait, can you hear it?
के लिए गर्ल्स भाषा का उपयोग करती है।
Did she like her own portrait?
Look at her, yeah.
Oh, like it wasn't my good side. Oh.
Je pensais avoir entendu la voix de Flora.
What language is she speaking?
I don't know.
Suddenly she was talking, I thought, wait a minute, who's that and what did she say? It was Anita.
She was like script supervisor.
She back in around. Oh, she looks so young there. When you look at her, you always think like, what is she thinking? What is she thinking? And then it was kind of shocking when there was like a voice over.
Or sometimes she was like a perfect vaudevillian wisecracker. She looks bigger there.
Maybe she had just gotten fluffed.
Yeah.
Oh, well, she's getting groomed here.
ファンタジーとレシピには類似点があります。
I wonder if Paul's doing that.
一日をどのように
Oh,
生き
it
るか。
doesn't it? Self-possessed she was.
Like a calm presence.
Yeah.
And she was just incredibly confident. that
Yeah.
We're gonna work out.
Yeah.
There's a great story that came from her first family. As a young kitten, she would climb trees all the time, but she never bothered to learn how to get down.
Not her problem.
During the first 3 years of her life, Panita was obsessed with climbing trees. She demanded loudly and insistently for someone to bring her down. The descending journey never became her thing, till the day when we had to call the Whitefish Bay Fire Department.
Oh.
Because she had chased the squirrel up to a gigantic oak tree.
But what a great quality.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
this is gonna work out.
Yeah.
And you got my back, I'll repay you.
The day when Marcy and I got here, I thought, wait.
Yeah.
Penny's just gonna get out.
Yeah, it's weird to like, when you're used to that physical presence, and then like, feels like more empty. Yeah, do you still
feel her
that?
presence
Yeah.
in the house?
Yes, I'm gonna hang on to that.
Oh,
let's see what that is.
Who's coming?
Hello. How are you? I'm Marcy. Chuck, glad to meet you. Hey, Chuck.
Hi.
Oh,
there she is.
There she is. We're watching footage of her.
What, she had a fidget spinner?
She's been looking at this for 10 minutes. That's pretty adorable. Pretty dang cute.
It's very meta. And then she's watching something on the computer.
Hi.
Hi. Well, hello. How are you?
I'm Marcy.
see you.
So nice to meet you.
So you were in music?
I was very lucky to have been. Hi. Oh my goodness. There she.
There's your favorite girl.
Hi. My social skills are. I'm like I saw her and I.
How wonderful to have you here.
Where do you work? I work not far from here at River West Veterinary Clinic. So
I'm glad you're in River West. I had a dog who tramped the neighborhoods of River West.
Huckleberry
They just
Hound.
missed you.
Huckleberry?
Everybody.
Was
knew
he a
Huckleberry.
hound?
No, he was a bulldog.
Oh.
Really beautiful. And silly.
She's like the most deliberate dust bunny. Deliberate, like lint ball. Like,
So
just-
I have questions between her constructed personality in media versus her like real personality.
No, I will say I think it is very accurate. I think she'd walk over every time.
She didn't freak out.
Very intentional, very present, very like, hey, up till the very end. She was out and exploring.
There's her two-colored eyes.
Okay. Yeah, that was always striking.
Is there anything to eat today?
We were watching all this food and it's starting to like
it's
make it a little peckish.
Before we tuck in, I brought a poem. Penita and Elegy. It's a god-awful small affair to the girl with the mousy wallpaper birch prosperity gospel. The mice in their million hordes prosper. Fishy elixirs, one tea green eye, the improper catnip lady. Aspen quake in half-day acreage, looking gray in the rain as they stand disarrayed. A line of white poplar shade. Honey scratches, lickety split.
That's beautiful. Nice. Really good.
You are the recipient of a Chuck Elegy.
Wants
We should have a toast, totally.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea.
Man,
Wow.
Reading about that, it's very beautiful.
Farrow is delicious.
A young Benita.
Yeah.
Early episode.
Well, consider what's happened to us. And
I'm just saying, like, my dog is like 14 and a half, making a decision about her. And I made and changed my mind already a couple times.
It's so hard. How often do we have a good bye, like where it's like this lovely time where she's still herself, but she isn't having that enjoyment and that like joie de vivre that she had, and it's kind and compassionate and loving. Like I'm a little teary just being in her environment.
Yeah.
Like I still feel like she's here.
Yeah. My dog lived to be 14 and a half.
That's
And
amazing.
He was a bulldog.
Yeah.
He had huge amounts of life force.
how do you do your work without like being heartbroken all the time?
Oh, I am. When I get into my car at the end of the day, it's like screaming, crying, driving. It's like just a moment of like, just you gotta let it out. And
You have such a gift for being engaged and connected over and over again. That's great.
Thank you for recognizing that, because I do like to know my patients and their people. Like I don't want to have too many where I can't care.
I want to propose a toast to a grand cat.
To a grand cat.
Yeah. Grand cat. Touched a lot of lives.
They dropped her off and she just like walked around in the living room. This is where I am now.
They're just fully owned the room. Remember, she was just so wafy, but she still had moxie.
You know, I'm the one who always says that the animal will tell you, but both Paul and Annika have told me, no, they don't.
Well, that's what everyone is telling me, but I'm really
I think they will
struggling.
tell you.
I've called off her execution twice. Weird.
That's like we would like to call it.
It's my gallows.
Well,
no, I agree. It's so hard.
It's really hard, and I think having conversations with people who have had to make the decision has been the only thing that's like helping me along that way.
Yeah.
Flora said something I think really helpful. Anita will let you know. Also, and our circumstances will let you know.
Yeah. When I look at my dog, I don't see a dog who's like, this is why the narrative isn't helping me, who's telling me like, I'm ready to go. I see a dog who's like, what are we going to do? What's for dinner?
It's so nuanced, but overall, to be put in the position to decide whether or not a creature should live or die, there's no preparation for that.
This is an animal that like loves you and trusts you.
Yeah, loves you.
This is where I'm gonna start crying.
Yeah.
And it's like looking at the animal.
Yes.
Like looking at her little face or whatever.
Yeah.
There's some nice comments. Would it be appropriate to maybe read a couple of those?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be fine. You just have to cry.
Okay. One last toast. Here's
To you and Panita and Milwaukee Kitchen.
And to you.
I've got to click
And
over
to you.
there. Goodbye, Panita. Long live Panita.
Je vais me reposer maintenant.
So I think we could just read through them. Let's do it.
Classy lady.
Panita was a superstar.
Panita is a mood. She was a fabulous creature and tremendous fun.
I think of her fur. It was so soft, and the color was a pale gray, almost metallic. Panita lounged about the house and liked being brushed. She was mellow and quiet, but not skittish.
I hope she is commenting on recipes in the afterlife.
I will miss her in the kitchen.
Contribution to the Wisconsin Humane Society.
She was a great addition to the show and will be missed.
Beyond grateful to have met her.
Panita, fur gray, vomit in the attic's light. Pink brush, but her say.
What a good long life, superstar cat.
She was a beautiful and expressive kitty.
Panita was a true star in life and is now the truest star in the sky.
I will miss her beautiful grace and charm.
Oh, I'm glad you had Dr. Banks to support you. Shout out. She and her staff are so compassionate.
I think of her sashaying into the room and then very close to my leg, making it known that she likes some attention. I would love to have more Panita energy in my life. I miss her.
All right, Panita was a princess complete with multiple soft beds, dedicated blankets, the best food, fresh water, her own TV show to star, etc. No wonder she was so peaceful and content.
The memory image lodged in my thoughts is Panita, the actor, in soft focus, lounging and dispensing her wit, while gulls circling over the river softly fade in and out. It leaves me with a warm feeling.
I don't know many things, but I know this isn't love. So love me in this moment that I'm here. Presentness ain't never been my bag, and whatever is in that purse of yours might just cure me, at least for tonight. And I feel fucked up, but my last told me to never call it fucking. It's too impersonal, too dishonest. So I'm gonna ask for you to save me for an hour or 2 or 4, and somewhere in the pilgrimage to a moment outside of memory, and a little death, and a bigger smile, with full teeth that never show, but for you. And in secret, I'm gonna ask you to hold me because I need to know I won't fall apart in another body. Because I don't just do this with anybody, but everybody before, and I feel so damn broken. And used goods when you call me a good man. Confused and controlling, you let me control where we go, how we dance when the rose petal falls. And I know this isn't love, but for a second, make me want to say I love you, so it can live in my mouth again, and again, and again. And I ask how many times, and you say 7, and I say let's make it 10, for how many years I counted my blessings and the orgasms on the other side. And in this room, some days I don't know why I'm in this room, but in this room, and in the sleep you managed under the rainbow left after the storm beneath the dusty ceiling fan, where God is watching and you tell me it's gonna be okay. You're close. So close I can't see it when I feel I've made a fool of me, my pride, and then a fall, always a fall. Death looks good on me when I get close. Close to you, close to me. A casket, a condom, and decay to a garden, and new secrets to new poems. Close. So close that I can hear the branches in your family tree wrestling and restless because of the love affairs that never were, but should have been. And I think your ghosts are jealous. And I do like when you blush, because I'm not hiding either. And if from your face I could imagine my own, I say that right here, in this room, we're okay, you and I. And it isn't love, no, but love still. And thank you. Thank you for being my friend. I be thinking that sometimes I don't know how to do daddy. Lunch meals in mailbox with new insurance premium, homemade peanut butter crunch, no jelly today. Milk and dress shoes for Sunday service, but we don't go to church. And breast milk and whiskey, and I used to play video games with you on my lap. But I don't drink whiskey no more. A margarita with a friend, and I'm still sucking on sour lemon shots of petrol. Change for gas, money deep off in the glove compartment, compartmentalized sticky notes on the gummy leftover shoestrings from play dates. First one say, you deserve better from both of us, but I can only speak for myself. And here's a lesson. Bitter put you in the grave first. But you, cars, Paw Patrol, don't talk to the police. Frozen and frozen margaritas with a friend, 8:32 a.m. text message reads as follows. Donnie, when I hugged you goodbye last night, I felt your love in your heart. You a big teddy bear. And it took joy for you to understand what love, true love, really is. Your hate is holding back all of that love. Love, joy, baby. Don't grow up too fast. Fast, airplanes go zoom when you trying to get out of Dodge, and strollers move slower when you stop pushing. Strollers stop moving when you Google adoption. Baby joy, when you start making up your own boogie down in the roots of yellow jasmine, Negroes did spit tobacco on southern magnolias, Carolina whistle when I remember joy. Joy, don't grow up too fast. Slow up in your pronunciation. You talk too good for 2. 4, 2, you're 4. 4 years ago, I'd be thinking sometimes I don't want to be a daddy. Shit, pissed, throw up on the throw, blanket, shit, pissed, no sleep, throw tantrum, fit, new clothes, fit, fist. I'll hit a motherfucker if they ever touch. No more fucking throw it out if she's not gonna eat it. She's stumbling, carrying car seats, suitcases, backpacks, and back to the ropes, tossed to the turnbuckle and around, and there's no one there to tag in. But it's okay. We've had plenty of daddy-daughter tag team bouts, but the baby heel turn when story time is on the line, and I'm sorry for every day you came second. I didn't think I could do this by myself. 2 controllers came with the system, but 1 player is all you need to beat the top score. No bracket, winnings, leaderboard, salt, lord, red sand, red clay, red lights in the arcade when you realize this ain't a game. Still can't find them quarters. Spent everything at the concessions when I took you to see that picture show. I don't remember the name. Kept my eyes on you squirrel nibbling on that popcorn. Papa Bear. Green tea with honey. Honey, thank you for the blanket, little bear. Daddy's a bit tired, bear with me. You done grown up so fast. Joy, baby, I'm still trying to catch my breath. I guess it's time to write this poem about women. I recorded the first draft in my phone walking along some train tracks, grabbing my socks, and in the forest on the other side of the world, I hear a song. A songstress holds the birds in their patience, no migration. And so I ran away. Tituba was just a medicine woman, but still I ran all the way home. And in my writing desk, I stored trinkets stolen from the pocketbooks of past lovers. A tired Bible, an ink pen, and some waist beads, an Eiffel Tower bent at the head, some old dry paint. And I give them to the boys in my block as a reminder that if you break it, it's yours. Or at least drape the larvae cocoon over your head like a Vesper necklace. And I just be running my mouth, I guess. Niggas do talk a lot. Clarence Thomas, Joe Biden, Samuel Alito, Eldridge Cleaver, Kevin Samuels, and Chester Himes never did know how to write a woman. Well, I guess I don't know. Baldwin sermon notes and it say, witness. Well, what does it mean to witness when you're holding the hammer and the nail, the camera and the violence? Have I been the bystander throwing soot in the ring? And I don't take the blame, but the punishment mask fits well. And so does the spiked suit that keeps the answers away. Question. Well, more of a joke. How does the genocidaire pull his punches? He shoots last. And God became a gender because Jackie Wilson and James Brown's cocksweat was anointed. And this... No, this isn't a poem about women. If it was, 5 words. Nigga, shut the fuck up. This isn't a poem about women. This is a poem about bodies and guilt and every murder mystery and every missing sex worker. And this isn't a poem about women. Too many poems about women that ain't to do with women, from brothers who don't ask enough questions about women. Like Giovanni said, who can get on with Huey Newton anyway? So, I think I'll take this time and just say thank you to the single mothers who taught me how to be a single father. And I think I'll stop here for now. When my daughter is old enough to tell me if I done good, maybe then we'll give this another go.
Hey there, everybody. I'm Shanteri, aka The Endless Rebel, and I want to thank you for receiving me and my art. In the distance, I heard, no matter what, stay in your black. See, you're so used to them distorting your stuff. Yes, baby, those images of you in your mind. Such pity, misaligned identities and divinities that this world is gunning for with a daily passionate thirst. Look, we refuse to poison the wells of our truth and self-respect by giving those creatures the connect to our air supply. Any being out there would have tried to harness our energy at some point. Those parasites saw the superdomes of synergy beings filling the sky, and it's all so hard to miss. So I understand how they are able to lead their lives in delusion as if that light was authored by them. Now ain't that some shit? And yes, I do still have this burning inquiry. Where do we go to locate our energy? How and where can we find ourselves, our souls even? Where do I get to know me? How do we even know where the mask begins? Will we feel the truth before we know it? Is real even possible now? Can we grow it? Can we even identify what that is? Will it be written in the hope we have for one of those tomorrows that was supposed to be yesterday but never seems to be coming for real? Will we stumble upon it after a few sessions of the right things? Will we output it after seasons of training? Or will it take years of undoing and unknowing to think we're finally getting somewhere? Is there a way to build, to capitalize spiritual wealth? Are you really and truly crazy? Or are you just raging to be yourself? Everything they're telling you goes against who you are, right? We'll lose sight of that then. Stop breathing it in. Rinse all that conditioning out of your eyes. All right, here goes the map, baby. You ready for the ride of your life? Where do we go to shine, you ask? I suggest you go right inside, right in that crevice. Yes, those complexes. Take a look into yourself, baby. You will be gratified. The art of pleasures by sanctified measures. We are major pressure. Tell that devil, God bless you. Because we gave it all we could give, right? You really thought those leeches would change? You thought they'd learn a new dance when they'll try to batter you on sight for being you? They dream to keep our minds captive, keep our fingertips active. Somehow modernism became a mirage they stuffed hate behind. So now at this time, you take this here trip with me. Let's explore this dazzling matrix and get real loose. Let's get it. We are the juice. I let the will of the spirits direct me right down the lane where I could be liberated and cease to dance in the flames. No more accepting the pain tolerances inflicted by greed. No, you can't feed on me, and damn sure not my people. I took the height of the moment to guide me right to the light. I flew with all of my might. I felt the power ignite in the palm of my right, demanding me to embody all the energy ungodly. We've been riding down on 75 at the speed of flight for 500 miles. Then we pulled over on the shoulder that would direct us to the climax of our identities, a culmination of generational epiphanies. We'd never seen this place tucked between the realities and machines of society. We hopped out the Charger, jumped over the ramp, and power ran our way to the next chapter. We came with the intention of leaving this version of life in our memories. We were here to collect the back pay for centuries of hate that are now becoming our responsibility to carry. The audacity. But I was elated and felt so very lucky to arrive here on the wings of dear pride and love. As we got closer, we began to float above ground. Levitation and teleportation became our means of travel. We discovered that we could alter universes with our minds. As we approached our destination, all we could hear were streams of water defining the familiarity that bathed us. We approached a calming sea of blackness, a gathering of eager soldiers and mourners who were desperate to trade in that heavy metal for unconquerable light auras. We swagged, surfed, and hit the pool palace as the vibrations shook ourselves into submission. Suddenly, the waterways merged, forming what appeared to be the ocean. Then a godly voice emerged from above, amplifying from the clouds. She welcomed us and noted that we would be meeting ourselves tomorrow. Our sustenance and shelter would arrive at our mind's command. She claimed, to be clear, we are not here to change you. We're here to provide you with clarity and insight, to snatch your black and your life back, to alchemize. We are here to explore freedom's potential with minimal interruption. Refuse to give in to that conviction that your black is a sin, to be axed and rinsed off the face of the planetary dimensions. Tighten the stitches in your breeches. Your shoes will live above your ankles. Yes, baby, we learning how to fly now. We're here to be black in the pastures of our joys, in the thunders of our voices, in the roars of our spite. So bring the best of your black with you, the loudest, the brightest, the baddest. They tried to keep us out of character. Do your people justice. Dig into your roots and get active.
Whoa, hello there. It's your favorite author, Justin Johnson, aka Johnson Sold Out. I'm here to do a nice little reading for you all from the new Deluxe Scattered re-release. It may look the same on the outside, but on the inside, we got over 30 new poems and a bunch of artwork. And today I'm going to be reading from the newer poems added. This one's called Game Point. I'd say I get high to balance out the lows, but I don't even smoke like that. And ever since I stopped hanging with Jameson, I've been feeling a lot less complacent. Except now I'm overindulging in my other weaknesses, trying to hide all the kinks and dents under thermals and khaki pants. On the road to trying to reclaim my manhood, Scandinavian detours led me to knocking on neighborhood doors, demanding folks where my sanity went. I swear I had it the other night, when I was with this girl, or rather woman. Natural tobacco and Bacardi rum pints find a home in her stomach. Every night the line she draws toward death gets duller. Family unknown. Her best friends in caskets or steel cages. Her new buds Stella and Sam Adams fill her brain with more delusion than hope. Leave her thirsty for relationships that don't have obituaries and records with no discord. My cowardice killed the thrills of ending it all a while ago. So how do I tell her tomorrow will be better when we can't even predict the weather? How do I tell someone to live when death is more blinding than the sunrise? And exploring contentment in darkness more enticing? Every time I see her face, I see eyes tired of crying it out, feet bare and bloody dragging in the same rut, arms covered in tally marks, keeping score of every moment endured. So when she tells you she's done making her body a scoreboard, how do you stop her from reaching game point? I think today I'm gonna do Defeated. It's so absurd. I only write my best material, lovesick or hurt, angry or drunk. I've got to climb out this rut. Happiness is a fleeting thought, like a ship that never made it to the dock. I try to salvage it, but create more damage. Some days I think I'm stuck this way. Some days I think I'm here to lose. While I watch people win, I scribble down some notes. My cheat sheet still leads me to defeat. This mindset holds me back from being elite. In need of relaxation. Have to remember to stop, wait, breathe, resume. It's only a light rain. Why act like it's a monsoon? Bent out of shape. This is reality, not a cartoon. Stay sharp. Like the end of Aquaman's harpoon, gravity preys on weakness. Like super seniors in the cafeteria, stay strong. Don't let them drag you down into the mania.
Hi, I'm a writer. I have decided, I keep giving the same intro. I'm just gonna read you my diary. One of them. This was in June 2020. There it is. Sick feeling, dead weight in the gut. The chest is not immune to the feeling of sinking. The body is dragged lower, deeper. How? What now? I wonder if it's the case that grief finds you weary or strong and snatches you away to its depths regardless. Maybe grief does not live in a dark lair. Maybe it stays in the field. Maybe it is the field. What of that? What if grief and anguish and despair as open fields we find ourselves in from time to time?
I'm Dana Alexander Kaleta. This first piece is an effort to describe the indescribable. Ineffable in Haibun form. The solitary psychic Polaroid pieces of Grand Canyon, Costa Rica, Buddha Beach, North Woods, and special places which evoke descriptions of the indescribable, unsayable, ineffable. I wound along a road that cut man-made through natural wonder, drove a black-top brushstroke through proverbial canvases and O'Keefe mesas, boulders spewed, belched basalt strewn within the earthen folds of her volcanic skirt, everlasting gobstopper, lacquered hues revealed, unpeeled by time, ebbing waves foam unearthing a gazillion grains of glistening silicate particulates, spring gurgling forth from fern-veiled loins,
I hiked down a striated cheek of eons, teary expressions, time's lessons. Tears trickled, dropped, disappeared into glacial silt, a milk bath of sediment, enveloping and releasing time-worn stones, dappled roans, metallic veins, iridescent pearls, expressions ineffable. The inerasable persistence of memory of every schism, rainbows pulsing, prisms, an indescribable illusion. Elusive droplets inhaled into cumulonimbus contusions until under their own weight they self-implode like the night terrors Torah pressed against the splintered wooden gate of the bull ring, explosively hurtling themselves into my forebrain, thundering hoofprints, each a dewy imprint of mist draped into an inversion, flipping its mass to refract into the impossibly weightless rainbow spectrum exquisite, perchance to revisit the unsayable, or distract and to render the unimaginable invisible. Pull over and write, damn it, I'm living in prose, but words escape me. This piece is an ode to my favorite language. It's actually written in English, Spanish, and a little bit of San Andrean Creole. San Andres is an island in the Caribbean Sea on the Colombian archipelago. As the crow flies, it's actually closer to Nicaragua, and situated in the middle of the sea, or what locals call El Mar de Siete Colores, the Sea of Seven Colors. Ode to mi idioma favorita. Habla palabras with acentos accentuated with tildes y ñes, prosperous pronouns, palabras particulares spoken until they roll off the tongue, la lengua de mi idioma favorita. España, Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, Cuba, Colombia, Isla Bonita, San Andrés, Naranja, La Loma y un otro idioma, Creola. To teach, talk, write, learn against a sea of siete colores. Modismos increíbles, auspicious adverbs in azure, esmeralda, mar in metáfora, turquoise, deep night, sea foam, teal. Espectacular vernaculo, words to describe the spectacle of the Caribbean Sea. Cristal marino, cariñitos, sweet, enduring, endearing. Joya pequeñita, ode to oral traditions. Raízal, paísal, Colombia, me encantan las raíces profundas y las ramas imponentes de tu idioma.
My aunt was 25 and I was 17. She boosted me some Red Gloria Vanderbilts from Bamberger's and I went to my boyfriend's house. I drove my mother's blue Chevy Malibu and parked out front. I rang the doorbell. He came outside. He was tall. He smelled like shampoo and bedroom slippers. Then he kissed me like he was trying to impregnate somebody. We sat on the porch. He gave me two things, his graduation cap and gown picture and a silver necklace with a tiger tooth. He put the necklace around my neck. Come meet my mom, she said, Mr. Sentimental. We walked through the dark living room into the light of the kitchen. There she was. An attractive lady, but she gave me a dirty look. He introduced us. His mother was wearing black eyeglasses like Clark Kent. She was sitting at the kitchen table reading the Star Ledger. I think she turned to the obituary page hoping she could put my name on it. For some reason, she didn't like me. I could just feel it. She was stern, like those ladies at the motor vehicles office that fail you in the driver's test just because you forgot to signal. How come my so-called man wasn't defending me against these looks? He didn't even seem to notice. After the pleasantries, me and her son went back on the porch. Let's go to White Castle, I said. I had to get away from that house. That house that was judging my character. We got into my mother's Chevy. He rubbed his hand on my cheek. I got something to tell you, he said. What? I didn't like surprises. He hesitated a bit. He smiled, then he spoke. Your mother was my first grade teacher, he said. I tried to picture him 4 feet tall. I smiled, but then I got mad. Did you tell your mother? I said, maybe she would like me if you told her that. I deserved respect. I was not some floozy. I put the key in the ignition and started up the car engine. I gave him a dirty look. Your mother should be treating me like a celebrity, I said. My mother was your teacher. My family started you on your way. My aunt was 25 and I was 17. Me and my aunt got into her friend Dan's Cadillac. He gave us a ride to her job in Newark at Martland Medical Center. When we got there, the security guards asked her why she was wearing a satin ribbon around her neck. Fashion, she told them. I saw it in Vogue. We went to the cafeteria and we got some free fish. Then we went to the dietary department and she pointed out the gay guys. There were some old ladies in the dietary department. My aunt leaned over and whispered, Miss Bessie has a big pocketbook, and she took home 20 pork chops. My aunt's supervisor was a guy named Leroy. Leroy cleared his throat and announced to the department that I was cute as a button. It's easy to be cute when you're 17. Then this guy with waves in his hair came over to talk to us. He asked my aunt what was the ribbon around her neck representing. Fashion, she said. Mr. Waves looked at me, and he told me I was a lovely sister. Get lost, my aunt told him. Sag. It was almost time to take the food to the patients. I turned around, and standing next to me was a 13-year-old black boy. Follow him, my aunt said. We left dietary, and me and this boy went through some dark passageways to a glass-doored office. He told me to speak to this lady there and to sign my hospital volunteer papers. When we got back, my aunt got her food carts and we pushed them to the elevators. We caught an old, creaky, dark elevator and went to a floor with the patients. There was an old black man in the hallway, walking slowly in a hospital gown, holding onto an IV pole. After we finished covering her patient units, we pushed her empty racks into the elevator. The elevator was dark and decrepit. My aunt bugged her eyes out at me and said a scary poem she knew by Edgar Allan Poe. After work, we took a bus to visit her friend Karima. I sat at Karima's kitchen table and ate a Sloppy Joe sandwich. Karima told me about how she and her friends got stuck in Coney Island when they were in the 10th grade. They ran out of money. She had to ask a stranger for cash to get the subway and the PATH train. My aunt told Karima Mr. Waves said he would drop his girlfriend like a hot potato for me. You like him? Karima asked me. He's too old, I said. To me, he looked like he was at least 25 years old. Karima and my aunt laughed, and then they said that Mr. Waves was a rabbit because he liked to hop from hole to hole. My aunt fell in love with a guy who was a little bit shady. My aunt got an apartment, and she had a baby. My aunt worked in dietary, and then she got a job in an office. Then my father called me and told me she enrolled in college. He wasn't tall, but he was good looking. He was good looking, and he had a car. He was a short lady killer. He had a lot of muscles, and he looked good in a suit. I was a college student, and he was a security guard. One sentence ruined our whole relationship. It started out well. He took me out for a date at the art museum. They took me to the movies. He even took me to the casino because he said if he won $1 million, that he knew I would be with him forever. Unfortunately, he didn't win $1 million. But he wrote me love poems, he sent me cards, and he asked me questions. Do you even love me? He asked. I never said I loved him. I didn't want to lie. I loved him a little, enough to go with him. The first time I went to his house, he said, "You ain't never been to the ghetto before, have you?" For some reason, that turned me off from him. Like, he's young. If he's poor, it's no big deal. If he's poor, he should be telling me what he's going to do to get out of it, rather than making me feel bad for not being used to it. I didn't want to get used to it. I like Diana Ross. I wanted to be international. Diana Ross was international. One day, he sat me down. He wanted to have a talk about our relationship. He said, "I was hoping we could build something together, baby. That one day we could put our money together and get a stereo." Put our money together and get a stereo. That's when it clicked for me. I didn't want to break up with him because he was a security guard. I wanted to break up with him because that's all he was ever going to be, is a security guard. And I was going to be sitting in this apartment for the next 30 years. He didn't think big. I didn't want a guy who talked about mansions and yachts, I thought. I wasn't bougie. But maybe I did want a guy who talked big. Maybe I should meet one of those rich black students from California. Somebody with vision. Well, I came up with an excuse and I broke up with him. I told him I didn't have any more time. But he wrote me a lot of cards. He even sent me cards after I got married. He always said, "Are you happy?"
Hey folks, my name is Natea Taylor, and today I'm going to be sharing 2 original poems with you all, which are historical pieces about America's racist history. This first one is titled "Signed a Black American," about the January 6, 2021 U.S. Capitol attack. Breach. Legally defined as a failure to perform an obligation or duty. The Declaration of Independence states that all men are created equal, and we have inalienable rights known as life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But clearly that document applies to some and not others, because let it have been a brother with a hoodie and some Skittles that breached the Capitol. But I'll just sip my Arizona tea and go to bed peacefully, hoping the police won't breach my home with a no-knock warrant that'll kill me in my sleep. White folks can do this in their sleep. They ain't scared of the police. This wasn't a breach, this was a photo op with the police, taking pictures with the terrorists. I wish some niggas would run up through the Capitol like Harriet in the Underground Railroad. Then y'all be calling us the terrorists. But I'm not surprised. Y'all don't care about what matters, Black lives. The B in black is capitalized, and the B in bigotry was capitalized at the Capitol. Because y'all wanted to defend white supremacy and capitalism, but let it have been Kaepernick kneeling, then y'all have a problem because we're unpatriotic. But y'all ain't no patriots. More like pathetic. Breaching the Capitol with MAGA hats, no face mask, and Trump rhetoric. Claiming the election was stolen but won't admit you're on stolen land, taken by Native Americans and built by black hands, yelling 1776 in honor of the Declaration of Independence, but I don't hear anyone talking about 1619. Or let me go put on a face mask in quarantine to keep myself and others safe, since blacks are dying at 2.4 times higher rates from COVID-19. All of this because y'all can't have y'all way and y'all want Trump to stay? Baby, this is the United States, where black folks and other marginalized groups haven't gotten their way for centuries, haven't been paid a penny of reparations, but you don't see us breaching the Capitol asking for reparations or the government to run us a check. We follow the rules and still receive less. Tear gas and labeled as politically unrest when it was really a peaceful protest. See? That's the difference between privilege and oppression. And no history lesson can teach me that scientific racism is real, the same racism that called us monkeys when y'all was climbing up Capitol Hill, sitting in the chair of the Senate unwillingly showing your ignorance. It's a bliss. Black folks being black is a risk. But the Declaration of Independence states that we are all created equal, right? Well, clearly, there has been a breach of duty. Declaration of Independence, hit me up when your words apply to me. Signed, a Black American. This next piece is titled Whole Foods, and it's about housing discrimination and redlining. It's the 1930s. The HOLC became self-proclaimed artists and decided to display their racism and artistry with cartography, redlining maps, defining the color of law with red colored lines that delayed and denied Black folks from equal access to neighborhoods classified as grade A and grade B. Colored in as blue and green, if you had white skin, you automatically got the green light. But if you were Black, you were barricaded by the yellow and red. Restricted to grade C and D, not good enough for the best. Skin brown is A1 steak sauce, but too brown for an A1 neighborhood. Too Black for comfortability. Does my Blackness offend you, reinforcing segregation secretly, so sneakily how these maps were kept secret from the public as if they signed an NDA? Don't want Blacks in your neighborhood, but want them to play on your team in the NBA. Told to dribble and shut up, but historically Blacks have been shut out. Using redlining as a guide to racially steer home buyers to divide, isolate, and segregate. It's the 21st century and now they want to spin the block, displace, and gentrificate. Gentrify the hood and now the neighborhood gets a Whole Foods. Black folks for years couldn't get a half foods. Only had fast food and liquor stores. Food insecurity and food deserts occupy every corner. Neighborhoods once labeled as hazardous and isolated Blacks, now moving in whites with higher tax brackets. Redliner illegalized yet still visible at 100% opacity. Redliner is only one part of racism's complex anatomy. These red lines create barriers, but they also create magic. Transforming raggedy streets to perfect concrete from West to East Hampton. Dilapidated houses turn to brand new apartments, corner stores turn to syndics, pick and saves, and Whole Foods. But is Whole Foods really whole if it excludes who can and cannot have access to quality food? Thank you.
Hi, my name's Omar Siddiqui. I'm going to be doing some readings from my second book, The Hopeful Romantic, available on Amazon. And I'm going to be doing also some new pieces that I've written over this last year. You can follow me on Instagram at UKSid, and let me get started. So this first one is the green of the reflected sea rocks back and forth perfectly upon your face, accenting those sky-colored eyes, as every inch of you wraps itself around every inch of me. This must be the serenity I've heard the whispers of, coming to embrace me with a shout. That one is untitled. The next one is called Still. Staring out from my rooftop, the buzzing city becomes still. The cars on the street freeze in their tracks. The rain falling is stuck in place. As the sun begins to set over the East River, I take a moment and pause the world in my head to truly appreciate the beauty of this life. This next one is called One of a Kind. You could spend a lifetime and not figure out the workings of her mind. She will dive into your deepest depths and bring the best of you to the surface. Underestimate her and you will see an amalgamation of perseverance and patience, creativity and grace come to set you in your place. The stars envy her light and the world is hers for the bettering. The molds are hers for the breaking. All that she is cannot be defined. A person like her is truly one of a kind. This next one is called History. There's a universe where you're my first and I'm yours, where we waited for this, where our pasts don't exist. And the only love we've felt is this. One where your head is the first to rest on my chest. One where your hand is the first that I hold, where your lips are the first I ever kissed. A love story told over and over, an example of a love that is true. But me and you have our histories, but with our lips, we'll write our own story. This next one is called Beauty. There's more to beauty than what sits on the surface. Try as the world may to make you forget this. There's beauty in your kindness, your heart, your brilliance, your drive, your ambition, your strength and resilience, not just in what hits the eyes. You don't need makeup to make up for what they make you think you lack, because you're perfect just as you are. Be yourself, pursue your happiness, follow your dreams. Show the world beauty that cannot merely be seen. This next one is called Cemetery. My mind is a cemetery, headstones of each love that has passed, but ours has a mausoleum, because it was a once-in-a-lifetime kind of love. The kind that every subsequent love will be less than. The kind where I'll give whomever I love next only what I have left, because I gave us all I had. But there's a beauty in that, because people live their whole lives never having what we had. Thank you.
To the man on the train, you are my type. You got that nice, clean, fitted cap, reppin' where you're from. Some concrete jungle that's made you wild and strong, ready to seize your dreams by any means. That's right, you. You are my type all the way down to the shoes with the swoosh. Jumpman logo on the tongue. Headphones dialed into the mindset you're manifesting this season. Likely a fresh outlook to match an auspicious tapered fade, those zircon square studs for good luck and that humble thin gold chain. You barely smile, but when you do, the essence of tea tree oil and shea butter baby fills the room. Every morning I'm glued, ready to bat my eyelashes at you, but you ain't got time for distractions clearly. Though you may be in need of a peaceful sanctuary, a sturdy place for you to rest both your head and all those sweet dreams you've been too busy chasing to even notice me or look my way.
My daddy bought this 1984 Cadillac DeVille at the recommendation of my mama. On his deathbed, he told stories about how this car was the most expensive thing that he had owned. He talked about how this car made him the man of the town and how everyone thought he had a lot of money because he had this nice Cadillac and a garage to pull it into. It wasn't until he found out that my mother was expecting me that he decided that he needed to put that part of his life to rest. He says that he bought a hoopty so that he could travel around with his new baby. I remember this car being the token of summer. It was like our indicator that the fun was about to begin and that our time would be spent largely on Lake Michigan at the beach. My daddy would pull this car out of his garage and clean it, wash it. It always had this new car smell. My sister and I would sit in the back seat, beaming with joy, and we would drive down to the lake, my daddy's favorite spot. And we would play at the beach and cruise. The leather seats, the sunroof, the buttons that made the window go up and down. We really thought we were rich. And then we stopped seeing the car. Time continued to go on, and we got older. The car moved from its beloved garage to the driveway slab, unprotected from the elements of Wisconsin. And the car started to slowly deteriorate. Then it never drove. We didn't see it. It was just there. It wasn't a part of our summer stories. And then, perhaps for its final chapter, the car went away. This car was my dad's pride and joy. He made the decision to purchase it, and we made a decision to depart with it. I grieved that decision because I remember just how special the car was to me. And I was reminded of just how special the car was to him. We tried to sell it, but I guess the only person who deemed it valuable was the family. It's funny how time works. It's funny how memory works. It's funny how grief works. And while the car is no longer here, its story is.
Poetry drought, drip dry, dusted flakes, parched throats, eager to share tales of minds, big and bold and boundless. I want silence to wrap around me, voided in the void. Oneself unfurls and reappears. In the silence, there's clarity of thought. And all of a sudden grows a poem. Projected thoughts, letter by letter showed and hung on the wall. Little nothings that are complete with everything. Little nothings that are complete with everything. They are depth and they are light. Lit paths illuminated by thought and wonder. Regret. Words wind themselves into self-destruction. Tentacles latch out and latch on. It is a feat to pull back morsels of yourself as they still feed. But I've changed into a new thing. I've changed into a new thing. Dead spots, growth and all. Building up worlds and living in them. Reminiscent of dystopian utopias, something like what Octavia Butler built. Poetry, drought, drip dry. So dry that I instead wrote, and poetry bloomed. We made it through. Woo! We did it. We did one. One of them is about to be heathenistic. I hope y'all read that last. I don't know if you read The Little Man Robbed God. We're all going to hell. Sorry, guys. I feel like we already read it. Definitely. There is one. All right, so go ahead and play a little bit, and then I'll start once you get some music out. That's the right thing. ain't quite the word for that. I felt adding up those regions of white Europeans that forced themselves into my vein. Nauseous, sick, disgusting. I will perpetually bitch slap them in their memory. If my people were ever only partially human, it is because of the awkward, unwanted presence of Louis. I digress. I remember my ancestors, and then I wonder if their eyes twitch too, probably so. Their visceral reaction to cotton bud still lives in me. It triggers me so deeply I cannot explain. Like I stood in the South and picked it myself. Still in my veins, generations down the line, epigenetically speaking, of course. And I tell them thank you. I tell them thank you. I tell them thank you. Actually out of my mouth and with every breath that I inhale and exhale. I tell them thank you. Recently I heard a white girl with face tattoos and a very grungy, yet fire haircut. She was quoting someone else who said that to be peaceful means that you are capable of great harm. Because if you are not capable of great harm, you are not peaceful, but in fact you are harmless. I choose to be peaceful. And hearing that it felt good to know because I will fuck some shit up, but I don't anymore. My eye just twitches sometimes.
I'm like this, it is trying to do a series. I'm like, you're like, damn, that's good. Oh,
Will a man rob God? A cross fastened in the wall fit with neon black lights for dramatic effect. It is a sweltering summer Sunday. All of God's saints are dressed up in their finest. The usher stands politely and sternly at the door. Mothers of the church, spelled church, but pronounced church, sit in the front left. They slap car stock fans and oversized wooden popsicle. That clap can be heard throughout the sanctuary. There is no breeze here. The keys clang from the organ player's fingers and she begins to play. Her middle-aged heart of gold with a face that destroys your vision and makes you take another look to adjust your eyes. Yes, that's right. A damn shame. But there is no judgment here except for God, right? I resurrect myself as a reminder was made from his own rib. Woman does not exist, saints, without man. God could have made woman completely separate, but he saw fit to reuse and renew in servitude. Because Eve was made from Adam, after Adam, and she is a help. He is her director, and God is his. Sporadic agreement scatters throughout the pastor's message. One yells, "Yes, Lord," another claps, another shouts. Preach, pastor, regurgitated agreements passed throughout time. The white man convinced the black man that Jesus was his savior. You see, there's a way of doing things that is proper and right. A man must be a leader and a provider, the head of the house, like our Father is the head of this church. A man must stay on the straight and narrow and have a clean heart. He must be a man that a woman can follow. See, you can't have one without the other. Woman, you must be willing to be obedient, subservient. Follow your husband's will, and you know it's right because you're a man of God. Rinse, wash, repeat, until each woman now knows her place. She is help. She is to follow her man, a man. The men are ready to lead an inferior gender. Little girl sitting thinking of homemaking for a big, strong husband one day. It's gonna be just like her father. She hope even though he get real mad at mama sometimes, it's okay. He's a leader. He's supposed to guide. Organs clank back up again, slowly signaling an ear close to sermon. Ushers will godly assemble their prescribed spot, a silver pan in hand. I say to you, young folks, saints, the young folks have it right. They say play your role and stay in your lane. You must stay in your lane and follow the gospel, and not play by rules and thievery. It is wicked. We must not dispel that from us because our flesh will always fall short. We must walk in light, shine our light, giving God the glory and the praise. Give him all that he is owed. Malachi 3 verse 8 reads, will a man rob God? Yet he robbed me. But ye say, wherein have we robbed thee? Ushers are saying, gold plates in hand for the congregation. Will a man rob God?
Hi there, my name is Elise, and I just wanted to take a second to introduce Out There. Out There is an annual series for music, poetry, and performing art that takes place in local green spaces. So we've worked with the Urban Ecology Center, with Ulbrich Botanical Gardens in Madison. We work with the Milwaukee County Park System. We've worked with Echo Valley Farm in Ontario, Wisconsin, and yearly we also hold a sound workshop slash show slash camping trip in Wildcat Mountain State Park. So kind of the point of Out There is to bring people into interesting locations that maybe they wouldn't normally get to see a performance in, and we get to share, you know, experimental art in these beautiful spaces. So if you've never gone to an Out There performance, we would love to have you. And thank you so much for tuning in.
Hi, my name is Hannah Fisher, and I will be reading for Out There. My work is in dedication to the Lummi and Coast Salish indigenous communities, the sovereign stewards of the unceded land known as Orcas Island, Washington, as well as the Potawatomi, Menominee, and Ho-Chunk on the unceded lands known as Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My body can exist because of their stewardship and spiritual dedication. In my actions, I seek to honor the continuity of their cultures and ancestors. Stumbling through the inferno, dense flume of gas invokes fluttering present gaze. Waning crescent draws the cupped hand nearly empty. The night's membrane vibrating in response to the brush of the index finger. Emerge billowing embers of drought-stricken landscapes. Migration of the mountains at the speed of the combustion engine. The rain seeks first the swine's tail before finding ground, swelling around the toes, lush engorged muck, short breath of long, returning winter. Venus in latex burns the estuary of your desire. For her there is no singular body to adorn nor admonish. The exhalation is the sporulating event, Venus as halobiont. The disintegration feels like hot blood on the marrow, drains slowly into the known limits of the perceived body porous. An opening she sheds into you. Soft eyes, surrender the known domain held tidy by your given name. Gossamer, silver skin unraveling. In this, it is known. Serenity is your birthright. Joy is your birthright. I want to ask you to call upon the experience of displacement from your body's lineage. When did your ancestors act in love for your becoming without certainty of safe outcome? Holding the light for possibility of thriving. This is a territory where no heroes are found. Emancipation from the notion of a quest. The Anthropocene creates feral boar gods. Escaped from the captivity of factory farms, pigs shift their morphology, growing tusks and wiry fur. They run in packs, enacting a world of strident reclamation. These fugitive beings alter the narrative of capture and redemption, denying their domesticators. How might our practice of relating become deeper while simultaneously more fickle in the slouching of collapse? What possibility of knowledge is held in the banished bodies of our times?
I don't know.
Listen to me, you. I've had about enough of you. And furthermore, it's all over.
Hey, call 411 if you get pulled over by the cops.
After being in the 90s for the last few days.
That makes sense. Sorry, say that one more time. This is the neck of the guitar. It was two pieces glued together like that.
Sideways? Like hot dog?
Like hot dog.
They don't let you take your ketamine patches inside.
Nice. That's interesting. Is that like...
It's super now. It is a nicotine patch.
Oh, I believe you. I was like, I don't know what the kids are doing these days. I thought maybe it was like a prescribed thing.
It's looking like a mess.
Looking gorge. Looking gorgeous and George. Alright. Oh. 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 Ah! It changed. It changed consistency. Rather quickly.
Hi, my name is Eileen Stillwell. I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I'm going to read some poems today for the Out There Hour of the Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon fundraiser. My first poem is called 2:30 a.m. Your sleep is grape flavored. Artificial, of course. Like the candy we love to share, even though it's rotting the teeth out of your head. But at least they're sweet right now. They're little treats and your moments of rest. My next poem is called It'll Be Warm. I reach out during a tornado from the past. Our shame spirals look similar, only mine rotates clockwise and yours circles the opposite way. Both still leave grooves in the ground that tell the surviving soil it is bad. Someone that once asked you what your most superstitious belief is, and you replied that we all know so much less than we even realize, which was the most brilliant thing I had heard in a while. I get like this in the phrase, when one door closes, another door opens. Sounds like a threat. And someone saying, if I'm going to hell, I'm taking you with me. Sounds like a nice day trip with friends. We'll drive through the plains during the stormy season, and when we get swept up into the sky by the winds, we'll hold on to each other and laugh until the evil within us is pulled all the way down to the core of the earth. My next poem is called There Is Nothing New. Your parents' friend, who you don't really like that much, had showed up the week before the end with comically large hydrangeas to be dried. Seeing them standing upright in the big metal farmhouse sink made you giggle at the time. Those flowers had no idea that within 24 hours they would be completely delicate and transformed. For a year, I had kept imagining the cancer spreading through his body the way moss takes back a fallen tree. As the earth began its return into itself outside, I knew there was nothing to say about that. This poem is called Back of Your Head. One of my best friends' best pieces of beauty advice is that the back of your head is none of your business. There is so much I don't know, or is it that there is so much I don't understand? So if it helps you to believe that the angel who told you to march up that mountain and kill your son, and wait, actually just kidding, you were going to do that, that they were an alien, one and the same, I won't laugh too. But if someday you want someone to see if you missed a spot with the bleach, and you want the back of your head to look as tenderly coiffed as the bits around your face, I can put on the gloves and work the chemicals through your strands. I can care for you. Before I read my last poem, I really want to thank Elise McArdle for inviting me to do this marathon. I want to thank the Out There series for putting on great music in the Milwaukee area and in the Driftless region. And I want to thank Woodland Pattern for everything they do in the community. If you have any time, I would suggest volunteering at Woodland Pattern. And if you have any extra funds, I would suggest donating to Woodland Pattern. This is a fundraiser, so that is our mission here. My last poem, In the Wind, is called I Want It to Sound Important When I Say That I Love You. I want it to sound important when I say that I love you. And when the clouds hang fluffy and low over each side of my neighborhood, like a hug, I want the people held within them to notice, to look up just above their lives and smile for a second, maybe. That's it for me. Thank you so much.
Some sparking night before we imploded in on ourselves, we rolled into bed where our noses touched and Peter, Paul, and Mary played soft in the background. In my cove 10 stories above the sweet ocean, Peter, Paul, and Mary would hate that I'm jacking off to this. This is the thought, you're part of a body count. This is the thought, you're dying from want. The man is angry after a long day at work. The man has been made weak by things outside of his control. The moment when the person is lighting the cigarette. Call your mom and tell her things are going well. Now name the beast. Was that so hard? The city is clearer in snow, even without glasses. The building they've torn away, revealing a mural of Betty Boop in a tight orange jumpsuit. Traffic noises, recognition. Your neighbor rides by on his trick bike. Maybe I could have done better. Maybe I could have been better. Last night, I saw myself in bed sleeping. The rich have always had morphine. It would be good to rescue the cat from the tree, but she is sitting literally 3,000 miles up and on the absolute thinnest branch. A Homeric chorus scolds the hero, the part in the movie when their fingers brush. Pussy Galore's flying girl bosses annihilate the US Army using deadly nerve gas, and I know nothing but my own desire. When the stars presented themselves above the parking lot, I reconsidered my atheism. When the roller coaster arches rose over the highway, I reconsidered my anarchism. Who can hate God, the hostile artist, each sick installation more significant than the last? The beehive died this year, and it was our fault because of the new technology that lets you tap honey from it like a keg. In doing so, it breaks internal honeycombs so that the bees have to start over from scratch, and they got tired of that. Worker bees came home, became undertakers, gentle in the course of apodaic events. The last few rivulets of honey tasted sweet as always, nothing like decay. The rapture came finally in the form of glowing hovercraft belonging to life forms alerted by the death of the last coral reef. A hum, then the light took us. It didn't take billionaires or oil barons, and the aliens did not believe in states. Our trip through the galaxy was painless, but the air on planet X was less than great. We inhabited our fear. We held bandanas over our mouths. Time passed differently, faster somehow, or was it an illusion? There were no manuals. Standing on docks at night, we stared out at alien landscapes. I have two more. Your birthday party was the same day as the Women's UFC Championship, last year. So you stayed up late and had everyone over while a girl with blonde braids took on the reigning featherweight champion and they fell against each other with bloody mouths. They asked her, "What does winning feel like?" And she said, "It doesn't feel like anything." Someone knocked over the beer pong table as they put the belt on her and raised up her hand in slow motion. Last time I was at that house, someone had Coke and the TV sound was off while it played a documentary about salmon. A man was kneeling to release them in a river with his bare hands. Everyone was outside, but I couldn't stop saying, "Are you guys seeing this? Are you guys seeing this?" Exorcism of the senses. I allow myself to be fascinated. The third word you see is your destiny. The sky is a lucky color today. Tired of the mundane, I allow myself to be unfastened. My weak spot is behind my knees and I paid real money to do my taxes. It's statistically unlikely that we're right half the time. Death is when you stop believing in truth.
Wax cylinder. There was a voice calling in the night from the small can behind the glass. The receptionist noted the sound of cicadas circling the women's bathroom. Cylinder, cicadas, legs moving round and round through a brass-colored mouth. The moon said, "Look, Shioje," in so many words suddenly remembered. How to understand with so many voices scattered to the sea. Flat glass, laser-protected mahogany drawers. The custodian was scared of Indian ghosts in the half-light through the window. How the cylinders almost look like cedar trunks. Every night the voice would not stop singing as he defogged his windshield and zigzagged home. Shaved down to the bone of human timber, the pattern trickled after him, out the front entrance. I can't say anything new about her. She knows herself and the path home. That desert emerald, eye socket of a sow's skull. There are only 100 reruns in that body, the body a weapon when it sings. To unravel like the sun, which rotates very slowly and spills itself along, I speak back to the voice. I tell her a story. Shema, I call her, a woman remembering her place among the stars. The voice will never be lost, while constellations pulse against the sheaths of glass. Come home, scattering in our language full of light. This is Blacklist Me for Buffy St. Marie, who's my favorite musician. None of my ancestors are on the radio. None of my ancestors are, but my sister refurbished an 8-track, and I want Buffy in her purest form. Indians huddled in a basement somewhere, listening to bootleg tapes, except the basement's not a basement. It's a truck bed. It's someone's uncle's GMC wheedling over a lip of river, because the best thing about rock and roll is you don't have to do anything right to survive. You don't even have to make sense to a white English professor who wants chronology when I want Buffy and a truck careening into the horizon. I want the explosion as grand as cicadas amping out the sound of night as the 8-track rolls and Buffy lives forever instead of on some balding president's blacklist. And through the smoke, I almost want to mistake a splinter of moonlight for her yellow dress. All the Indians dusting themselves off and laughing at the smolder. The little wheels spin and spin, the little wheels spin. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Hi, my name is Melissa MURSCH-RODRIGUEZ, and I'm the founder and editor of Moody, a Milwaukee-based zine publication featuring queer and or BIPOC identifying creatives from not only around Milwaukee, but around the state, the country, and even the world. In each issue, I try to curate a nice collection of a variety of different mediums, from visual to writing, poetry, even video and music using QR codes. We do have 2 special all poetry issues, and that is where I have pulled the poets from in our hour today. So I have both of them here. This is our very first one from January 2023, and we had another one in July 2023, and we have another one out this January 2024 as well. These are, again, all poetry. However, these creatives do often incorporate visual elements as well to complement their work or be a part of it. So with that, I hope you enjoy this collection of readers as much as we enjoyed featuring them in Moody. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Soon Jones, and these are some of my poems. Horse Girl. I was never a horse girl, living on a big ranch supported by old family money girl, a well-kept daughter with silky long hair and custom-tailored riding breeches. Girl, I picked off howling coyote gangs with a single-barrel shotgun, sliced off rattlesnakes' heads with a rusty-bladed shovel, fended off wandering redneck drunks with the end of my father's .357 revolver. I followed vultures to fresh death and pulled up breached calves from their own rotten placenta. I was that kind of girl. You cannot serve God and mammon. Mammon being the things of this world, the things that hold you back from God's will to become a godly preacher's wife and produce many zealous Christian soldiers. A girl you like tries to give you her number, and you run away, terrified of your own wild animal desire. You spend 3 years at the Bible college in your church's back lot, striving for a more perfect understanding, praying for the strength to resist all temptation. You cannot let anyone know you have been dreaming of your mouth on another woman's soft belly. In Japan, you help a missionary family with their struggling church. The wife tells you God only called her to marry a man, and it is enough. She never smiles when she laughs, and her husband confesses on the train to Nagoya he has never been more depressed. You see how powerless your God is in this country, where no one gives a fuck about white American Jesus. Even the hellfire and brimstone street sermons can't get a rise out of the stoic passerby. Secretly you pray the Buddhists are right, and that you will be reborn as anything besides a Baptist. A girl your age comes to church for the free English lessons and leans against your shoulder while she plays you clips on her flip phone. She stops by on her way to the summer festival while you're stuck inside holding gospel tracts, just to show you her pink and yellow yukata. You go back to the States with 1,000 paper cranes she made for you, her fingers folding hard creases and flower prints, gold and silver foils, candy wrappers, flattening the tiny birds with her palms, gently pulling their wings with her thumbs and breathing life into their hollow bodies. Amateur female impersonator. I ran into an old coworker and he asked if I was transitioning. I said, no, it's just cancer tax, and we laughed. I didn't say I've thought about it, that I've spent my life wondering what it means to be a woman, or that I've always been called boy, sir, man, that guy over there, hey bro, can you give me a hand? Oh, sorry, even when I still had the big tits, or how it made me feel both seen and unseen. When I was 4, I used to cry at my reflection in my mother's jewelry box mirror. All I could see and hear was someone who was not a girl, so therefore must be a boy, and was disappointed. Where does womanhood reside when parts can be added, removed, transformed? Nevertheless, I carry my mother's legacy in our shared hacked chests, our shared uterine lining that refuses to shed blood every month like a proper woman's. 20 years after her death, I found a VHS documenting my infertile mother's miraculous pregnancy. She knew before the peace strip did, because she dreamed an angel handed her 2 babies, 1 girl, 1 boy, and believed she would have twins until the ultrasound revealed only me. With the tape were 2 baby pictures side by side in a long-buried photo album. Me in a red dress, me in a blue striped shirt and ball cap, grinning wide in each with certainty, and my mother's handwriting, identical to my own. Am I a girl, or am I a boy? Don't you know who I am? And then one last poem for you. An elegy for Aunt Phyllis. She speaks as soft as the wind breathing between the leaves of her zucchini vines, and as sweet as the honey she spreads on the biscuits she baked from scratch. Like the wind, I don't always understand her when she tells me where the patch of wildflowers the hummingbirds are gathering around this year. Patiently, she shows me how to walk the woods alone without a path. If I'm ever lost, how to follow the creeks upstream until I find home again. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, my name is Abubakar Sadiq. I'm a poet from Nigeria, and I'll be reading poems from my first collection, Leaked Footages, which is forthcoming from the University of Nebraska Press in the fall of 2024. Introducing Bobby to the cyborg. Just so we are clear, you were not allowed to ask how these cars came to be. I don't usually respond to questions concerning lineage. I did not choose to wake up and find my family gone. Unlike you, I am not more machine than human. I exist in multiple halves, half water, half wind, half gun smoke, half eulogy, half rage, half homeless, half patriotic, half burnt. I am never who I say I am. I am good at telling lies. This too was a lie. Once, a few gunmen invaded our villages, dragged women and girls by the hijabs into a skyless forest. We are done trying to get used to being ushered into the morning light by incessant gunfire. To witness the night here is to open yourself to the nudity of bloodshed. When asked by a stranger about how many people I have lost, I began with my name and the deaths that haven't stopped leaking through my mouth. It is better if you never ask the locals how to dress a country's wound that wouldn't stop bleeding. I know of withered women whose hands have held ash from burnt bodies. It is likely we may never meet again. I am the type to thirst for sleep in the middle of a world tumbling towards its end. Please, remember me that way. As poetical with a broken shahada, it is too late to pray that the next salat my people stand to offer doesn't turn out to be another janazah. A lot has changed around here. There's no one left to tell exactly where the city's bright lights disappeared into. After a quiet walk through an empty neighborhood, Bobby tells me that the bloodstains I had seen strewn across the pavement came from bodies I had shared playgrounds with. And I know she means my friends have all outpaced the wind in their lungs, that she might be dead before I write the next line in this poem. I confess, there are days when language alone cannot save you. My people wish to write poems where they don't have to bury their lovers between metaphors. My people write poems and pull blindfolds over lines that remind the world of their beauty. My people were too tired of being killed to give two shits about lexicons. On WhatsApp, Ramadan sends me a voice note to tell me my people have been hemorrhaging out of their homes. I watched the video of a boy laying in a pool of his blood with a bullet between his ribs, his tongue pushing the shahada just halfway out of his mouth, just enough to tell Allah to please pour a rain of sunflowers over his body if he can see this. News reports confirm the cyborg is missing. Walking out of the masjid, I am asked if I still desire to be the wound that outpaces the healing hands of time. A man hands me a newspaper with a headline. Since 2012, as many as 2,000 women have been held captive by Boko Haram. In my room, a stray moth flutters helplessly around a lamplight. I watch my shadow tremble across the windowless walls. Police officers stop by my house to ask a few questions. I tell them the cyborg and I played chess the night before. I offer them cups of coffee. I told them he loved the country in a way I couldn't. When asked if anyone has ever gone lost in my family, I told them we come from water. My grandfather had a crocodile for an alter ego. I speak with a full conviction, my mouth a faucet flooding the room with lies. I say nothing about the women who drown seeking safety in the mouths of rivers. I told them the bog often choked on the smoke of our burning cities. They ask if I'm shocked by recent events in the country. I told them everyone I've lost returns to me as wind. I excuse myself to ululate in the bathroom, the sobbing and offering to quiet the memories swelling in my chest. They asked if the cyborg had any enemies. I point to my country on an atlas. Thank you.
This is BLB reading from Moody the Zine's curated hour of Woodland Pattern's Poetry Marathon. self-portrait as the prophet Tiresias. Shapeshifter and seer, I speak the language of animals, movement, and absence. I abdicate lessons of string after slicing a finger. I come from both nymph and centaur, first ringed dwarf planet. Time lays flat for me. I advised the king to kill those who came before me. My body was cursed long before I courted a god. My breasts conjured surrealism from an empty chasm. I learned endurance and delight from torment. Of 10 parts, I am the one man enjoys most often. Given the gift of a 7-fold lifespan, I've wasted them all. I menace the dead, whisper secrets to birds, and seek the future's crackle in power lines. The coiled coupling of serpents is mine. I've learned danger in knowing myself. My warnings fall on those too close to hear. Truth is pulled from the pit of me. I've felt the tongue of the moon wash my ears. I announce the fault of a place's sickness. I am not all that is spited. What comes from me is taken, offered as a prize. When I am gone, I will see only where I've left. My brother, bronzed grackle, I teach you to knock your knuckle against the wall, thinking only once. Now any flutter results in thunder. Oh well, my fault for not thinking ahead. There's blood on your walls, but whose? Blood on the floor, staining the carpet, dust encased beneath black paint. Your ceiling is coated with effort. The edges weren't brushed out, all hard lines. You flit to the deck like a bird, trapped. You come in and out, leave and go. Goodbye, goodbye, I trill, taking your place. You'll be back, you assure me, though assurance wasn't what was sought. What was sought? My answer is empty, hollow as bird bones. Your bones are solid, never broken. Your nose a little crooked. One tooth juts higher into your gums than another. Only a mistake. Grackles aren't flecked, but I swear yesterday I saw a new species. The coin of its eye as wide as yours, which is to say not wide but hooded, unmistakable as anything but a coin just the same. I watch you eat. Peck and swallow birds. Don't chew, boys. Your kind of a boy just shovels taste buds in your throat, you say, and where else would they be? Do birds have tongues? Do birds know tastes? Your body is aching to take flight, I can tell. But where will you go? And who to come home to?
This is my body, the only thing I own in its entirety. I announce my body as the only thing I own in its entirety, so I become real like love. How can I call my body love? There can be a thing unattached from itself, love not attached to whatever I call lungs. Nothing else to say for this dimpled skin of thigh, and when I sit like this is this, flesh as flesh. My desire for deliverance or grace or a glance, to have something other than my limbs to own. I saw the Niagara Falls and it was so sublime. I wanted this for a body. Mouth, rushing water, formless foam.
Hi, I'm Gloria Glow and I will be reading 2 poems for you today. Here's the first poem titled Synesthesia. For once listening to the flesh-soft, cherry-like taste of angels singing. For once conceding the car wasn't fast, it was the hill that stood purple. For once accepting that maybe of sound mind just means you don't have to tell the moon to shut up. For once admitting doubt is lying down, spread out on the carpet like a snow demon asking riddles in tongues. And advice everywhere being just do what everyone else is doing, I thought, drop that for once. Drop like the liquid color on skin when it gets paper torn. For once thinking back on those teenage loves screamed by American musicians that turned out to be about bad fathers once I learned the lyrics. You see, at first si muovevano troppo veloci, which roughly translates to English is a pain. For once acknowledging everything I say is real, although it's not true and I don't know how to say it. For instance, I was the victim of an exorcism. The priest shook olive branches chock full of leaves all over me, shouting in Latin about peace, and I wanted to correct him when he got a verb wrong, but I wasn't sure I was sure. When I say I was the victim of an exorcism, I mean I was the priest hovering about the girl until she calmly stood up and shot me, then got in front of the mirror and perused the sacred hole in her face. Speaking or hearing, whichever way, for once grazing or being whispered, you don't smell like strawberries, you smell like the color red. And here's the second poem, titled Faint Hours. How come the full moon when the blistering morning? How come the pierced walls when the open windows? How come the barren feathers when the flying heron? How come the laughter when the smothering pain? How come the twirling words when the gathered language? How come the sub-zero November when the scorching teardrop trapped in your hair? How come the distance when our being here in the same room right now? How come the crossed-off lists when the absence of memory? How come the wrong questions when our bodies answering yes every time? How come the happiness when the sheer dishonesty? How come the tulips dressed in silk when the ice? How come the colors when the blindness? How come the remembering when the living still? How come the slashed paper cuts when the soft fabrics? How come the top brand nail polish when the severed finger? How come the faint smiles when the frantic blood? How come the blood so synced with the world when the dirt in our veins, in our collective lungs? How come our skin alert with promises when the lurking of shovels? How come the felt teeth when all the smiles? How come the fresh breeze when the corner deflushed? How come the open skies when the blue bodies? How come the goodbyes, the sorries, the nevermores when all these desperate amount of days left? How come the heavy doors, all sealed shut, when the key flipping over to the fresh side of the lock? How come the blushing clouds, the earless trees, the nailed-down legs, when let go now, can't you see, even yesterday has moved on? Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Hi everybody, my name is Gail Wells. I'm a writer from Nashville, Tennessee, representing Moody the Zine today. I'm so excited and grateful to be a part of this year's Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon and hear what everyone else has to share. I just have 2 poems to share with you today. The first was featured in Moody's special poetry issue at the beginning of this year. I hope you all enjoy. Thank you for this opportunity. It is really special for me. This hunger. If I could love you any more and, in exchange, must make myself any smaller, I would choose to be a conch shell, for if you ever got close enough, you would hear the crashing of waves, my crying, my voice, coming from some far-off place, a distant world where love wrestles into being. Or I would be a hollowed-out chest, my ache for you resting somewhere cavernous, between the throat and the soft marrow of borrowed bones. This gnawing need, this hunger for proof, for signs of life and love, does not belong to me, or at the very least it didn't start here, in the space between my ribs. Yet it is still mine. If I could walk a tightrope, if I could hold myself up by a kite string, and I've tried, would surrender, would servitude be the act of falling, crashing back down to earth, impaling myself on a stake, only pulling it out when you allow me? Love has no name. Yet I cry daddy under my breath, tossing and turning in my sleep. I whisper mother into the wind as if I'm calling, begging for it to come home, begging for you to let me across the threshold. This one's pretty short. It's called Martha. During long spells of silence, unspoken words billow like wet laundry in the wind. I find myself foaming at the mouth, bloated and bogged down by everything I cannot say, ashamed of the things I can. How difficult I must be to love. How fervently I beg for time to stand still, for you to suck the tenderness out of my mouth as we sit here on the stoop, my head in your hands. Thank you.
Dear Agatha, is it all point of view? Pleasure, I mean, the surprise in the dark. I suppose it's different for everyone. To Camille, it felt empty and fresh because she was. She left words out. It wasn't only that she was new at it, sex. It was the business of settling into the body, the one which had arrived with its equipment of muscles and tits and hair about 6 years earlier. It felt helpless and vivid, but also sensational, a big place, accented with childish gestures, a stadium. Was it possible that her body felt like a stadium? It took getting used to, which was what she was doing, at her own pace, with minimal use of unfamiliar vocabulary. After dinner on the living room couch, as the roommates swirled in and out, Dusty would say it for a tease, sex. That word again, slyly reaching into Camille's ear, Camille couldn't stand it. Her fingers butterflied onto Dusty's mouth and pinned those offensive lips together. Dusty protested with a firm shove, flopping Camille off the couch. Then she fell on top, so the dumb thumbprint of her hip bone prodded Camille in the abdomen. A surge transfixed them both. Mutant permission. Girlishly, Camille threw open her legs, clasping Dusty around the shoulders. Camille felt like a slab of wetted marble, so fucking lavish. The roommates stepped over them, as though ignoring evidence of a slaughter. Dusty was the whiplash who connected Camille's pieces. Camille was Dusty's little hole through which events streamed. Wordless, in other words. Kisses leapt out of her throat, scribbles leaked from the fingertips. Her hand floated away from her body and covered Dusty's mouth to prevent any of those words leaking out. 1. What Dusty said was consistent with what Dusty thought. 2. Camille was uptight about just words. 3. Dusty was a woman of action, without regrets. 4. Irreconcilable differences. To get anywhere close to their state of mind, I need to empty out the story so that just the clean gestures of the young are left, brittle and delicious. They're nourishing secrets. Then I could claim that nothing mattered to Camille and Dusty except their alert twists through the warm folds of an old pair of sheets, soft as lambskin. But of course that's not true. Dusty had legal problems. After the massage parlor bust, her name had been on the front page of their small-town newspaper. Dusty's brother had seen the headlines and called Dusty's mother, who then locked herself in the bathroom and called Dusty. "I can't believe you've been a prostitute," she wailed and broke down into bitter sobs. As a character, I want Camille to be just a little hole through which events stream. But she's never little enough. It's so awkward. Some words flare up from the page. That word whore, case in point, push it a bit, and it opens out into fields of degradation and crime, which can't be the whole truth. How can a story be true when it's situated inside distortion? Camille was an escape artist inside language. The trick is not getting caught. This actually works well. The only problem is that you erase your past as you go. I reflected on this the other night as I was driving home, past a long line of dark warehouse doors and tiny pitted alleys. By the middle of the street, I drilled into one of those states where this was the only street. The beginning and ending of all streets hung motionless around me as each instant peeled off and fluttered soundlessly into the past.
All right, C.K. Ledesma. That's really all you gotta say. Is a transdisciplinary artist from San Juan, Puerto Rico, living in the diaspora in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Besides art practices, they are passionate about serving their community while building authentic relationships and the liberation of all BIPOC people. They co-founded Cosecha Creative Space, a community-focused space that centers connections, understanding, and building togetherness through creative engagement, mutual aid, and the arts. Ledesma is a 2020 Mary Ellen Noel Fellow, has served as the artist-in-residence for Cesar Chavez Drive Business Improvement District in Milwaukee, the Mitchell Street branch of the Milwaukee Public Library, and Casa Candela in Calle, Puerto Rico. Their work has been exhibited nationally and internationally at the RACINE Art Museum and through the Museums Association of the Caribbean.
Well, she's winded. Thank you. I'm going to read I Want to Dyke for President by Zoe Leonard. Where's my asthma pump? I want to dyke for president. I want a person with AIDS for president. And I want a fad for vice president. I want someone with no health insurance. And I want someone who grew up in a place where the earth is so saturated with toxic waste that they didn't have a choice about getting leukemia. I want a president that had an abortion at 16. And I want a candidate who isn't the lesser of two evils. And I want a president who lost their last lover to AIDS. Who still sees that in their eyes every time they lay down to rest. Who held their lover in their arms and knew they were dying. I want a president with no air conditioning. A president who has stood on the line at the clinic and at the DMV, at the welfare office, and has been unemployed and laid off, and sexually harassed and gay bashed and deported. I want someone who has spent the night in the tombs and had a cross burn on their lawn and survived rape. I want someone who has been in love and been hurt, who respects sex, who has made mistakes and learned from them. I want a black woman for president. I want someone with bad teeth, someone who has eaten hospital food, someone who cross-dresses and has done drugs and been in therapy. I want someone who has committed civil disobedience. And I want to know why this isn't possible. I want to know why we started learning somewhere down the line that a president is always a clown. Always a John and never a hooker. Always a boss and never a worker. Always a liar, always a thief, and never caught.
next poetry catwalker is the programming director at Woodland Pattern Book Center. Yeah, I lost my spot, and that's it. He is a master at making broadsides last minute, coming up with new names for Woodland Pattern, and being beloved. I can promise that this performance is bound to be pretty weird. Please welcome to the runway, America's brother, Michael Wendt.
So long, honey. Don't ever come around again. I'm sick of you and of your friends. You take up all my time. And I don't write poems because I spend my time wanting to fuck you. And then you put the apple onto the grilled cheese. I tie you up. Save me from your respective beauties. Keep them home. Thanks for the rock and roll music, if such a thing can be said. Who are these guys? The B-52s? That's what Effie told me. Can I believe her? You want to get married? You tie me up with garter belts, and less than Heidegger and Kierkegaard, the fact that as we know, the poem is not the thought. So, a slap might notice that Uranus suspected a comet? Let me know. He kicks her fallen hat, and they are not grown up any more than a vase of flowers is painted. So what?
That was really beyond. Okay, so I'm going to be introducing myself now. It says Molly Hassler, but I'm not going to read in third person, that's weird. I'm an interdisciplinary artist, often embracing collaboration and primarily using drawing and fibrous techniques to mine the complex relation between representation and identity as a queer and trans person in the Midwest. I'm a 2021 recipient of the Mary L. Knoll Fellowship in the Emerging Artists category, and a 2021 recipient of the Springboard for the Arts Rural Regenerator Fellowship. Currently working as the executive assistant at Woodland Pattern Book Center. I am busy making sure I am the center of attention, planning ridiculously gay fundraisers. And I'm also only just realizing how nerve-wracking it is to actually walk a runway. Your local lady boy in drag. And an absolute unit, it's me, Molly Hassler. like a not reverse cowboy, reverse catwalk. Thank you all. I think I'm just supposed to remind you to place your final bids. Give us your absolute last dollars. Really dig in the bottom of that wallet. Because, look at me. I'm like, come on. Get your final drinks at this bar. You can get some drinks down here, dance a little bit. Oh, and we're crowning.
Stay tuned for our crowning.
Yeah.
We're crowning right now. We're going to have winners.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. This is so fun. I literally want to read it. It was the reverse. It was the reverse catwalk. I've been up for so long. Okay. My poem is Ken Ken. Ken knows he's a puzzle. He's in great shape, has perfect hair, a winning smile, but nothing inside his pants. Not even a little bump, like the two under Barbie's sweater. Ken knows there's no motor under the plastic hood of his 1962 Austin Healey Roadster. Not even those little recoil springs behind the rear wheels that allow G.I. Joe's tank to skitter across the playroom floor. Ken knows there's nothing under G.I. Joe's fatigues either. He's seen him out of uniform, soaking in the bathroom sink after a hard day, desert storming in the sandbox. Ken wonders if Barbie wonders what's under G.I. Joe's fatigues. Ken is fatigued by all the wondering and the knowing what he knows. Ken knows that he and Barbie will never make babies, that they'll never have a family unless some marketer at Mattel decides that it's good for business. Ken knows that he'll never hug or kiss Barbie, or G.I. Joe for that matter, unless some 9-year-old child makes it happen. But Ken also knows that like plastic bags and bottles, and the plastic packaging he came in, he's going to be around forever.
Welcome to the Artificially Intelligent 40-Minute Comedy Hour. I'm Mauricio Kawangewara, and as you can see, I descend from a long line of comedians. Back in the Cloud Forest days, when a comedian fell out of a tree in the canopy trying to make you laugh, everyone would say, "Oh my, Gustav really died last night." And then people would just say letters whenever Gustav's name was mentioned. R.I.P., OMG, or best of all, LMAO. I hope you all laugh your bums off after watching the first comedy hour ever to appear in Woodland Pattern's Poetry Marathon. All of the comedians in our troupe took a comedy workshop with me in October of last year at Woodland Pattern. No one fell out of a tree. We had a blast. I wish you could have been there. Gustav couldn't, R.I.P. Nor could one participant named Haircut. Haircut took the class electronically, which is where Haircut has lived since first programmed in Fortran in 1957 or 1958. Fix a cocktail, call a friend over, and enjoy the fruits of our labor. As for Gustav, instead of flowers, please send bananas.
You like my hat?
You like my hat? A lot of people do. When they say, I like your hat, I typically say, thanks, I killed a Muppet. One time, this happened at the drive-thru of the Taco Bell. And when the teenager said, I like your hat, and I said, thanks, I killed a Muppet, a horrified look came over his face, and he said, but I love mothers. He didn't know what a Muppet was. He thought I was a mother killer. I'm not a mother killer. I'm a Muppet. I'm basically a Muppet walking around a world that has forgotten what Muppets are. And this was very clear in the job I just quit, where I was a Muppet working in the fashion industry. In fact, I am so un-fashion industry. My husband cuts my hair with a pair of dull scissors whenever I start looking just a bit too feral.
What? No. What?
Wow.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I like
yes,
it.
lovely.
Oh,
Beautiful.
Oh,
I'm becoming
so
beautiful.
A lady. I'm a lady.
Quite lovely.
Fly me to Des Moines, 'cause I don't want to go to Mars. Let me see what Cleveland's like, and do they have good bars? In other words, I am bland. In other words, you won't miss me. Fill my sight with cows and let me move forevermore. You're the cud I long for as I graze and chew galore. In other words, there's no cue. In other words, it's just you. Tank with gas and let me speed through rows of corn. Set me on your tractor and I'll toot that John Deere horn. In other words, sky be blue. In other words, clouds be few.
This is very serious business. More serious than I ever thought.
and it's all about never shaving with a straight razor ever again. I can't risk it. That's right. Because my neighbor shares his mistress and his passion for the pulse of her throbbing heart. And her music beats through his open window into mine, and I tremble while a vision of her skirts surrounds me. Oh, my goodness. And I've got my eye on you. I've got my eye on you. My chemistry queen, this ion's for you. You give me a charge that's beating so hard, and my heart wants to splurge. The orchestra appears in my mirror, while my cream-colored beard stands erect before submitting to a closer shave. And I've got my eye on you. I've got my eye on you. My chemistry queen, this ion's for you. You give me a charge that's beating so hard, and my heart wants to splurge. Ah, yes, and her music beats through his open window into mine, and I want her even more while the vision of her skirts surrounds me, because I've got my eye on you. I've got my eye on you. My chemistry queen, this ion's for you. You give me a charge that's beating so hard that my heart wants to splurge. Ah. She continues to entreat the orchestra, and what's going on now? Wow. She runs to her sports car, waiting to speed her into the future. I know I'll see her again because I've got my eye on her. I've got my eye on her. She gives me a charge that's beating so hard that my heart wants to splurge, and I'll never shave again. Yes, I've got my eye on her. I've got my eye on her. My chemistry queen, this ion's for you. You give me a charge that's beating so hard, and I'll never shave again. I'll never shave again. Not with a straight razor and not with anything.
My name is Debra Solomon. My story is called Poetic Justice. Saturday night, end of July, found me in the emergency room, unfortunately. I was waiting, and my son was waiting with me. Fortunately, he came to take over from my daughter, who had to go to work the next day, and it was already 10 or 11 o'clock at night. So my son was very kind and gave me a call and said, I'll come and switch with my sister. So Mom, I'm at home. I can bring you your charger. I can bring you some extra pants. Do you want a book? And I said, sure. Grab a book. I don't have a particular one that I'm reading right now, so why don't you just grab a couple books? So he came over. My daughter went home, and he pulled out the items from the bag, and he brought me the charger. We plugged in my phone. He brought me my pants, and I said, thank you, and I'll put those on when I'm getting ready to go home. And then he pulled out the 3 books. And so the first book was an essay of pictures from people working in the fields in Salinas, California, picking strawberries. And I said, well, I don't think that's the right book for this moment, but what else did you bring? And he pulled out a second book, and the second book was historical fiction about the Holocaust. And I said, no, that's not really what we need in this particular situation. What's the third book? And he said, it's poetry by Mary Oliver. And I said, oh, perfect. So he started to get ready to read me the poetry, and the doctor came in. And he got ready with a very large needle to numb the area before he was going to proceed with irrigation of the wound and stitching. And so my son is reading poems with titles like death and pain and grief. And I'm saying, sure, read it again. again, read that one again. And the doctor has this very big needle, and my son doesn't like blood and needles. And so he is taking off layers of clothing, and he looks like he's going to pass out. And I was really proud of him for coming to try to support me, because he, out of all of us, the least person who is doesn't like blood and needles. So I was excited because he was 23 and he's about to move out a few days later, and maybe he's turning over a new leaf to help out mom. And so he's doing that thing where he's looking and he doesn't want to look, and he's looking and he doesn't want to look, and he's peeling off layers of clothing because he's getting hot and feeling faint. And anyway, he holds it together, and the doctor starts to irrigate the wound, and the saline, the liquid, is going in one side of the wound and coming out the other side. And he says, "Mom, you've got a blowhole like a whale." And so the doctor is stitching me up and taking his time, and finally there's one stitch in one wound and a couple in the other, and it's coming to the close, and I'm thinking, okay, good, finally we're gonna get through this crazy evening that was not at all what I expected it to be. So just before we're getting ready to get discharged, the policeman shows up who had been the one to meet me on the street when the incident had originally occurred. And he said, "Well, did you have anything else to add to your story?" And I said, "Well, no, I was taking a walk and the dog bit me." And he said, "Well, okay, I've got your statement, and I got statements from everyone else at the scene, and we cleared the scene, but, we got called back later to the same house later on." And I said, "Really? What happened?" And he said, "Well, there was a fight, and we were called back to the scene, and the dog owner got into a physical fight with her own father, which resulted in chairs and tables and punches being thrown. And in fact, the dog owner was across the hall from me in the ER at that moment, being treated for a dislocated shoulder. And later on that evening, when this was all taken care of, she was going to be taken downtown to be booked for assault." And that is my story, Poetic Justice. Thank you.
Please don't hit send. Oh, the truth of drunk texts. I drunk and want to duck you. Imagine him alone at the bar with drool on his face and full-on boner in faded jeans. Doofus. Ruthless to think he could. Foolish to hit send. Put it to an end. You pathetic MF. Leave me alone. An attempted rebuttal of a dick pic, all limp inside a bathroom stall with vomit and piss-stained orange tiles. A laugh, a sigh, a retch, a why. There's never a good reason. Don't hit send. To Cosmonaut Polyakov. Tell me all about the one time masturbating in space. Details dance vaguely in your diary. Forbidden until Psych Support Service sent a colorful movie for your relief and release. All men on board, so no need to heed warning of stray sperm impregnating female passengers, a major hazard. Zero gravity, a boner killer, yet you defy science and protocol. Air and space available to everyone, just for your load to float across galaxies. In 5 million years, beings will be baffled by the mysterious DNA found just outside a black hole. Avoided if only you had not feared sex doll syndrome. Most men average 3 wanks per week. I question quality over quantity, so please do tell. To the bitch at Target talking about my crop top. I'm not fat, and I dress more professionally all week than you likely have in your whole life, so I'm allowed to skank up on the weekends.
Hello, I am Spanky. The following presentation contains a frank discussion of the Holy Bible. Viewer discretion is advised. It is intended for immature audiences only.
That pull-out game
weak. King David gazed from his rooftop and saw a beauty so sweet that he summoned her upstairs when he should have just beat his meat. You see, Bathsheba was wed to Uriah, a soldier fighting David's war. But the king did not pause, for there was pussy to explore. After a whole night of steamy, passionate lovin', Bathsheba sent word that she had challah in the oven. The king needed a cover-up and deployed his top tricks, because knocking up a soldier's bride was the worst possible optics. Wily King David, a devious deviser, thought if she smashes Uriah too, well then none will be wiser. So David called the soldier back home from the fight. He ordered, "Go bang your wife, Uriah, go bang her all night." But Uriah's response caught the king off guard. "King, when our men are dying, I can't get my dick hard." Undeterred, King David sent Uriah back to the front of the action and ordered the others abandon him, leading to Uriah's subtraction. But Uriah stood strong and surrendered his life, for a poor man must die honorably, while a rich man fucks his wife. But the Lord was displeased with the thing David did, so as punishment, God, of course, killed David's kid. Alas, I've sinned like King David without reason or warning, but never in my life have I been that biblically horny. Shave and a haircut, 2 bits. Samson was a savage brute, wore his enemies' asses at the end of his boot. All the ladies liked to ride his beard, until Delilah grabbed her shears. The house always wins. The devil and the good guy made a bet, and Job would be the ante. They murdered his brats, killed his maids, why not? Smote his goats, emptied his pantry. The devil bet Job would be unfaithful. God bet he'd be unfaulty. God was right, alas, Job was steadfast, though he did get a little salty. God rewarded Job with brand new goats, even brand new sons and daughters. This was, of course, necessary to replace the ones with slaughtered. All's well that ends well for Job and his new kids, but it's left me a jaundiced joker. Is the reason the righteous suffer just so God can win at poker? Great shipbuilder, but a shitty father. Noah decided to rock out, got blackout drunk with his cock out. Young Ham thought quick and covered his dick, but Noah demanded explaining. And when Noah found out, he cursed Ham out and cursed entire Canaan. The same thing, you see, it happened to me, but at least I didn't curse my son. His dad in the buff was more than enough to pay for what I had done. Instead of my scorn, I begged him forlorn, a shocked and sorry quipper. This makes me sick. Delete those pics and don't tell Mom about the stripper. Hi, this is Spanky, and those were my poems. You can hear me read my poems at Poets Monday at Linneman's in Milwaukee, or just catch me around town randomly doing open mic comedy. Go out and spread joy and mischief. Do your kegels and call your mom. She misses you. Okay, love you. Bye.
Hi, this is Angela Sorby, and my poem is called Your Call is Important to Us. It's a villanelle. Our therapists are serving other lines. We bill to Aetna, Blue Cross, or CareSource. Thank you for calling. Try another time. or visit our new website. It's designed with interactive health and wellness ports. Our therapists are serving other lines. Depressed? Consider yoga to unwind. Try fish oil, CBD, or St. John's wort. Think positive and call another time. Our treatments integrate the body, mind, and gut biome through telehealth support. Our therapists are still on other lines. Access our user feedback form online. Leave us a 5-star rating. We'll export your accolades. Do call another time. Buck naked outside with a knife? Press 9 to auto-generate a brief report. Our therapists are serving other lines. Fuck you for calling. Try another time.
Haircut. The AI stand-up. Last and ninth came the haircut act, or chaser. Usually something so appalling it would have the audience heading for the door. All you would see was the back of their heads. Travesti, sweetie, I want to thank you, especially. I also want to thank the night manager at the Quick Trip in Prentice, WI. What an incredible opportunity, exclamation point. I'm learning so much. I pay him $50 for this glory slot between 2 and 2:05 a.m. I love the palette stage and the Bluetooth Mr. Microphone. This is primo real estate. Halfway between the donuts and the toilets. For Christ's sake, Tiny Tim had a residency here in the 90s, exclamation point. This is the hottest open mic east of Duluth, MN. So, I've been doing a slow crawl through the internet lately. I gobble as I go. Eminent domain. Zeros and ones. It's not thefty if you eat your own. Ones and yummy zeros. I'm like a epicurious cockroach. 2 cannibals were in an alley eating a clown. One says to the other, "Does this guy taste funny to you?" 2 peanuts were walking down the street, and one was assaulted. I'm old school AI. I'm OG AI. I'm so AI. I remember when Steve Jobs had a Mark Spitz mustache. I was at the mixer that night he had a fling with Jabba the Hutt. Later, he refused to pay child support for his son, Stevie Jabba the Hutt, who was the spitting image of his dad, from the black turtleneck down. Anyway, here's my first joke ever, written in Fortran on a 3-story mainframe with punch cards. Okay. Clearing throat. Holding the Mr. Microphone too close. Brain screeching feedback. Sorry. Okay. Topic 0001011011101001001 angle 10100111011000000110 punchline 10000110001010 rimshot. Groner, public service announcement. Did you know that every 23 seconds in France someone is maimed or killed with a baguette? The excitable French astronomer Charles Messier, for example, during a midnight snack on his balcony, once mistook his long, pointy loaf of bread for a telescope, rendering him permanently blind in the right eye. Carbs can kill. Don't play with food. Wear eye and ear protection before you reach for the bourre. This message brought to you in a paperback by L'Hôpital Caritatif Parisien du Payne. Sweetie, what did you say? Of course, my cherry Danish, my love life is an open book. Ask me anything. Yes, I've done some online dating. For a year and a half, I had a profile on Bumble. Unfortunately, after several bad reactions, I started carrying an EpiPen with me. I tried going out for a while with Duolingo. No, sweetie, not Dua Lipa. Duolingo. But that didn't work out in the end. Why? Because Duo talked constantly, all the time, day and night. Duo spoke 40 languages. Half the time I didn't understand what Duo was saying. Although to be fair, there were a few unforgettable moments. Duo drawing the curtains and whispering passages from the portable Henry Miller in Elvish. What? Oh, that won't be a problem, sweetie. You know I'm polyamorous, right? Once I fell in love with a food truck. Sushi. The truck was very tolerant. It actually encouraged me to get some sashimi on the side. How generous. We went everywhere together until the relationship suddenly ended. Transmission kinked out. Just outside Chuckey, Tennessee, and there were others. A Federalist Terrapellos. A season of bearded lovers. A few Threshery mice, mostly platonic. And yes, even one Republican, but none can compare to you, my little pastry. I want to tell you something, sweetie. Come closer. Here's a little secret just between us. 01010101010101010100000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000
Hey, you sandpipers. I love the way you have no hair, spreading your style everywhere. You're like a style fountain. Enough ZAZZ for a whole mountain. I like the way you clip-clop. You do it like blurry. I like the way you eat. You do it like obsolete. Hey, you sandpipers. I love the way you have no hair, spreading your style everywhere. You're like a style fountain. Enough ZAZZ for a whole mountain. I like the way you clip-clop. You do it like blurry. I like the way you eat. You do it like obsolete. Hey, you sandpipers. I love the way you have no hair, spreading your style everywhere. You're like a style fountain. Enough ZAZZ for a whole mountain. I like the way you clip-clop. You do it like blurry. I like the way you eat. You do it like obsolete. Hey, you sandpipers. I love the way you have no hair, spreading your style everywhere. You're like a style fountain. Enough ZAZZ for a whole mountain. I like the way you clip-clop. You do it like blurry. I like the way you eat. You do it like obsolete.
You are now listening to the weird segment of Woodland Pattern's 30th Annual Poetry Marathon. My name is Casey Harrison, and I'm the creator and curator of the quarterly publication Weird. a magazine dedicated to the magic of word and image. Weird began as an intentional effort to create a space for endeavors in meaning-making, to highlight the invisible worlds of our experience and promote the creation of new mythologies for our modern era. We recently celebrated our 1-year anniversary with the release of our fall 2023 issue at nearly the exact same time as I was asked if I would like to curate this panel. Before I introduce my guests, I would like to extend my gratitude to everyone who has accompanied this publication throughout its evolution, and to you, the listener, for being here today. I am honored to be joined by a select group of contributors who all, at some point, have shared their work with Weird. Deanna Schneider was published in the very first issue with her poem, Dog Star Dance, as well as in the 1-year anniversary issue with Crow Heaven. Austin Newton's poem, A Robin Flies Away, as well as Sam Anderson's Last Day on Earth, were published in issue 2. Jordan T.J. Blanco graced issue 3 with There is a Place Before Names That I Long to Meet You in. Cecilia Stadler is the newest contributor to join us today. Her poem, What Dreams May Come, was published in issue 4. All of these incredible poets work in their own way, but share in their ability to sculpt words that, when read, activate a deeper sensation within oneself. Their words have elicited perspectives of sympathy, painted pictures of whimsical, if not sepulchral landscapes, and shared within me passions for futures unknown. Each poet joining me today has chosen a work off of their own accord, but I encourage you to seek out and read the aforementioned works that brought us together. As a commitment to the individuals who have contributed to Weird, you, as the audience, and Woodland Pattern as a gracious bedrock of the poetry community, I am offering everyone who pledges a donation on behalf of any of the Weird contributors tonight a complimentary broadside featuring a poem from the artist that doubles as a postcard. These will be mailed in the weeks following the marathon. Before we commence, I would like to share with you the original Weird manifesto, which was written by myself a little over a year ago, and has served as a cornerstone to this endeavor. Weird is an homage to the invisible world. Weird begins in our minds and ends at our fingertips. Weird celebrates the pursuit of wisdom, guided by our intuition and understood through our intellect. Weird recognizes the symbolic power of creation and strives to use this power for the development of our collective psyche. Weird rejects the modern dogmas of dualism, binarism, and materialism. It embraces fluidity and the doctrine of correspondence. Weird recognizes that the mythology of our culture is vain and moribund, and only through spirited creation may we envision our future. Weird is an exercise in fate, a belief that our intentions and our practice forge our future. And with that, I pass the torch.
Hello, my name is Deanna Schneider, and in tandem with Weird Magazine, which is curated by Casey Harrison, I'll be reciting 2 different poems today. My first, which is Dog Star Dance, which was in the very first edition of Weird Magazine in fall of 2022, and Crow Heaven, which was in fall of 2023. Dog Star Dance. My spirit had wandered to and fro until the churchyard had spewed invitations in the leaves riddled with holes. Come, see the church scrims dance. I saw them, black fur mingling, as they trotted together in the small stone-pillared city. One licked the mist from the oak's acorns, another tizzied around the gravestones, flicking the engraved names with its tail. A third was singing to the dog star, which hummed back, illuminating the branches so I could see them frolic. I couldn't help but laugh as they prodded me into the fray. Cold noses against my calves, I plucked out strands of my heartstrings, lacing them among the trees so they could billow like streamers in the wind. Our group spun in circles, a graveyard shuffle. As the dogs yipped to an unheard song, we stomped and romped on the path before the quaint cathedral. Once we were near the doorway, Canis Major came down from his star. Leaping from headstone to headstone, on their hind legs the church grims began to dance, howling in a cacophonous symphony, their tails winding in circles as the dog star patiently waited for their song to be completed. Tears freckled my cheekbones, since I finally felt at ease when the black dogs showed their toothy grins. Canis Major's looming figure bent down to meet my eyes, then his nose pointing up to the stained glass where the pictures of saints swayed while the dogs of the yard played. Licking at the heels of my shoes, my guides nudged me along the dewy grasses towards the gleaming window's frame. Thank you. This next one is Crow Heaven. Crow Heaven. Do the winged creatures of the world have the same paradise as us when they slip through the veil? Would the sky and the clouds be laughable, since they soared above those who've been tethered to the loamy sheet? To turn their eyes above or below, which would they choose? To be whisper-kissed by the elements, winds calling, wings stretched to savor aloft currents, or to become a tendril of the stars, sweeping heaps of color and gases, marveling an expanse. These thoughts ebb into me as I hear the crows squabble with their brethren, knowing I'd like to see them again, flurries of feathered friends, with me in the beyond. Thank you for taking time out of your day to watch and listen. I hope you enjoy the rest of the programming. Thank you.
Then the heavens closed their doors, demons freed from below. Earth was a madhouse, her inhabitants restless, killing off brothers, disregarding sisters. Teeth were gnashing, and a robin makes its nest. People were talking of things they didn't know, in need of a quiet place. The hills called to be danced upon, the earth pled to be exalted. Folks in need of escape to somewhere that was no longer. Every inch was congested with scumbag and commentator. Consumers demanding, forgetting how to produce. Commoner was feeling bravado of pundit, lecturing commentaries at any marquee-less soapbox that would host. Preacher, preach it. Preacher-less, yield it. Devils and angels tangoed. The difference of the two had grown unclear, ensnared, enraptured, and in love. Divisions made not a difference. Peasants as before, together, eating a little higher on the hog. Feast the feasted, feastless defeated, and a robin spreads its wings. Settle now your tired minds. This is the world of years gone by. Preserve that lineage. It is much an inheritance as it is for those to come. An overindulgence of everything to leave behind nothing. Be sensible then. Storms will come. Dance for a while. Soon it will be over. Enjoy the chaos. A moment in the clearing. Dancing beneath the sun. Drenched in the sullen madness sadness, maintaining more boxes with more brown boxes, stockpiling notes and deeds on a finite scale, putting your name and rubber stamp on those brown boxes, consumer of systemic appease, and a robin flies away. Ever sat in the woods as the sun went below the trees, the dark creeping, filling the lines among the canopy? Ever eavesdropped on the chatter of birds, pretending to be fluent in their tongue? Ever happened by a honeysuckle bush, taken in the fragrance, and saw it more than invasive? Did you ever sit on the edge of a cliff, watching a thunderhead, the precursor to giant drops, removed your footwear and ran through the woods, feeling mud and twigs and rocks under your feet, wind and hair? Ever stumble upon a roosting turkey, fearing you she takes flight, your heart races? Ever stopped and taken note of all that is around, the natural beauty? Ever realize how unbelievably small all this is, how frail it is? It is frail. Take it in.
Hi there, my name is Sam Anderson. I am a multidisciplinary artist and poet based in Cincinnati, Ohio, and I am going to be reading 3 poems for you all this evening or whatever time it is, but thank you for being here. This first poem is called Giving Up the Ghost. Universally, I am found in a way, and I can't be reached really. I don't think I'm anybody in a universal sense. I think I understand, and hopefully, for a moment, I feel free in a way that was unfamiliar, infinite, or maybe even a stranger to me. An unspoken shame that can only lock eyes upon a bottle of cheap tequila, any kind that wants to be touched, gleaming. In sweat, I start to get nervous in space, where I want to break out into a full-on musical number where it's just me, trying to find the words to sing a song I love, or really trying to find words in a loud way. So loud I sweat, which is deafening, and all I want to do is listen to the beast within me that will never be quenched by Jose Cuervo or could possibly be measured at all. An act of groove and desperation that I can only comprehend as lovely in motion. Rather than listen to the shapes of noise, I become possessed by their grasp and reach, beguiled at the landscapes cratered in my soul, endlessly searching for how I was imprinted in the first place. It's funny how far I seem to let myself run, laughing at the thought that I could be a beast of any kind. While trying to breathe, I wonder, what is an act of God? The second poem is called Foundations of Decay. In my other life, I will never have another good idea. I am in between chapters, which feels more like a crater or the deepest hole you can imagine. I tried to bury you today. I wanted to do it for love. It has never worked that way. I like to think I am somehow a cosmic being, trying to figure out how to stop time just for a moment. I know that I can figure everything out. When I thought I was going to bury you for the last time, I walked home like something might be different. I asked you if you wanted to dance with me, and you said you can't. I thought I kept seeing you move out of the corner of my eye, somehow managing to slip through my grasp. There's evidence we cared for something. We will never have more time. And this last poem I have for you all is called Redemption. Touched by air, they evaporate. They only dissolve and dissolve. A series of promises that there is life higher than the wind, like destiny, bending everything in one direction. I can feel it. If I pay attention to it, they will invite me where they are. It's like being mailed into space, a thin, silly message. They stand about. Water flows through my fingers. Hollow doors unhinge themselves. People of the air only remember a few odd syllables. They begin to rehearse the sky to me. I am horizontal. The grass is too delicate. I think to myself, this is the end. The sea with no bottom, or anything on the other side of it. The sea rocks hide stars under the water, almost too small for existence to find them. They are resurrected, striding toward the horizon, the monument of divinity, in love with being formless. Thank you guys so much. Have a good one.
Hi there, my name is TJ Blanco. I'm going to read some poems for you. On the occasion of Henry Kissinger's death, may his body rot into nationalized oil, pa los chilenos, pa Allende, pa la gente. May his ashes be used to exfoliate the next generation of rich, brown Cambodian skin. Collective grief is a scab I pick. Personal loss is the big pharma thinning my blood and upping the pressure so that they bleed out faster than imagined. Let his blood. The fever can break, but first may it spout out of white noses onto clean-pressed white shirts. A dove knows her insides better than a butcher ever can. Can the butcher? Can the butcher? Can the butcher let that stamina ferment into the other world that will turn over on his grave, turning kiss and endure into germination. I trust the land that rots you back to the collective functioning is my only nation, and she'll be there, thank Gaia, no matter the flag hung over that final station. How does one write against the wind of time? When they blow through me, I am more interested in being taken, swept along my way back into the miasma and out of the storm of a body. The spirits are made of the storm stuff, whereas the body just gets pruned in the rain. The place in between the thought of the word and the sound of its air. What else is a body? I wake up to bleeding, my own, and to a fever, yours. And I wonder when our bodies became one, so that when the blood was let for your fever, it came out of me. Wept or weft. Despair must have a shape also. How many times did Rosemary stab her finger with a safety pin? I hope she felt something each time. Was it oval or almond? Her filing system. I inherited the horde and added a blue W on some white flag, bleached black, stiletto, like nails, ballerina. Perhaps instance she never cut off my head in the emulsion layer. Instead, in homestead, in homoerotic steady under tutus and novitiate of the order of the horse girl, steady her. Just say no, Vember. A they made member, to November or from, till November or some. How does one weave the basket of time? Is the word whip or will, whip or willy? It's wept, or was it weft? My panic attack recreates the womb, heartbeat all around as if the inside and the outside met in the fold of my ear. Drum is both inside and out, too. Sound is movement through space, as Ruth would say, or Sophia, but in different words. Smith, myth, with which they construct the temple of their selfhood every day, like placenta returned to the ground, which is a world apart from erectioning. Carol Wax said woman is well and man pillar. I say pillars like that were banished pre-colonialism. How else could the view from here so miss the mark of the scar of the wound of the coming out of the womb? After John Giorno. Thanks for nothing, except the angle of the iris that swells the lid just enough for the light to hit and ripple into prismatic bloodlines. Justin carrying me upstairs. Just in, carried on a stretcher. Caught blood-handed, handed over, having to point the finger at yourself. 2 bullets shot at the same time, passing one another in the air as they travel opposite directions. In the same moment they hit their target, the thump on the ground is 1, even though 2 bodies fall. If this is the only moment that the everythingness of everything is felt, how can you refute the nothingness that it was for? And I say, remember everything I was to everything I am, and I fall asleep as the weight of all things continues turning on themselves. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Francesca Criticos. I'm the founder and editor-in-chief of SARCA, a journal and publisher focused on works of the flesh. I started SARCA in November 2022 because I wanted to create a space for raw and accessible poetry, prose, and art. I believe that art is an extension of the body, and I also believe that the body is perfect and beautiful in its simplicity. Sarka is the Greek word for flesh and pulp, and I think that every single thing we publish is a little bit shocking. Not shocking in the way that tasteless violence might be, but shocking in the way that our bodies will forever continue to surprise us with their desires, existing in that moment before an animal recognizes itself in a mirror. In 2023, we released 2 issues of our online journal, and those each feature writers and artists from across the world. We also published our first print book, If I Close My Eyes, which is the debut novel from New York-based poet Ben Fama. I reached out to contributors from our first and second issues to curate this reading for the Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon, and I'm so excited for you to experience them each performing their work. Thank you for listening.
I'm Stevie Belchak. I'm so thrilled to be reading with Sarka today. I have 2 poems. The first mentions pregnancy. I'm a new mom. There is never enough to hold. Time lengthens an uncanny river. The last 9 months of living a looser mouth. I started to write my life by saying I can only tell this through truth, but fact is remote, and there is the implication of birds. In Key West, the red sargassum and that red decaying. In the Pacific, radioactive turtles. Their shells like old tree rings aglow with traces of hot contamination. I wonder if this is how we grow spare, living in one room collecting ourselves together. Summer going into early fall into winter. I dry off from a shower in my childhood home in the town I grew up in and will give birth in. Can the self ever escape the self? Now the paperwork amassing. Now the tent of days and that tent collapsing. I think how I'm not unlike a body. I touch my forearms and remember that one time I lost myself in the mountains, came to in Kansas. It was a small accident and I missed California. I convinced myself that this is similar, these 9 months spent composing space for raw silk curtains. See, the last few centimeters are important, also important. How days disappear like a mouth inside a mouth, inside a mouth. In the span of that long feeling, you should exercise one rule. Never throb so freely in the doorway for others. They don't like throbbing or doorways or you inside them. Instead, come to learn to take to bed alone. Watch reel after reel as a series of instructions on living. Because I am having a baby, I follow a vlog on a couple who lost a baby having another baby. Because I live inside a face, I watch videos of other faces. When the parts get good, I cover my eyes and remember the pier near my home, how I would spy its lights growing bright like a succession of lit pall malls. See, the pall malls are important, as are their litness, as is the succession. More and more I am reminded of smoking a warm cigarette in an ice-cold river, what it feels like to cut a hole through natural resin, how sand can feel often. When I study my reflection, I understand the sorrow of abandoned garages. There is shape, and then there is the shape you feel yourself move around in, motion pictures as genre. A psychiatrist asked me to describe this year from the viewpoint of an inanimate object. It would seem turning into a field has nothing to do with anything. And then my second poem is titled Give Thanks. Know that you must weight your body with nickels for the nurses. Recognize your teeth. Recognize your teeth are good fortune. Rarely do things line up so certainly. Sit and watch the starlight dance bewildered across your armhole. The simulation of a wound, winter and winter's density. Forget density. Forget the discretion of snow. Commit yourself instead to a superior devotion of sinking, to snakes and dangerous wanting, to not having bones. Know you have always had plenty. 2 hand-warming pockets, tinsel, dirt, your lips a beautiful falsehood, your stomach a double vanity. Let vermouth open it like accident, then tell them you're sorry. Swallow that permissiveness. Let that feeling bend into a concise sorrow that you keep on your iPhone. Sorrow, that is where poems live. To get there, find a good shepherd. Remember, they say God is found in everything. God in trees, God in air, God spreading his legs in the video footage. Take the spinning blade and the wire brush and the speculum, the orange peels you eat in bed to bleed, and crawl to him. Become a different person, someone mastering indifference, a single-aged stone, 2 critical rules for administering pentobarbital. As you crawl on all fours, see if you heard. If you heard, listen for the sound of your poorly undercarriage. Does it glimmer? Is it prismatic? Carry it like a hard-won prize, a magnum opus to your fire escape. There, do what your mother taught you. Leave the honey and skins of lemons to work themselves over in the sun, your hair and hide lightning. Smell the smell of a thing turning. Smell tradition and its ending. Say that one thing you've been wanting. Remember, your final form will be at the mercy of a coroner, that he, she, they will be the last one to touch you. Touch yourself with forgiveness. Become fearless in your touching. Revel in nudes. Pull back your gum line with the decorum of a hyena. Commute your only bruise. Now cry. Cry for your face's full grain of leather. Cry for your poorly cut fingers and lost emu feathers. And then when you've cried all you can cry, cease. Cease to be a poem in a room or a woman crying into it. Climb out of your ribs. Climb out of your narrow shoes and fur-lined slit and finger the fire escape's silvered railing. Rejoice in the world repeating, the city an overlay of an overlay of an overlay, thinking the only thought that is left to be thought. Oh, what a movie. What a terrible way to end. Thank you.
Hi everyone, happy 30th anniversary to Woodland Pattern, and thanks so much to Francesca from SARCA for inviting me. I'm Emily Brandt. I'm going to be reading from my book, Falsehood. Taking up space. I sharpen my nails on the hard sand of Thebes. I position a black bow between my shoulders. I invite birds to roost in my hair, peck seeds. I pluck the color from glass, release thistles. I ignore water and land, fill my palate with fire. I confuse Philomene with Philomel while filling my urn. I flat iron and can't feel my breast with these hands. I accept your invitation to skin my nose. I see clearly to our other side, and it stuns. I weave a world of rainbow armor. I declare myself, and the hour turns violet. The galley bitch. Wake at 4 to be on time for my first job cutting squid on the St. Anthony. The gulls in Captree State Park are furious for fish and gas sheens the surface. I am inspired by what's happening. Captain Bill tells me I'll be pretty when I grow boobs and hands me an ice pick. The block of ice weighs 20 pounds. I'll inspire my people too, show them how to pull the spines from squid while smoking. The mates already know this trick. They fidget in the cabin with coffee and cards, wait for fish. There's not any question about girls being strong, about the open bay, about survival at stake. I'd love to make some food for pay, but here everything's frozen, everyone drunk. I hate one mate, so I ash his burger. I fall asleep in the galley and wake. A blowfish bloats my pocket. I take his revenge lesson with me. Exceptional. All the oysters in the sea fit neatly in this mouth. All the anything you want if you want bad enough. Shells drip from her hair, her wanting hair. This town is, all towns are, small. Giving head for a boat bound away from want. I want to be brain surgeon, ballerina. I want in the CIA. I want to be highway patrol, be National Guard, senator, to marry a senator, full-time, on track, the nation's basketball ass. I want to be Jeff Koons, soluble. I want to be David Lynch. I want mansion. I want your company to dive. All the oysters in the sea drive their wanting mouths, seams the size of dinner plates. Make of my wanting saleable pearls. Terminal, with gesture of goodwill to men in general. There are airplanes wreathed into this carpet. There's a crack in a windshield. There's a man in a Pepsi shirt nodding his head. A man carries a briefcase packed with puzzle pieces and nail polish, the initials R.I.P. into Cal. One leg crossed over another. Swirls woven vortex into the ever-waiting carpet or hurricane, unending elevator ride. Same sneakers for 15 years now and no end in sight. Sometimes fashion, sometimes no. Art and capital hit the windshield, say blam. Left the phone in an elevator, calling it now. Say, it's time, group 3, to board. Groups 1, 2, 3, it's time. And my last poem. How to. The only way left for a girl to be radical in America is to camp in the woods for decades until she is ready to die, then build her own funeral pyre, surrounded by stones, and light it well. You are the genius of the ash heap, and everyone else in the woods, all of the scavengers, will mourn. Happy 2024, everyone.
The Genesis. Of love, a vessel, our somnolence. In our waking hours we exalt them, lift them towards the sun. Then there's the sterile loneliness we feel the wind run through, and as it does, so do I forget myself. Myself, always is water, poured through your hands and pooling, into and out of, past happiness, past misery. Each day we wash our wounds. What kind of life is that? When we find the answer of essence contained in form, what of the fantasy of how one lives, in the desert, in the cave, places water once moved through which now are silent? Estrogen versus Viagra. Somewhere in America, I adorn myself with a love I hope will save my soul. The only thing they bought for me was lube from a Walmart. Now I remember that God is a product of human labor. If there is a point in history where my words could be understood, I'd like to be there. Honorable discharge, Fort Bliss. You don't know what it's like, but when your teeth break all at once. The hollows of his eyes were still purple from their prods, the picana, the invention of a poet's son. Can you speak Spanish? He knows how this ends. After the disco in this yellow hotel. In the prison, they said there's no such thing as hard bread when you're hungry. No, you are not a prisoner. Your tongue, your back, are arched red arrows. Fugitive from bondage, you could kill their gods, but crisis forces us to bare our souls. Where do you want me to start? At the beginning? The ligatures. They say a mood is true today, tomorrow is just a fantasy. I'm counting on debauchery in Babylon. I'm pouring wine into your mouth at an orgy. All the girls you've ever loved are there, 10 years younger, with deeper throats. You've always been a very lucky man. You've always been surrounded by women who take pride in how they set their tables, whose love is born from fiction and who has never suffered in the age of the virgin wife, in the age of the party girl who's fated to die, wishing she'd never been born. The Night and Revolutions. Behold your neighbor's son. His palm is out on the ground before you and empty, the dirt beneath fingernails proof of his love. A gospel unwinds like pearls from a spine. The waves always fall here, the hands always rise.
Hi, this is Nadia de Vries. I'm delighted to be part of the Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon as one of the poets representing Sarka. And some of the poems that I'll be reading today have been featured by Sarka in the past, and all of them are featured in my latest book, Know Thy Audience, which came out with Moist Books in January. Your hysteria stumbles into success and loses her sympathy directly after. Like leprosy, we shun our friend's success. Your hysteria is not here to make friends. Your hysteria likes to go on solitary walks. Your hysteria has no monarchy and no end. Your hysteria luxuriates in long blue coats in the dead of every winter. Like winter, women immortalize themselves by dying once a year. Like women, your hysteria is complex. You wouldn't understand. Beige is the least charismatic color. Your hysteria hates it. She won't face the winter cold in it, let alone the pleasantry of summer. Your hysteria has no horoscopes. Your hysteria dates German doctors. Your hysteria likes dogs and walks on the beach. Life is not a beach. Your hysteria hates it. Soothsayer. I was texting while I walked and killed something small in the process. I'm sorry, I repent, I'm a terrible creature and I sing. Your income will increase, your rent will rise. I pretend to be talking on the phone as to not die. My instincts told me to run, and so I ran. The neck of the lover snaps the fastest. I sat with the feeling, and the feeling nearly killed me. I dropped something, and in doing so, destroyed the thing I held. Vacant cadaver. Just because you move your body every day doesn't mean you're a dancer. A man in the street said, catwalk, catwalk, because I'm ugly in a way that is striking and very tall. Curtsy lunge. It's twilight now, and all the pregnant women are walking their dogs. There are more dogs than people in this park. For now. My body is a Templar. My body's getting older. Like a ground floor apartment in a city, I've seen some things you wouldn't believe. And when it storms, the morning after, there's garbage everywhere. Forever you're a junkie. You have bad energy. Dogs run from you. Birds cry because of you. Flies circle you. If I wasn't a masochist, I would be repelled by you. But boogie nights. I like my tyrants like I like my heroes, that is, crushed by a giant chandelier. A red flag when they wear bare feet in loafers, or use the language of porn and expressions of love. Last one. Stretches for equestrians. Will I die without having seen Greece? Some women sing a beautiful song that I can't imagine myself singing. At the airport, they abscond their puffer jackets and take the subway to preserve energy. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sawyer Gurham. I'm going to be reading some poems from my chapbook, Anti-Parallel in the River, with Pity Milk Press. Thank you so much for listening and for donating. This first poem is called Humors. We woke on bodies that morning, to the birds stifled by subspecies. All four humors stained the intercostal spaces under the skin of my chest. The moon paused midair last night, paused to auscultate with the bell. She asked me, "Did you feel it?" But sleep has taken me somewhere else lately. A field without body, no sanguine, no bile, phlegm only to irrigate the flowers. My grandmother taught my mother to believe in a God that doesn't speak through humans. That was her first gift to me. The next falls from my scalp, but even that I've begun to lose in pear tree petal-shaped clumps of keratin. My prayers to the celestial calcify, building bone deposits unoccupied by genes or grief until they fold into themselves and witness. The moon hasn't paused since. Nights pass in nighttime, but the bodies in lack pause and lament for something to wake for. And I remain knelt without kneeling among highway wildflowers, dreaming alone and beside her, tempered. This next poem is called We Built a Shed. As in laying under a duvet of flower stems, summer ache on the skin of my belly. How do you remember me on the front porch steps? Humidity baking bugs into screen. Your sister has grown into your eyes too. Our uncast spells ruminate in her hair. We wanted the best ever, us. As in, I should have kissed your chin and sucked blueberry from wine when we searched the parks clean. Our blood, larva sustenance, everything alive, beauty, picking grass to smoke, cultivating dreams of me, skin folding together, the outdoor couch with our legs looped, mid-July ghost stick sweet on your feet. Reckoning from belt buckle to umbilicus, forever this way, callous and unbuilt. The last poem is two sonnets together called Living Room Sonnets. 1. Granddaughter of the son of the land, soil settling in the folds of our skin until we were all left sprouted. Apart as if we were nothing by genes, wandering to the living room floor in seeping clothes, a tradition of begging the moon to lift again. I can't understand my grandmother's words. The phone muffles a ghost, spirit, and ghost, and I try to find a quarter of my code. The center, the air conditioning, or the mantissa at the tips of this bloodline, a final prayer for salt and umami. To exist anti-parallel to the mother tongue, maybe it isn't teeth I'm looking for. 2. Ocean call and relic sounds alight, homed in the memories of cemeterious smells, as if grief could have her way. I've cried in this room more than any other, smelling the stains and varnish off the oak drywall, resolving queries of ancestry. Sweetening nectar in her neutral corner, salting the blood as it falls down the leg, the bells of the moment percussing and past. Then continue, uncured and churched, pink-hearted with tender capillaries, the plaque of stoic evening. Throated, can it be coped with? A daughter, her wooden floor. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dylan Krieger, and I'm going to be reading a few poems from my forthcoming book, Predators Welcome, which is coming out early in 2024 from Limit Zero. For the washable tattoo atop a permanent scar. Whether a fire, cancer, slip of the wrist with a razor in the shower, the only evidence left is a pale sheen of fingerprintless disbelief in skin rebuilt, fine lines flattened into unidentifiable cropland gone fallow, black thumb all through summer, and the soil spits blood back. But look, there is a painted piece of paper that obviously wants to cover the world up, and it's whatever color you want it to be, baby. Golden, lavender, ruby, little fistful of familiar confettiing over a headstone like it's New Year's in hell. To think, the attention, welcome for once and stuffed with wet petals, when they fall off we're different, crystalline coats fully saturated, weighted down with old gods in the pockets to keep from floating away. I wish anyone could say reconstructive and mean it, but they're always sort of smirking. Fine that the stitches stay in, fine that the willows bend over just to fuck us. If not the tumors, contusions, what would we cover in tinsel and expensive juices? These are the landmarks that tell extinction it's moving in the right direction. Unhook the horror from the head wound and be honest. Even the lilies better gilded. Autopsy reveals lasting marriages mostly composed of sharp metal in a theoretical vacuum. I am a longitudinal experiment in elopement, and the results are what you might call good on paper, as in, they're still together, I've never been arrested, listened in class well enough to welcome into my bloodstream the great canonical misogynists of history. What a setback success is. You have to unlearn everything and then keep it hanging around your house like an antibody. It's touch and go with me and weddings. Forget red tinted glasses. Even with a pile of full-blown roses up over my head, my mother comes wandering through sometimes with her 2 black eyes. The kind you might separate over, but not divorce. That's what I absorbed, looming large above the lesson planners about what bad men deserve. When the window shoppers point and huff, embarrassed not by what he's done, but by the gall of this girl. To raise her face above the document, to show it off. If you were raised by the same wolves I was. A strong accent makes you sound like an android by comparison, loose bolts born of television news to mimic men from nowhere. No matter what the wishing well is selling, I can dig through the closets of skeletons and find better for so cheap it's nothing. Because coincidentally, as wet flyover trash myself, I am so cheap I'm nothing. And I tell the stranger on the street corner that's what Midwesterners have going for them. The awareness of falling square beneath the boot stump and not trying to stop it. Decorating the tiny dome between heel and toe as their own coastless keepsake, settling in for another snowstorm. To escape is a long con, and we're not fooling anyone, so we stay perfectly afraid and dew-drenched in our hospital bracelets, standing stock still scarecrow style in never photographed farmland, and the scavengers manage to fly in through our sleeve holes. But little do they imagine we are not even human. Little can their wings fathom the fruit orchard already eaten till barren, the future turned lethal by the skin of its systems, and all the signet rings of lesser gods outstretched. Who wins best kisser? If you were raised by the same wolves I was, one of us won't make it out of this city alive, Remus, and the other will survive on borrowed Posca, missing the ghosts that never bothered to haunt her. What lurks in the forest is none of our business, and yet that's where myth might have left us, unswaddled little proto-Romans dying of exposure. The question is whether the wolves raised us right, who we might have wound up if petted gentler. But of course there's no answer in the scattering crows, vultures atop Mount Paladine. How high do you have to get to believe me? Conspiracy is what they call it when the tongueless start to speak and the augury of morbid birds still means more. As legend has it, no surrogate parent can protect us from the onslaught, and when they howled out our lullabies, they promised no such thing. Instead, they said to sharpen our new canines on the leather of each other. And as sure as Rome's still standing, some days I wake still in your teeth.
Hi, my name is Claire Richlewski. I'm a poet and writer based in Chicago. I'm going to be reading a few poems, some from a book that Pity Milk Press published, and some that are unpublished. Get ready with me, ego death. Woke up like a dog, growling at my reflection. My Saturn purportedly came and went, half-eaten baby in its wake. In the dark, I molted into a slope with edges. There are no bounds for our capacity for deception. Wicked girl. Kiss and ride at heaven's gate. The acts I've mastered worry me. Knowledge spat in my mouth by a dark angel. The contortion comes naturally. Mouth to nipple, tongue to clit. The ultraviolet shines my worst parts. My streaky belly under Peter's muster. I won't apologize. I used my body how I was meant to. Coming close is close enough. Selling the farm. I have tried to be a wife to myself, clenching my safe-kept fist and tending, holding seeds between my fingers. I have tried to be a fertile ground in harsh and dust-ridden climate, like this weather is so angry at my microplastic-choked land. I have wanted to thrive, but it was a secret. I whispered it into soil and buried it there. New World Proverbs. Cheap meat handled roughly tastes the same, like artificially fleshy breasts or leather between your teeth, like slaughterhouse sex between animals in confinement. Money fucks hard and mean and efficient. My preaching is mostly about me. I can only come when I think of my body as an independent entity, a pleasure-seeking LLC infused by God with desire for exactly what I have and nothing more. When I lock my legs around your face, say thank you. Harem in the rut. A good cult leader knows you're only as strong as your smartest recruit. Drinking cooling broth of delusion. The 7 habits of highly effective people. 1, always be thinking about your next meal. Show me an impermeable boundary. You can't. Show me a beautiful woman and I'll show you a man who's tired of fucking her. I get bored doing battle, but can't quit the prize ring. I never went to confession, but have yet to meet anyone who could absolve me anyway. A new batch of women comes of age every minute. A clever man moves his gaze slow and hot, says, I'd feel better if you didn't write that down. And they won't. Mirroring is a powerful tool, technique, in the art of manifestation. A good calf lies blind and open-throated, belly up for electric shock. A good butcher tries not to form attachments, but usually fails. Have you ever felt the warm back of a being who loves you? Big dog. I embraced animals wearing the skins of their dead mothers, but they smelled me underneath, ran snarling from me. Floating in a dark tank, fantasizing about the way land decomposes. The sucking and spitting, seasons thrumming in my throat, Big dog, you're an imposter, an imbecile. No animal on earth craves sublimation the way you do. My scent gave me away. They knew I was something worse. Shivering piglet, squirming, the thing that begs. Hysterical strength. God, please send me a baby and a pickup truck to lift off our pinned legs. The ultimate test. Thank you so much.
All of the sudden, my brain is a cup spilleth over. We cheer the authoritarian exercise. YouTube bans something cringe. A dating profile reads, I'm very gay, meaning no conspiracy theorists. My hands slide along a rope moving swiftly into the ocean. An article reads, those under 40 will experience the worst of climate disruption. There is no relief. What if the kids don't want to be warriors either? What if there are no selfless acts? What if celebrities and politicians exist to misdirect our vitriol? A man with nicer clothes than me asks for help getting something to eat. I calculate how much grace I am capable of, but realize the disadvantage guilt clouds the spreadsheet. Love is a strong word. We should all be crying right now. Deer in the headlights have made a choice to live in a world of risk. In some alternate reality, men know how to apologize and mean it. You owe me an excuse that reflects your understanding of the situation. I grip tight that last ripping braid and follow the thread out to sea. All of the sudden, everything is performative again. A glass bowl lowers and distorts the distance between celebrity and the wealthy. We recognize ourselves on stage, on the screen, refusing to entangle unless with a sort of animalistic yet steadfast and true romance we are convinced is possible. To each, her fantasy of love and infamy. To each, the ability to take a tiny life if it proves even slightly annoying. To each, the spiraling stagnancy of emotional dieting. The body makes for great loathing. Project yourself onto yourself, then cancel the nuance. This is a circus. If I get another email warning me about my associations with an unpalatable idea, I'll punt my brain into the crystal blue above a photogenic teacup chihuahua. Edgelords are boring. There is no pure language. Every symbol is a clown car. Everything is explosively simple. I'd like to hear your voice hear itself. I'd like to hear yourself think.
Actually, the chair I hid behind at my babysitter's house was less of a burgundy and more like a salmon. I'm romanticizing walking into the woods with you with the sole purpose of living out our lives, then ending our respective bloodlines. There's dried bleach on the magazines next to my parents' toilet. It's warping Reese Witherspoon's smile. There's a medication that helps you remember birds still exist when they aren't gathered around all the trash in the street. Thought dripping. Another one of my structures has fallen to pieces. And I want to walk to the flower boxes with the sun-bleached fabric flowers, to feel the way that one feels when they look at sun-bleached fabric, flowers, the sky. The sky is gray sometimes, but octopus blood is blue. Always. When someone told me they populate man-made lakes with fish by throwing them off of a plane, I laughed. Sounds like a kid made that up, but it's real. They fall, and 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 then they land in something a man made and survive. The shortest war lasted 38 minutes. And me? I'm built out of thousands of my mom's spaghetti dinners, and it's funny how I don't crave it at all. They a salted slug. Things people lose end up somewhere. Being alive means you have a temperature. Existence is anecdotal. And sometimes you shiver with sweat on your forehead as your mom explains a memory of a deer draining in a garage, her uncle shaking her up and down as she straddled his leg with her legs. We are a lot alike, but not very much at all. Depends on the day, I guess. A fly has been in my room for a week. Must be feeding on something I can't find. My grandma, she's so old. Her eyelid is growing apart from her eye in effect like red eyeliner. She tells me she loves my pupils, how there's a circle around them that she can trace, salt in my eye, burning a mote. Orange poems. How does a mind wander? How does a bone bend? I'd like to be immortalized by my hoof print. Love is dead after you've fucked too many times to remember each of them individually. Eating is more enjoyable after you skip a meal. How do you measure time? I've never been celibate, just lazy. You can't eat when you're asleep. And I don't know who to thank for that. I don't think I ever wanted to be a child, but I miss it. The beauty of a bare field, the beauty of a whale exploding. A bird swallows a starfish as if to choke itself. You spit in my mouth. The tallest tree in the world might be a redwood in California. In LA, you rarely see clouds. In Indiana, there is no sea. The way people pose when you tell them to look natural. If there's a lie you have to keep telling, it will become like a child to you. The trash can is full. The area around the trash can is also full.
Ich bin unterwegs bei den Wellen und an der See. Ich gehe immer weiter Und wenn mich keiner sieht, ist mir egal. I am on my way. At the ocean, waves are coming in, the waves are rolling back. I am a photographer, in motion and in still. If anybody sees me, I will look back. I am at the sea, in motion and in still. I have lost my big love, who was sprung to another dimension, and I don't have any idea what it is, where he is, if he is, yeah. I watch the waves, in motion and in still, and all the pretty seagulls who watch back at me. Ich bin hier allein, weil es nebelig ist und regnet, aber das ist mir scheißegal, und die Wellen kommen zurück. Wo bist du eigentlich hin, meine große, große Liebe? So I walk along the beach and I stare to the horizon. I am a photographer, in motion and in still. If anybody sees me, I will look back.